point to deep square leg. You get a wicket, and then you boom, go full out attack. Use the short ball, obviously with the deep square and the fine leg, and then you challenge the stump more often than not. We don't want to see as many balls outside of off stump as it plays into Pope and Butler's hands with the width. So you use your short ball, mess with the feet, and then you aim at the stump. Stump all the time. They miss, you hit. If they play a good shot, you got your sweepers out and ones instead of fours.
Old colleague of mine, David Milnes, Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire fast bowler, striding from the field as fourth umpire. He's got a bright red cap on, and his umbrella happily is wrapped up pretty tight. And as we have Jerusalem, the sun comes out, which is just perfect timing, isn't it? The fella out there with a beanie hat on with a bag of sawdust, and he's laying little mounds of it in the appropriate places behind the stumps and so on, just in case it's needed. It was pretty wet, I must say, first thing this morning, and they've done really well. It just shows again what modern covering can do in terms of keeping a ground dry, and means that you can actually start on time. But Old Trafford, I must say, bearing in mind we had a test match played here only last week, and there's another one to come shortly, of course. The first test match against Pakistan we played here, it does look in excellent nick, and the pitch you can just see actually starting to be prepared, a couple over on the right-hand side. So waiting for the players to appear. That partnership worth 136. We watched all the West Indians loosening up this morning, getting themselves ready for what is it is a big day for them. It went badly wrong on the equivalent day last week when they tried to break through, and of course England went on to score 470. They don't want that today, Tuffers, because that you imagine is probably England's likeliest route here. If Monday is going to be a washout, and I mean, you should never take forecasts for granted, but it just looks to be a bad forecast everywhere on Monday. I mean, England, will they be mindful of that? Will they think, well, perhaps our best way is to get a really big score, let's get the West Indies in, bowl them out, and then fiddle them following on in what time we can get?
Yeah, I mean, first innings runs always put the side under pressure, don't they? It's as simple as that. And if you start getting up to 350s, 400s, with England's extra sort of seam attack, I mean, they've got a lot of bowlers,
they have,
so they can just really roar in short spells, rotate. But the first thing, of course, is to get that score. You know, lose a couple of quick wickets here, England in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I agree with that. Out go the West Indians, walking out into the middle. The batsmen are already on their way. That little mobile camera is buzzing around. I haven't found the operator of that, but they are highly skilled, because that is that's a serious piece of equipment. Pretty heavy, and they drive it at speed. And I'd love to know where they're positioned, because they know wherever a little break in the boundary is, they drive it with great accuracy, with this obviously very expensive wireless camera that's attached to it as well. So the sun's shining, as Ben Rich told us from the Weather Centre. There might be an interruption or two, a shower or two, but generally, looking at most of the apps and the radars and so on, they all look much more promising. On your phone. Well, trouble is,
you've got about 8.
Well, you sort of you settle for the one that you like best, don't you? I mean the forecast.
Yes.
So there can be 7 forecasts that say it's going to be an awful day, but the one that says, well, it might be all right, and you cling to that one, don't you?
Right.
Just
I think
in the hope.
I've got a good vibe actually about today. I think it's going to miss us. I think it's going to be all around us, but we're going to get play.
But Monday, I'm afraid, does not look good. So enjoy your weekend, whatever you're doing, wherever you're listening to us today, because Monday doesn't look good. That's a definite umbrella day, I think.
He played well yesterday, didn't he, Pope?
I was wondering what that announcement is, because of course he's in eating maybe for when
up in the creche.
He's up in his creche, and I suppose he's just got to make everyone aware that he's actually here. Maybe just a reminder. But there's nobody, I'm afraid, out there to listen to the word that he's saying. Similarly, they were playing some very loud music on the PA as I walked across this morning.
Yes.
I thought, why are they?
A bit of Oasis, I think, was
very loud.
Out. It was.
But again, for the benefit, I'm afraid, of nobody really.
With the players, perhaps just a bit loosened up, perhaps.
Yeah. So the ball is being returned. Shannon Gabriel is going to continue from the far end, because they came off yesterday. I think everyone agreed that actually they came off rather too early. Umpiring is a tough job, we know that, but you've got to play. You've got to play as much as you can. 2 balls remain in this over then. Cornwall there is standing at slip. He's got Holder alongside him, and Gabriel, again, here he comes like a bull at a gate. His first ball of the day is outside the off stump. Not a bad delivery, actually. Nice length, good line. And Butler allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper, who We were looking for a better day than he had yesterday, I'm
Yeah.
afraid. Darrich, he had an absolute shocker yesterday. He's dropped everything.
Yeah.
No catches. I
No.
listened to it. The amount of times the ball clanged into his gloves and then out again.
I think the players requested the music, John.
Did
Just to, just to make them feel a little bit livelier
okay.
in the mornings. Bit of normality.
Yeah. It rather echoed round the empty ground.
Loud.
The terraces. 2:58 for 4. Butler's on 56. 2 slips and a gully waiting as Gabriel hurls himself.
Oh.
Well, that almost took Cornwall on the boots, but actually it was very well taken by Darrich. So it's a nice start for him because that swung, but it was very wide.
Yeah, he's covered some ground, Darrich, hasn't he?
He
He's
did.
been leg side, offside, throwing himself around. Wouldn't surprise me if he's got a slightly damaged hand or something, John, because he's I know he didn't keep great, but
Low on confidence, wasn't he?
yeah, perhaps confidence, yeah.
2:58 for 4. So welcome to Old Trafford. If you're just joining us for the first time today, I hope the weather is good wherever you are and you're having a nice weekend. Really interesting game of cricket building up here.
Of course, Saturday mornings.
Graham's still got something to say. I don't think there's a question of please don't move behind the bowler's arm or anything like that. Or
No.
I don't think there's any point in saying that because there's nobody to move behind the bowler's arm.
No. Yeah, he's been chuntering away nicely there.
Yeah,
this
he
morning,
has.
hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just
Clear.
loosening his vocal cords. Roach bowls from this end, and Pope's first ball is full, just outside off stump. With a bit of a punch, he drives it out to cover. And now the go-kart, sort of robot camera, has already made it to the other side of the ground. And it's just trundling up and down on that boundary. The floodlights are coming on. The ground was bathed in sunshine just a moment ago. The one slight problem we have today, Tuff, is the wind has changed a bit. And so any potential rain cloud, I suspect, might be out of our sight. It's coming up from behind us, sort of at 7 o'clock as we look out. And goes Roach, bowls wide of the off stump. And there's no offering there from Pope. Howard Shaw sent us an email. Hello, Howard. I've heard that Jonathan is a little unsure as to why there's a creche set up in the Red Rose Suite where Graham is situated. Well, during the winter, and when the space isn't needed by our members to watch the game, it's used for the Lankeys under-5s arts class. It's a free programme for local parents to bring their young children to as part of Lancashire Cricket Foundation's community programme.
Lovely.
Thank you, Howard, very much indeed. I'll pass that on to Graham. Roach bowls. Oh, and Pope drives and misses at that. Almost took the edge of the bat.
Yeah.
A loose shot. He went at it quite hard. Lucky not to take the edge. Well, isn't that a lovely story?
Yeah. He might knock us up a painting or two when he's up there.
Well, I gather, I'm told that up there, we haven't used it yet, is a games room that's been set up for us.
Oh, is it? Yes, that's right.
It's going to let off some steam.
Yes, bit of table tennis, whiff-waff.
Yeah, and some darts, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think Isha was keen to get some sort of darts tournament up last night.
Oh, okay, lovely, yeah. Well, we might do that.
Right. Can't do it tonight, though. Here's Roach bowling wide of the off stump. And it's ignored by Pope again.
I've got my DJ ready for tonight.
2:58 for 4. Tonight is gourmet night. As you may know, we've been having to kill some time really to make the bubble marginally more interesting. One of us has been elected every test match to provide some food from outside of the bubble.
And you've built yours up tonight, John, you know.
Well,
that.
you've all been building up. I've kept quite quiet about it, but tonight is my night. In goes Roach then, kicking up his heels and bowls, and Pope drives with a pleasant stroke, and it bounces out of the hands that lid off. There it's Chase, who's taking his sun hat off and he's wearing his cap today. 2:58 for 4. I'm a bit concerned that it might be like the Faulty Towers episode of Gourmet Night. You remember that one? Mr. Twitchin.
Yes.
I think it was Mr. Twitchin who had that terrible sort of nervous tick. And duck was off. In fact, we are having duck tonight.
Are we?
Yes, I can reveal that.
Oh.
There's Roach bowling on off stump. Oh, and again beats him.
Beauty.
What a good over that has been
Yeah.
from Kima Roach. Pitching the ball up, and twice there Pope drove and was very lucky.
Full, wasn't it?
To have missed both of them.
Yeah, 2 full deliveries from Roach. Really getting Pope on that front foot.
Yeah.
And, really driving at the ball. Must have been a bit of seam movement, perhaps late seam movement. Let's have a little look. Angled in from Roach. Oh no, just having a go at it early on. Pope perhaps a bit anxious, wanting to get to his ton.
258 for 4. And a ridiculous message has come up there saying the hotel have called a large delivery of baked beans and sliced bread has arrived in the name of J. Agnew. Not the case at all. I was going to go through my little menu actually. So quite pleased with that. I was going to knock this up between commentary stints.
Come on then.
Here's Gabriel starting a new over. The first ball on a good length has turned out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Well, I thought because obviously it is a gourmet night.
Yes.
I can't guarantee silver service down there
Oh, okay.
in the bio zone.
Strange time.
Because again, we're on our tables for one.
Yeah.
So we'll need a little bit of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Possibly. I'm not quite sure how we're going to provide that. But I thought if at least we give people a choice.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
We've got a couple of vegetarians as well.
Yes.
In our mix, but they eat fish.
Yes.
So we haven't got to go for a total veg dish,
No.
as it were.
Okay, well that was lucky.
Yeah. 258 for 4.
That was handy for you.
Gabriel lumbers in from that far end.
Out.
Now he beats the bat.
I thought he'd nicked that, sorry.
So that's what, 8 balls bowled and 3 have gone past the outside edge. Really good start by West Indies, but they haven't yet
Doing a bit.
actually found the edge. But a good ball that moved away.
Yeah.
Butler pushing at it. So I thought, well, look, you're my friends. I've got to go and prepare this.
Yeah.
I have a quick word with the head chef down there this morning. Nice fella.
Did you bring your knives with you?
We've got a bit of a plan. No, see, I haven't got any equipment. I don't think you can bring knives into the bubble.
Perhaps not.
So no, I can't use my own kit.
No.
But I thought, look, we'll do a couple of courses.
Lovely.
So have a choice.
Excellent.
Okay. But I thought to make it simple, but given the fact that I'm going to be commentating at the same time,
Yeah.
a couple of cold starters,
Oh, okay.
some gazpacho.
Lovely. Very nice. Yeah.
Approve of that.
Yes, very much so. Nice and garlicky.
The inside edge, I think there. The pin for leg before wicket, there was a hard sound. And although it looked quite straight, Holder's not interested. I think that just might have flicked the inside edge of Butler's bat. So it's a good start for the West Indies.
Yeah, so you're actually serving us cold tomato soup.
No. You're having gazpacho with some whipped buttermilk.
Oh, lovely. Okay. You doing the whipping?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Yes.
I thought alternatively, look, because someone will say, you're just going to open a can of tomato soup up and give it to us cold, aren't they? Because you like that. You'd let me down. So, a bit of smoked mackerel pate, I thought, with some country bread.
Oh, lovely. Yes. No. Yes.
Do you like the bread warm or?
Well, just slightly warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps a sourdough.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can run to that. In comes Gabriel down the leg side. This one neatly taken
good
by
start, John.
Dulwich.
It's a good start.
Skipping to his left. You happy with that?
Yes. I
Well,
love
good.
mackerel pate.
Excellent. Well then, to accommodate everybody, but also our vegetarian colleagues,
Yes.
I thought, well, what can I do that I can knock up quickly between commentary stints? I thought a bit of salmon and smoked haddock gratin
Oh, lovely.
with some white cabbage kimchi.
Oh, very nice kimchi. Yes.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Well, I thought, it'd be a bit different. So that I'll probably have to do in the stint just before the podcast.
Winding me up
Everything
there.
done. But of course, there has to be an alternative.
Yeah.
In comes Gabriel, hurtling in. Sun out again. He bowls outside the off stump. And Butler plays no strike. So an alternative, I thought, what can I do that I can actually do this during the lunch break, actually, because I haven't got to do the lunch today.
Pre-prepare.
So I can get this in, not pre-prepared,
No.
start the cooking process. So I thought a nice duck confit cassoulet
Oh, lovely, lovely
You all right?
cassoulet.
with the lemon balm salsa, just to...
Lemon balm salsa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That sound all right?
Yeah, it does. Lemon balm salsa. I love a cassoulet. As long as it's plip-plopping. You've got plip-plop, plip-plop with
Oh,
white
okay.
meat. You've got Toulouse sausage in there, perhaps?
Come on. I'll go and check my ingredients.
Well, that sounds excellent, John.
What sausage?
Toulouse sausage, usually in the cassoulet.
Hit on the back.
Oh, I thought it was
Very
giving
late. Well, that was strange. I think
Wow.
Gabriel heard the shout, possibly. But then the umpire put his arm out, and Gabriel there looked so disappointed because this might well have been out. Similar to the one that he got the inside edge to.
Yeah.
It just came back a shade. Butler had planted the front foot. And now the umpire saying
have a
to
look.
Gabriel, I'm sorry, my old mate. But, it's a huge no ball.
Massive.
I mean, it's so big that a modern umpire called it.
Yeah, that must have been 6 to 8 inches.
Yeah, it's massive. It might have been going down. We'll look for the tail on that, but oh dear.
The replay showed that the previous appeal would have been called a no ball as well.
As
the one
well.
that was inside edge.
Well, they've got to call them. But he did call that one. Perhaps they'll show us the technology to see if that was out or not. Gabriel again. Bowls edged and dropped. Dropped by Cornwall at slip. Pope survives. Cornwall's on his hands and knees. That was not a difficult chance. It was just to his left. He caught a beauty yesterday, but I'm afraid he's put a bad one there now. And poor Gabriel, I'm afraid, high dudgeon, is heading for the long grass at fine leg. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. He doesn't want to see anybody. He doesn't want any well-bowled Shannons shouted at him, because that really... it was straight in.
Yeah, it was.
I'm afraid that's a really bad drop.
Yeah, waist high, first slip, didn't really have to move. You should be should be copping hold of those. Yeah, Shannon Gabriel. He's been steaming in for 3 Test matches, and he hasn't had a lot of luck, has he? But there is something happening out there for the West Indies. You've got to be patient. You've got to put that to the back of your mind and keep going.
Yeah.
They're bowling well. They're getting some movement off of this pitch.
There's a very brave reserve West Indian substitute down there who's talking to Gabriel. I think I might be keeping out of his way for a little while. He's handed him a drink.
I think the LB was close, and as you say, that outside edge could cost the West Indies. Got to keep patient.
Well, easy chance that one. Roach moves in and bowls, and Butler turns him into the leg side. Chase for the mid-on fieldsman, making good progress. And back they come for 2. And there'll be lots of replays.
Yeah. Easy, really, wasn't it? I mean, no slip catches easy, but as slip catches go.
I'm not sure that could have been a lot easier, because sometimes when they go absolutely straight in to your waist, your hands can get a little bit caught. This was actually just a little tiny bit to the left. Roach bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. He was on 59. Pope hasn't added to his over 91.
On 91.
Yeah,
that's a let off for Pope. His heart would have been in his mouth as he said, the old head snapped back there, didn't it? He was watching it going all the way to Cornwall at first slip.
Yeah.
Let off.
Poor old Gabriel. He has just given it absolutely everything.
Yeah.
He's mopping his brow down there, mopping on his shirt.
Yeah, that's tough.
Roach again, bowls outside the off stump, full teasing line and length, and it's ignored.
And then we've got dessert.
Oh, you want some puddings? Well, after all that, you want some pudding?
Have we got some pudding?
Well, there's a choice of puddings.
You've done well here, John.
I mean, again, I'd have to nip off and do these. A bit of sweet Sicily cake with duck egg custard, I thought.
Duck egg custard?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got to go and find some ducks, but I mean, that's all I've got to do, so I'm going to do that during the tea break.
There's a lot of duck knocking about, actually, for a cricket game.
So that's one option, as long as I can find the duck eggs. And Roach bowls short outside the off stump. Ignored by Butler, or raspberry almond meadowsweet. So I'll knock that up during tea.
If that comes out, I will be amazed.
It'll be appearing. I think I've asked for 8 for 8.15.
Oh, nice time, yeah. Have a few.
If that suits her.
What about the cheese board, Agus?
There is some cheese, very kindly
man.
supplied by our very good friends at the Lincolnshire Poacher, who actually I handed a load to Isha the other day because I was leaving the bubble. So I hope she hasn't eaten it all. It's roach bowling, and she's pushed down to the mid-off. So there is some, the finest Lincolnshire Poacher cheese.
First class.
Some Leicestershire red, that sort of thing. Of course there's cheese. Hadn't got round to it yet.
Well,
Isha's there. You haven't eaten all my cheese, have you, Isha? You haven't eaten all my cheese, have you? Can't see what she's saying. She'll have to find out in a minute. But she looked guilty for a moment.
Did.
She looked very guilty. A little available. She's done with it all. I guess some great chunks of it. In goes Roach. Bowls outside the off stump. And that's left alone. Taken by Darrich. Good start by the West Indies to an extent in that they've created chances, but Cornwall, I'm afraid, has dropped a comparatively easy catch at slip. Replays are always cruel.
comes with a great reputation for being a slipper as well,
Well, he does,
doesn't he?
and he showed it yesterday.
Yeah, he did with that wonderful catch off the spinner. But he'll be disappointed himself there as well for the big man.
Well, I think if something else goes down off Gabriel, he might just do an Alf Gover and keep running.
Yeah.
Just head straight for the dressing rooms because he's given absolutely everything. No wickets so far.
No. I didn't think he got any in the second test either, did he?
He didn't.
Apart from that
Man of the match to 0. Up he comes, big long strides, and bowls his bowl him.
Oh,
No
well.
arguing about that. No arguing about that. And Pope is out for 91.
Look at
He
that.
hasn't added to his overnight score. He looks back, his off stump is leaning back, and there's a bit of a leg side flick to that. I'm not sure he played it as straight as he might have done. But Shannon Gabriel's broken through. There's no second Test 100 today for Ollie Pope. And looking at that again, yeah, he's playing right across that, isn't he?
Yeah, trying to play that too square.
Yeah.
Looking to play that through mid-wicket, and just there was a gap, wasn't there? Should have perhaps been looking to knock that back down to mid-on. But yeah, Ollie Pope goes for 91. He'll be disappointed. Would have had a bit of a restless night on 91, but Shannon Gabriel deserved that.
Oh,
didn't he?
absolutely.
Yeah, he deserved that. You can see, you can hear him through the microphones.
Yeah.
Through the cans. That you know.
There's almost a shout, if you're not going to catch him, well,
Yeah, I'll have
I'm
to
going to do it.
Yeah.
Do it, just knock the stumps out.
Yeah, deserved that. But well played, Ollie Pope. I think England have found a rather good player in Ollie Pope. I mean,
He'll score lots of runs.
yeah, he will.
Andy.
So only the second time since 1975 that an England batsman has been in the 90s overnight and failed to go on to get 100. Kevin Peterson was 92 not out in Brisbane in November 2006, was out for 92 the next morning. Other than that, the last 23 times an England batsman has been in the 90s overnight, he's gone on to make a century. The previous occasion at home that an England batsman was in the 90s and failed to make 100 was John Edrich at the Oval in 1975, and the last time in a home test an England batsman in the 90s failed to add to his overnight score was Wilfred Rhodes in 1912.
Wow,
What great stats.
good stat.
Well, thank you, Andy.
Got a 1912 out.
That is courtesy of Andrew Sampson's wonderful database.
I'm not sure that'll cheer Ollie Pope up very much.
No, he'll be disappointed.
Yeah, but what a chance now for the West Indies, because Chris Wokes has appeared.
First baller.
He did get a he did. Fortunately, he can't carry king pairs across, but he's got a very angry Gabriel to contend with.
Yeah, yes.
And the light not great again. The cloud has appeared.
Yeah,
Floodlights are on.
I'll be hanging back on this one slightly.
Yes, I think so too. Doesn't bowl many bouncers though, does he?
No, he doesn't.
He's rushing in now. Look at that barrel chested. He goes roaring in and bowls to Wokes, who gets a full ball on the off stump. So he plays gently to mid-on, quite straight. He did. Absolutely hurtled in there.
He's steaming in.
Well, good on him. But like any fast bowler will know, you look at that batting lineup to come now, you think, oh, I could get a little 3 or 4 for here.
Yeah. Mop up the tail.
Yeah. I'm afraid that the more you look at Pope's shot, it was a really poor shot.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing he brings to his batting is that sort of looking to score off every ball. But as you say, he was trying to play that much too square.
He gave himself no chance, really.
Not really. No, not really.
262 for 5. Gabriel again rushes in, bowls, and that's punched straight into the stumps by Wokes. And that's been uprooted. And now they're going for a quick single.
Kick it off.
This is all very exciting. He middled that.
He did.
And he's ripped one of the stumps out of the ground there. Funnily enough, the other bail is still on. So
clean.
Not sure how that's happened quite, but there's one bail that's scattered. There's a stump lying absolutely flat.
That was a good shot.
It was a very good shot, absolutely out of the middle of the bat.
Oh, it's just flicked his pad.
Did he get a little bit of pad on it?
No, yeah. Sorry, Ollie Pope.
Pope's, yeah.
Yeah, just flicked a pad and then pegged back the off stump.
Yeah. So Butler, with his eyes on 100, he's got a way to go yet. He's 59. He's ready for the fired up Gabriel. They're taking one slip out. He's in the covers. A few taps at the ground there, bat raised. And he sees Gabriel roaring in the bowls to him, and that's on the off stump, pushed away out to cover. And there's no run. What's the speed? 88. He's cranking it up.
Yeah.
Pope's innings 91 from 150 balls, 11 fours. The partnership was 140 with Butler in 41.3 overs. It's Pope's second highest Test score and his first half century in England.
How many balls did he face this morning?
It was the 8th ball he faced that got him out. He played and missed twice and edged to the slip once.
Yeah, they bowled well at him this morning.
No, they have. 263 for 5. 2 balls remain in this Gabriel over. Light a bit brighter. In he comes, bowls to Butler, who's hit that in the air, but safely and crisply too, through mid-wicket. And that'll go for 4. This is just slowing up, mind you. Is he going to go for 4? It's just teased the fielder and trickles into the boundary edge. Legacy, I think, of the overnight rain. But, Gabriel drifting onto the leg stump again, bowling up full length. And Butler played that very firmly through mid-wicket. Reminder that video clips, of course, you can watch on the BBC Sport website and the app. See what's been going on. It's been a lively 20 minutes, this.
It has.
And the sun's out again. As Gabriel's got his hands on his hips. Cornwall, I suspect, he'll feel relieved that the man he dropped has gone, but he'll still be cross that he dropped it in the first place. Gabriel sucks in some air, pauses for a moment, and then there's nothing subtle about this. It's just a rush to the crease, and he's there now and bowls, and Butler comes forward, plays that virtually straight into the stumps again at the far end, and there's no run. So 20 minutes gone. 267 for 5. England have lost Pope, but Butler remains on 63. Wokes has 1. More thoughts from Phil Tufnell. Then Ishagu is coming in for the first time today.
Well, I'm looking forward to that dinner, John. I mean, that sounds first class. First class. Looking forward to that. Yeah, Ollie Pope, 150 deliveries, 91 ones. Bit disappointed. He'll be unbuckling the old, buckles, unvelcroing the pads in the dressing room. He got a couple of pats on the back from his skipper as he walked up, but he'll be disappointed. But they have bowled well this morning. Isha, good morning.
Yeah, been a fascinating first 20 minutes or so. Lots happening. Lights are on here at Old Trafford. There's a gentle breeze blowing across the ground. See the flags blowing above the pavilion as Kemar Roach is just at the top of his mark. And he's got 2 slips in a gully, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, and a man down at fine leg as he runs away now towards Chris Wokes, who leaves outside the off stump. England 267 for 5. And I was listening this morning. That is an ambitious dinner, isn't it?
Is he winding us up?
I think we're going to have to get a camera in the kitchen just to check that he's doing it all himself.
I don't know whether to
Aren't we,
believe John
Tuppers?
there.
Yeah.
Do you reckon he is, or do you reckon he's messing about? I reckon he's messing about.
Definitely messing about as Roach pushes away. He hustles in now, bowls to Wokes, who pushes to extra cover off the front foot. No run.
Well, if that is the case, I don't know what I'm going to do for my one. Crikey.
The pressure is on.
Whoa. Well, I'm
pressure
looking
is
forward
on.
to it tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
There won't be much cheese available, though.
You've been nibbling away.
I have.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
a bit of a cheese fiend.
Oh, yeah.
But that is his fault for handing it to me when he left for
yeah.
a couple of days.
You've been nibbling.
I was in my room nibbling. There's Roach approaches the crease now. Bowls to Wokes, who flashes at one outside the off stump, misses it, beats the edge, goes through to Darrich, keeps that slip cordon interested.
Big old waft out.
A lot of gardening being done on the surface now here at Old Trafford.
Well, similar to the second test, it is seeming about a little bit this morning. So England sort of will have half an eye on that as well, especially the bowlers. If you get it in the right areas, there is just a little bit of movement.
Roach bowls now to Wokes on the back foot, defending to the offside. It's got a beige, kind of grey feel. The pitch, grey marks either end. I liken it to, you've used a bit of pencil and a piece of paper and you've tried to rub it out. That's the sort of grey I'm talking about. As Roach will receive the ball from mid-off.
What are they called when you put those things down on sort of, and you rub over them, sort of in churches and things like that?
As Roach bowls now, Wokes allows it to pass.
Brass rubbing.
Brass rubbing.
Yeah.
Brass rubbing. Brass rubbings. Well done, Andy, there.
Yeah, that's what kids used to do before PlayStations, isn't it? Brass rubbing.
That's why I had absolutely no recollection of what you were on about.
There used to be a brass rubbing centre in Tunbridge Wells where I grew up. I think it later became a nightclub and then a public toilet. I've got the chronology of that wrong.
Speaking of which, I was alerted to a game last night, Tuffers'
Yes.
Roach bowls to...
Oh!
it's chopped on! Wokes has chopped on! It's a good length delivery, but nothing really to it. It was outside the off stump. Wokes looking to play back and push it to the offside, and with an angled bat, that off stump is out of the ground, and the West Indies come together now. It's been a good start for them this morning, and Wokes hangs his head. He is full of frustration.
Oh, yeah. Short of a length just outside of the off stump. Just trying to sort of get up on his toes and punch that through sort of cover point, but just gets the bottom of the bat. Perhaps didn't bounce quite as much as he thought and dragged it on. Made a mess of the stumps, that's for sure. Chris Wokes goes for one.
That's 200 wickets for Kemar Roach in Test cricket.
Well done, Kemar Roach.
Congratulations.
The first West Indian to reach that mark since Curtly Ambrose back in the 90s.
And he's in some good company there. I had a look at that this morning. Walsh, Ambrose, Holding, you know. Some proper boys there.
Yeah.
Lance Gibbs, of course, the off spinner. Yeah.
It's an incredible group of players that he's just joined.
Yeah.
As Don Bess now strides out to the middle.
Yeah.
Short sleeve jumper. Quite long, actually. It's hanging over his trousers. That was the end of the over, so Gabriel will continue from the James Anderson end. 267 for 6 then.
Yeah.
England, they've lost a couple of wickets this morning, so onus on Joss Buttler. Very much so, having scored 50 yesterday.
Yep.
And a man who probably feels the pressure himself to really capitalise on the platform that he's laid. Last 50 came at the Oval last summer, and he was in a great position there in the Ashes, actually, to go on and get a century. But
might have to start playing a few shots. We did talk about this sort of tail, didn't we? And everyone being one too high. They sort of got away with it a bit, England, with that wonderful partnership yesterday. But might have to get a quick 30 or 40 here.
Gabriel runs towards us now on an angle. 2 slips in the gully. Butler back and across. Drives to extra cover. No run. Really does stay hit, doesn't it, when Butler times it like that.
I wouldn't fancy being extra there. He's absolutely crunched that. Full length delivery. I might have been getting the boot on that one. Ooh, felt
Just
that.
something. Turn your back. Get a bit of something on it.
Or dive a bit late or over it. Sorry. Yeah, he's absolutely...
Sydney Harbour.
Yeah, timed that beautifully.
Don Bess standing at the non-striker's end. Looking down the track at Joss Buttler, who is still in his crease. Gabriel shuffles forwards. Here he comes now, past the umpire, bowls. Butler pulls. Darrich dives to his left as it bounces in front of him, stops it from going all the way to the boundary. So I think he did get something on it, maybe just an under edge or something as it came through.
There they are, the leading wicket takers: Curtly Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, Malcolm Marshall, Lance Gibbs, Joel Garner, Michael Holding, Gary Sobers, Andy Roberts, Kemar Roach, Wes Hall. That is serious attack.
That leaves you trembling when you're walking out to bat, Tuffers.
It does. And there's a little spinner. Lance Gibbs has just nipped in there as well, which is nice, you see. There is a point for us. We are here for a reason.
You are appreciated.
Yes.
Phil. You are.
There is one there.
Butler pulls this one, and he has timed this to perfection. It's just a stand and deliver sort of shot, just bangs it into the pitch, Gabriel. But it sits up for Butler nicely as he moves to 67. It goes out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 271 for 6.
God, did you hear that crack? As I said, didn't particularly get up. It was just a short ball, really, which was then pulled beautifully. All the time in the world there, Joss Buttler just, as you say, stand and deliver. Rolled the wrists on it, flew away.
So this word, this game,
What's this?
that I was alerted
yes.
to last night.
Yes.
And I'm going to need some help, actually, because I'm in charge of games night tomorrow night.
Yes, I know.
I've been having to think of some ideas of how we're going to do it.
Yeah.
But we were chatting last night about different games that we used to play. Which at me?
Sorry?
Which at me?
Bless you.
Gabriel bowls to Butler, who pushes forwards and defends, and it's another no ball. Michael Gough signalling, right arm raised.
Which Apney?
Yeah.
Which Apney? No,
No?
that one, no. Go on.
Andy?
No, Andy's still on brass ribbons.
Which Apney?
Yeah.
Go on.
I don't know.
We might need Alison Mitchell to come and
Go on, then.
describe what it is. I've got no idea.
Oh, okay.
So she was telling me what it was, and
Oh,
I've
okay.
never heard of it.
No,
Thought it
me
was
neither.
Wasn't it a county outground where Lancashire played games in the 1880s?
So, oh, well, I'm going to have to find out.
Okay.
All will be revealed next time I'm...
So that's Ali's input,
Yeah,
is it? Which
yeah,
Apney?
Yeah.
Okay.
I swear you were there as well. Were you not there when we were talking about it?
No.
Oh,
I would
okay.
remember which Apney. I've got a dodgy knee, but
Maybe I just wrote it down wrong and the autocorrect
What are
came
you
into
talking
play. It's
about?
Gabriel Bowles. Edged, caught by Holder, diving to his left. That is a great catch. Butler is out. That is brilliant from the West Indies. And Gabriel is on fire this morning. He is creating opportunities. And now it's Butler that has to go for 67, 272 for 7. And a really good catch. He had to get low to that one, to his left.
Oh,
He
yeah,
takes
great
it
catch.
just above the ground.
Great catch.
And then rolls forwards.
Brilliant. Brilliant, because it was travelling as well, as you say, absolutely steaming in Gabriel. I think it was a bit miffed at that drop catch and the no ball that thudded into the pad, but he's running through this England lower order. And they haven't, how many runs they scored this morning?
So 14 for 3 wickets this morning.
Yeah, absolutely flying through them, and not a lot to come now. Broad and Anderson won't be too comfortable up there. I think you'd say that Archer's got to swing a few away and Don Bess here, or they might not get the 300. Bowled beautifully here, the West Indies. Bit of a point to prove. We said this morning, didn't we, that they would have been disappointed with that last session that they played. They just let England get away from them, but they've obviously had a bit of a talking to, I think, and they've come out strong this morning.
Just looking at Gabriel through this series, and Crickviz have an expected wickets metric, where based on what the ball does, they work out the percentage likelihood of each ball taking a wicket, like expected goals you might have seen on Match of the Day.
Yeah.
And the highlights of Gabriel, although he didn't take a wicket in the last test, was quite unlucky. His expected wickets were 3.41.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever took 0.41 of a wicket, Tuffers,
Wow,
but so and he didn't take a single wicket, and before the first wicket in this game, he was up already over 1.5 expected wickets. Now, there's always a bit of natural variation, but it does suggest he had been a bit unlucky, even though he hadn't struck before this superb spell this morning.
Yeah, he's on it this morning, the big lad, steaming in.
He's got a towel hanging out the back of his trousers. Shannon Gabriel is hands on hips now, as stands at the top of his mark, and Jofra Archer is out in the middle for England, rejoining the team.
It's a great catch, Ishii, there. That's
Excellent
low
catch.
for a big man. He's absolutely taken that off his bootlaces.
Just looking at his celebration as well, he enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He really enjoyed that one.
Well, they're getting themselves back into this test match this morning, aren't they?
Yeah. So Jofra, Norton 23 in the first test match of the series, missed out in the last one. Had to watch it from his balcony, and now he stands facing up to the Trinidadian. Gabriel bowls to Archer down the leg side. Archer just swaying out the way of that one, lifting his bat and allowing it to go past. So naturally, I'm sure there'll be a few words. The Barbadian contingent to Jofra. A bit of rivalry there as he sits on his bat and looks out to the leg side boundary. There's a man positioned at square leg and down on the fine leg boundary, wideish mid on the leg side, 3 slips in the gully on the off, point and an extra cover.
It's a good ball, that. Not a lot Josh Butler could do. Perhaps could have been a little bit farther forward, but you know, that was hitting the top of off stump, just moved away, got the outside edge.
Archer, inside edges, nearly onto the stumps.
Oh, wasn't
Stops in the middle of the pitch as he comes through. Don Bess now. And that is another no ball.
Don Bess actually wasn't looking. He turned back and was walking away. He was walking back to the crease. He thought that had just gone somewhere else. wasn't even looking there, Don Bess. He was looking completely the other way, and Jofra Archer got about halfway down the track. I went, oi, what are you doing? Look.
He was. He was. I have no idea where he was looking then.
No.
The umpire. He was. I think he'd heard the no ball
Yes,
called and then
perhaps.
was looking around. But you can still run off a no ball, Dom.
Yeah, miles away, wasn't he? Miles away.
274 for 7 then, England. And Gabriel is really firing them in.
Oh, another big no ball, massive no ball. That's
that's about 5 inches, isn't it?
Well, yeah, even bigger, I think. Yeah, it's huge no ball. You've got to call them as an umpire. Wow.
He's got his tail up, Gabriel, as he runs towards Don Bess, who cuts.
Shot.
And it flies between third slip and gullet and point, and it goes down to the boundary.
Yeah.
So we'll pick up 4. England will move to 278 for 7. And that is the end of the over. Bess on 4 and Archer on 1.
Well, it's all going on this morning,
It is.
isn't it?
All sorts.
Saturday morning at Old Trafford, stumps flying, catches dropped and taken. Really good cricket this morning. Enjoying it.
Butler's innings 67 from 142 with 7 fours and 2 sixes.
So this game's night. So
Yeah, what are
we-
the other
so
ones?
we've just discovered, we didn't realise this in the second test, but there is a room
Yes,
for
that's right.
us
That's right.
with a dance board and a table tennis table.
Yep.
And I was thinking about round robin, but then I thought it might get a bit hectic with everyone being so close to each other.
Yes, well, yes.
So then I thought maybe pairs. So everyone's in pairs as Roach runs towards Jofra Archer now. 2 slips in the gully,
Oh, that's
beats the
beauty.
edge. Bit of lift off the surface as well from Roach outside the off stump. Good length. He knows how good it was as he looks at the umpire.
Right, I've got to go, Ish.
Oh. Okay, well, we'll have to continue this conversation later.
Pairs.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking pairs
Okay, great.
for our games night tomorrow night. For those just tuning in, I've been entrusted to look after it as Roach stands at the top of his mark, facing fellow Barbadian. In he comes now, bowls. Again beats the edge. Again, it's a beautiful delivery. Line and length bowling. Just outside the off stump. It nips away as Archer leans forwards and then pulls his bat inside. And in steps a fairly relaxed and happy Carlos Brathwaite this morning.
Beaming.
What a start from your team.
Yeah, it's everything you would have asked for. Being disciplined, challenging the technique of the batters, being patient. They've been rewarded. I guess Cornwall and the overstepping of Shannon would have been the few blots in the copybook, but they've been fantastic.
Another slip goes in as Roach bowls to Archer, who fends one away, backward a point. He'll come through for 1, we'll push the 2 as it's collected by point, throwing the ball in now. He moves to 3, 280 for 7. And all of a sudden, the West Indies right back in this. Well, we thought there might be a bit more rain affected and truncated today, but blue skies above, there's a few grey clouds dotted around, but there's a nice breeze blowing across. And we should get a full day's play.
Looks like a good day for Test cricket. Cool enough that the Pacers can run in for extended period. Just hot enough that the wicket takes a beating. Yeah, and we've had some excitement and some entertainment.
Archer taps his bat. Now stands still. Edges and caught. Jason Holder takes another good catch low down. Probably a little bit more straightforward. But Kemar Roach is really accelerating as he bowls this delivery. He's now got 4 in this innings as it's hand slaps all around. Jofra Archer will walk back to the pavilion. A delivery that just seemed on impact. And the West Indies really getting through this England lineup. 280 for 8 now.
Yeah, Jofra gone 3 of 6 balls. 280 for 8. You always thought the West Indies were never out of it. I'd be honest and say I didn't expect a burst quite like this morning, but the fact that they kept themselves in the game the way they did is a testament now to the position that they have been in post this dramatic burst early morning, and they need to get a bit greedy now. You want them all out under 300. There's 20 runs away if you can get the final 2 wickets. You don't want many nuisance runs from the tail. Use your momentum and take that straight into your batting innings.
A few side shuffles from Stuart Broad as he now approaches Don Bess. Towers above him, arm guard on, and will stride out to the middle. Kemar Roach looking in some really good rhythm this morning, looking like he's flying through. It's a great place to be as a bowler when the ball is doing a bit off the surface. You're getting your rewards, as you say. Just a couple more balls left of this over, and then I'll be handing over to Daniel Norcross. As Roach will start immediately around the wicket. It's something he has really improved upon, bowling to left-handers in the last couple of years. His average against them is pretty impressive. So against someone else who's pretty good at it, Stuart Broad, who just rehearses a couple of shots. I was talking about our games night tomorrow night. So darts board, table tennis. I was thinking we all need to get into pairs.
What?
And for the darts board, I'm thinking just around the clock. So as soon as you hit a number, onto the next person, but you're doing it within pairs. And then on the table tennis, you're playing to 10 maybe. But I'd love to hear what other people think, what we can do tomorrow night. I want some suggestions.
PlayStation?
No, not allowed, as Roach bowls his first ball to Broad, who's up on his toes and playing that past short leg. Comes through for 1. And the score 281 for 8. One more ball left of this over, Andy.
England lost those 4 wickets in the space of 22 legitimate balls. There are a couple of no balls from Gabriel for just 18 runs. So yeah, over the last 4 overs, last ball of there's been 4 wickets, 3 fours, and 2 no balls. So good highlights package already.
Which you can watch tonight at 7:15 p.m. on BBC Two. Yeah, it has been an eventful morning. Plenty of action, plenty of drama. It's all gone in favour of the West Indies, but they have bowled beautifully. So Don Bess, who's on 4, will face up to this final ball from Roach. Here he comes, he bowls. Bess plays it ably to mid-wicket off the front foot. There's the end of the over. A few more thoughts from you, Carlos, and then it will be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, I'm very pleased for Kemar. 4 for 61 thus far. We'd love him to go on and get the final 2 wickets, or at least get 1 and get a fifer. I think the beauty of it is coming into this series having gone in Afghanistan wicketless, first test wicketless as well. He always put in an honest shift. He always kept a smile on his face. He had Ben Stokes dropped in Southampton, and you could always see that he was bowling with a plan. He believed in that plan. He's now brought the rewards, and I couldn't be more pleased for him, just for the sheer dedication and belief that he's shown over the course of the 3 tests so far.
It has been a brilliant, brilliant morning for the West Indies. There are so many highlights to it. I think Holder's catch to get rid of Butler. You know, he's 6'7", 6'8". This is the 3rd back-to-back test. He's captain. He's bowled numerous overs, and he's plucked the ball an inch off his toes. Shows great nimbleness, fitness, acuity. There's been the dropped catch from Raheem Cornwall that we didn't expect. As Gabriel comes in, start a new over to Stuart Broad, who nudges this into the onside. And Gabriel brilliantly dives to his left in his follow-through to prevent an easy run. The ball was just dribbling quite slowly, but Gabriel, who's also bowled a whole bunch of overs in this series in these back-to-back tests, somehow dived to his left, swooped, got it, and prevented a run. West Indies are really, really on it today. For England, it turns out that Ollie Pope was fallible after all. He offered that chance to Cornwall, which was dropped, and then was bowled by actually probably the most mundane dismissal of the day, really. A sort of straight ball, and he played across the line of it and castled him. He didn't quite look his sharp self like he did yesterday. Buttler played a couple of beautiful shots before he was splendidly caught. Wokes played a fabulous straight drive before getting out. As Broad gets up on his toes, pushes into the onside, they're going through for a quick single. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. It is very well backed up. Doesn't hit the stumps. Broad gets through for his single. Looking to get Bess on strike, obviously. Yes, Wokes played a really crisp straight drive that struck the stumps at the other end, got off the mark with that, but was then bowled chopping on. And there was a time, you know, when Jonathan Agnew wanted him to open the batting. Is that another no ball, you say?
Another one, yep.
We've had they presumably checked the no balls for the wickets, didn't they? Someone's checked those.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah.
Somewhere without us seeing. Because
But I hope that Shannon Gabriel dive makes the highlight package for today at the
Yeah.
Test. I hope it does.
it wasn't so much a swoop, was it?
No, it wasn't a swoop. And he did it. And he's dumb on it. He's held it first time as well. And
3 slips in a gully as Bess faces up. Drives a full toss, square of the wicket, off the outside half of his bat. It's running down towards wide backward point. I think Bess wants 3, but Broad's not run the first 2 particularly quickly, so they will settle for a brace. 285 for 8. It's been all action today, 4 wickets going down, and there hasn't been a change in the bowlers. It's just been Gabriel and Roach. How much more have they got in the tank? They'll want to wrap up this tail now. Roach will want 5 for Gabriel, be eyeing a couple of wickets down the order. Let's take a look at this field. There's no short leg in. There is a deep backward square leg, and now Point has gone out to the, not quite the boundary. He's in about 25 yards from the boundary behind square with 4 balls left. I think they're happy to bowl to Broad, and I think they ought to be happy to bowl to anybody at the moment. They're bowling a very full length. They're getting the ball to move, and they've had the England batsmen in all sorts of trouble today. Here is Gabriel, full driven by Bess. Well, check driven really into the offside. It's picked up and covers.
yeah, I think
There's no run.
I think that deep point is more run-saving position. The last thing you want is Bess and Broad to get a few streaky boundaries and you cross 300, and then all of a sudden, instead of making 295, they're up at 315, 325. So I think that's more safe too, if you do get a little squirt away down to third man or backward point, and stop a boundary. Not a bad field, to be honest. I thought they would have done it a lot earlier, but they've been so good with ball in hand that they didn't need to.
Well, that's where Bess has scored. He hasn't got many runs, he's got 6, but he's scored most of them through backward point, hasn't he? That carve down to the boundary, and then that couple early on in this over. Here is Gabriel into Bess, full ball, and defends resolutely to Brathwaite in the sort of, I don't know, extra cover mid-off. He's close in, saving one. It's that indeterminate. I can't quite decide what I want to call him. He's between mid-off and extra cover.
My captain in Ireland will call that stump line. Crease line, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, crease line. Just get extra cover, get him in the wicket, get crease line, save a single.
Well, it's perfect. There's a sort of wide-ish, I suppose, the crease line on the onside as well. They're kind of perfectly symmetrical, aren't they? Now another fielder's come out of the slips and has come into a more conventional extra cover. And now we have a sort of slightly wider mid-off as Gabriel is in to Bess. And Bess gets all tucked up and turned round by Dowrich. Appeals more in hope than expectation. The ball squirts into the offside. It's picked up at gully. There's no run. 1 ball remains in the 94th over. And fans of Stuart Broad's batting, there is a Twitter handle that's called "Is Stuart Broad Batting?" That's all it is. And it tweets out, "Stuart Broad is currently not batting." And then it tweets out, "Stuart Broad is currently batting." So fans of Stuart Broad's batting, in a moment, as long as Bess doesn't get a single off this ball, get the opportunity to see him. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Gabriel gets to the top of his mark from the James Anderson end, running in towards us with 2 slips in a gully to Don Bess. And Bess cuts at this, and he'll get a single. I'm afraid Stuart Broad is batting, but he won't be facing as Bess gets a single. Just dabbing that ball down to that half-deep backward point position. And he'll keep strike. He has 7 from 7 deliveries, Broad 2 from 3. England, who started the day on 258 for 4 with great hopes of building a big partnership or building on that big partnership between Ollie Pope and Jos Buttler. Well, both overnight batsmen have been removed by Shannon Gabriel, and Kemar Roach has done for Wokes and Archer. So England have lost 4 wickets in adding just 28 runs in, is it 8.2 overs?
Correct.
So haven't had many overs, have we, in 50 minutes? But I suppose you don't when you lose 4 wickets.
That's
I mean,
true.
8.2 is possibly pushing it.
There's an extra 4 balls of no balls as well, so
Oh, right. So we'll call it
9
9.
overs.
9.
in real terms.
Well, 9 overs, 4 wickets.
I would have liked to see Shannon be a bit more street smart for that last ball. Not only was the point back, but Kemar would, I think, prefer to bowl to left-handed broad. Just stick a short ball down the leg side. If he hooks at it in gloves, if the keeper, you have a wicket. If he ducks, then short broad is on strike. He faces Kemar Roach and his 1 less run. He just went normal down the channel and he got a single.
Roach is into Bess, who comes forward, the defence, and pushes it up to mid-on. It's fielded, and there's no run. So in case there also perhaps for Holder to bring in that deep point. I suppose that there is the concern about conceding runs, but you know, if you want to bowl to Broad, Broad will give you chances as a general rule.
But I think in that situation, you probably want the bowler to use his
Yeah.
smarts and go short. Yeah. You don't want that going for 4 and nothing ball and nothing shot, and you get 4 for it.
Roach in again. Bess again defends very solidly up to mid-on again. There's no run. We've got 2 slips in a gully, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep point is much the same field as it was for Gabriel, and a long leg. I'm dwelling slightly on the number of overs that have been bowled, not to excoriate the West Indies for their over rate, but just to see how much is left in the Gabriel and Roach tank. And frankly, there's enough. They've been bowling for 52 minutes, but it's not like having Rakeem Cornwall at the other end bowling an over in 1 minute 40 and then having to turn around and do it all over again as Roach comes into Bess, who carves at a wide ball outside the off stump, misses it. It goes through to the keeper, Dowrich, and there is no run. The West Indies, you would think, will be batting well before lunch. This game has advanced very rapidly from where we were overnight, and that's probably no bad thing for the series, because we'd anticipated poor weather today, but there's sort of more, it feels, certainty about poor weather on Monday. So the game, and we want to see a series winner out of this, I think. Roach is in. Best defends easily enough. A full ball up to mid-off. There's no run. It needs to get a bit of a hurry on. I think we're going to have moderately handy overhead conditions throughout the day as well. So for you, what's been the difference in the way the Windies have bowled in this 50 minutes from the way, you know, there was quite a lot of criticism about the way they bowled after tea yesterday. Is it about their lengths? Is it just ball doing a little bit more? It's a newer ball, of course, as Roach is in. Ball flicked away off the pads by Bess. They've run 1. He's going to come back for so he's thinking of a second, but he's turned down by Broad. So Broad will be facing after that leg by. And the score advances by 1 to 287 for 8.
I think they got the tactics wrong after tea. I would have preferred for spinner to be bowling from one end, whether it was Chase or Cornwall, and allow the bowlers to rotate in shorter spells. They would have been a bit weary, and then they just got stuck. They tried the odd short ball, which was pleasing, but you never felt after tea as though they had the conviction of today and of previous times in the day and when they would have bowled. It was also the intent by Pope and Butler. Oftentimes you can blame the bowling unit.
Roach is in round the wicket, the left-handed Broad, who pulls at this classic Broad, hit high in the air of a deep mid-wicket. Now that might be 6. It's landed on the sponge, and indeed the umpire has signalled 6. It was an absolutely classic Broad shot. He cleared the right leg. It was a short ball, and he just swung at it high over deep mid-wicket, and it landed, I think, right on the boundary sponge, that one. And the umpire was very quick to signal 6. He's got very good eyesight. And that is the end of the over. 293 for 8, England. Just having a little look at this. He very much admires that shot, Broad, doesn't he? Plays it, admires it, punches gloves with Bess. Sorry, Carlos, you were saying.
He climbed into that one. Yeah, I felt yesterday evening after tea they didn't have the conviction of the first and second session. They kind of let the game drift a bit, but you have to give credit to Pope and Butler. Remember, I think Roston got a wicket, and then Jason Holder brought himself on the matchup with him and Butler, which is fine. It didn't quite work out, and then as the session went on, Pope took control, Butler got settled. So then by the time the spin came on, Butler was in, Pope was accelerating through the gears, and it was a good partnership. You just have to hold your hand up sometimes and say, well played.
Gabriel starts a new over. So the right-handed Bess. And Bess drives down to backward point, squirting away off the outside half of his bat and sort of well away from his body. It's a wide full ball and he'll get a single. 294 for 8. Bess has 8. Broad has 8. A lot of 8s. And Broad will now be facing. Andy, I just want to set you a quick task. There's a sort of perception that Broad gets out to the short ball, but is it mostly the full ball that gets him? It's the short ball that he sort of gets softened up by?
Well, yes, he gets bowled out a lot recently. And he has had a slight resurgence. He finished the South Africa series with 8 not out in the second innings at Cape Town, and 43 in Johannesburg. He had 11 not out in the last test here in Manchester, already 8 not out here. And his batting form over the previous few years had been absolutely terrible, averaging under 10 in his previous 47 tests, I think, before that sequence, having averaged 29 in his first 40 test matches.
Thank you. It's almost like you had that ready, as Gabriel is in full, nibbled at by Broad, missed, and then Broad does a little bit of the Steve Smith leave after that, which is...
It'd be interesting to see if he takes on Shannon, not only because of the pace. Oh, and he's outside leg. He's far outside leg.
It's his, isn't he?
But the side he's hitting to is also a lot bigger, albeit with the wind. So
there's no deep mid-wicket though, Carlos, is there? I mean, you would think...
I don't think he'll be getting Shannon that straight. I think he'll be going fine leg and behind square at 85, 87 miles an hour. It'd be good to get it in front of square.
When he did, his trigger movement was definitely towards square leg, wasn't it?
Short leg needs to go back a bit.
A lot of batsmen are batting on middle and off, while Stuart Broad is batting outside leg at the moment, as Gabriel is in, round the wicket to him, and he's thick inside edge, and it's gone very, very fine, down towards the boundary. It's going to be picked up by Roach, and they'll just get a single. It's good work from Roach, has to make ground to his left to cut that off, prevent the 4. Broad picks up another single, goes to 9. England 295 for 8. It was a wild swing to a full ball, and the inside edge narrowly missed the leg stump. Broad is batting very much square on ultimately. His feet are pointing down the wicket and his bat is aiming towards deep mid-wicket.
You'd be surprised sometimes this method could actually work. You get 2 inside edges, an outside edge over, slip, all of a sudden you're up to 20, 25, and then all the good fielders move out to the slips and they go out to all parts of the boundary.
If there are any young cricketers watching now, I don't think it's recommended technique, as Gabriel is into Bess. He gets up on his toes and pushes away to backward point nicely in that arc. His wagon wheel at the moment has got one very, very thick spoke that goes through backward point as Bess. And he goes with that to 9. Broad and Bess both on 9. 296 for 8. We're coming up to the end of the first hour of the day's play. England having started on 258 for 4. They've added 38 runs in 10.2 overs. They've lost those 4 wickets. The overnight batsman, Pope, bowled by Gabriel for 91. Butler caught brilliantly by Holder off Gabriel for 67. Archer by Wokes first, bowled off the inside edge by Roach for 1, and Archer caught by Holder for 3. 296 for 8. Here is Gabriel round the wicket. The left-handed Broad drives nicely through extra cover. So running up towards the boundary, it might actually get there. It's a slow outfield. We had a lot of overnight rain, but it does, and it brings up England's 300. And with that, Broad goes into double figures. He moves to 13. That was a lovely shot. He actually stayed leg side of the ball, but it was full, and he timed it beautifully.
I tell you what, these are some nuisance runs that Broad is scoring.
It's just beginning to irritate you now, these runs.
There's at this point in time, really laughs become groans, and you all of a sudden start to think about, should I move the short leg, and are there too many slips in? He's doing a good job.
I wouldn't want to be at short leg to Broad, just because, you know, that he might offer you that catch, but you also feel if he does connect.
I guess most batsmen, you need to watch your toes as he's triggering back and away as opposed to back and across.
He's 2 pitch widths away and dead square is short leg as Gabriel comes in over the wicket this time to Broad and works this quite nicely up to mid-on, but there'll be no run at the end of the over. England 300 for 8 at the end of that first hour. Drinks will come onto the field. Broad on 13, Bess on 9. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. So, are you leaving us too? It looks like Carlos is leaving us too. Andy, that has been a relatively spectacular morning. Have you got any statistical wizardry that helps to illustrate the frenetic madness of the last hour?
Oh, no, I was looking up the Stuart Broad stats for you.
Yes.
He's since the start of the 2016 English summer, he's averaged 4.5 against half volleys from pace bowlers.
Really?
Also been out 3 times to Yorkers, but also struggled against the bouncer 11 times, averaged 16 against the bouncer, but definitely vulnerable to full deliveries in a way that he wasn't early in his career, and he was one of the best lower order batsmen in Test cricket over a prolonged period.
Just a reminder that you can see video highlights of what has been a hugely exciting Test play so far. We've got plenty more hours of it on the BBC Sport website and app. Also, if you fancy checking out what is going on in the Roses so-called friendly, there's commentary on the BBC Sport website now with Kevin Howells, Scott Reed and Jonathan Doidge. If you want to know the score, Yorkshire 337 for 5 declared yesterday. Lancashire batting today, and a man who has a foot in both camps has just come to join us. Born in Lancashire but played for Yorkshire. Michael Vaughan is back with us, and his thoughts on what has been a frenetic, exciting and wonderful first hour of the day for the West Indies, and then I shall make way for Simon Mann.
Yeah, they've been outstanding. The Lems catching's been good. Back in the contest. But this is a little bit of a worrying partnership for Jason Holder, because Stuart Broad's come out there playing some nice strokes. England have just got to 300. What we've seen it do already in the first hour. Don't know if it's just got a little bit quicker, or the West Indies have just bowled better. The edges have been travelling through to the slip cordon, which would encourage the likes of Broad, Anderson, Archer, Chris Wokes. Just on that Roses bat, I think Alex Davis, the opening batsman for Lancashire, was out first ball. So you have a 4-month wait, and then you get, I'm sure it was a decent delivery from Matthew Fisher, caught behind. I'm afraid that's the game.
Yeah, the vicissitudes of the game of cricket. But of course, you know, if you can stay in, you can bat all day. That's
yes, you can.
That's the other side of it.
Yep.
And into the next day as well. Right, play's about to resume after the drinks break. It's 300 for 8. Broad playing a few shots. Tremendous blow for 6 over mid-wicket. Bess has played 1-2 shots as well. And a useful partnership developing. They put on 20 so far. West Indies desperately hoping it doesn't turn into something like 40 or 50 and get this job done as quickly as they possibly can. 2 slips in the gully. Here's Roach looking for his 5th wicket, moves in now and bowls to Bess, and Bess plays very quietly in defence, calmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. West Indies, the noise level out there this morning is noticeable. Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. You've missed 1 ball after the drinks break, a defensive shot from Dom Bess to Kemar Roach, who's taken 4 wickets. He's moved past 200 in Test cricket this morning in a brilliant first half an hour or so for West Indies. Roach goes in, bowls to Bess. It's full. Bess blocks it into the onside, goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Pope out for 91, Butler for 67, Wokes for 1, Archer for 3. Just looking at Wokes' dismissal. He's not had a great series with the bat. He actually did pretty well to get the ball onto his stumps from where it was. It was so wide. He couldn't believe it, had to drag himself away. And that was Roach's 200th Test wicket, and he I didn't feel embarrassed about it, but it wasn't the greatest ball to give you a 200 Test wicket, but they all count. They're in the book. This is Roach moving in now. Bowls to Bess, who's squared up by that thick outside edge. Though gets a single. Bess is looking for 2. I have to say at the moment it's a bit more fun when Stuart Broad's on the strike.
Yeah.
So quite nice just to keep it to 1, see what Broad's got up his sleeve.
Well, the West Indies have gone to full or short to Stuart Broad. They've not bowled many to hit the top of off stump, which has brought them all the success this morning. So you can see what Broad's doing. He's kind of giving himself a bit of space outside the leg stump, and if it's short, he just frees his arms up to be able to hit it through mid-wicket, like we saw him hit that huge 6. And then if it's really full, he's just smacking it through the offside. You just want to kind of get the bowlers in these situations, just hit the top of off stump. It was good enough to get the likes of Joss Butler and Ollie Pope out.
Here is Roach bowling to Broad, and Broad shovels it away into the leg side for a single. Interesting stroke. The difficulty for bowlers, I suppose, is they get excited, and B, for Broad, it's a bit of a free hit, isn't it? So if for example, he had a huge Hackett one in the previous over, and it went past his leg stump. And if he was dismissed, you say, well, that's the way he plays, and he's a number 10, and he plays shots, and he takes some risks. So, if it's your day, if it's Stuart Broad's day, and he gets 2 or 3 in the middle, it's fine. If he gets out, in a way, it's also fine as well.
Yeah, it's hard to set fields to him, but what you have to do as a bowling unit is just try and bowl your best deliveries. If he hits good shots from that best delivery, well, you just got to hold your hands up.
302 for 8. Roach bowls to Best down the leg side. Best tries to glance it, misses it, and Dowrich dives to his left and comes up with the ball.
Caught it. The big fella's loosening up at first slip. Just swinging his arms around. Maybe they're going to turn to a bit of off spin to Stuart Broad.
Well, he'd back himself, wouldn't he? The off spinner against the left-hander. Gives Broad a chance, I suppose, to hoof at 1 or 2 out the ground. But element of risk. Well, that's the way he's playing. It's all good fun. Here is Roach in, bowling to Bess. Bess plays a flinching defensive shot off the back foot there, as if that bounced a little bit more than he expected. It went to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over from Roach. So he's taken 4 for 69 from 24.4 overs. He completed Gabriel's over yesterday when Gabriel went off. It's been a remarkable comeback from Gabriel. It really has. He has run in. He's bowled, he ran in yesterday, and he's really run in today. But he has run his course for now, because Jason Holder is going to take over from the Jimmy Anderson end of the ground, the far end, the old pavilion end here at Old Trafford. This ground without any spectators. The floodlights on, blue sky above, cloud as well, scudding across. We've been so lucky with the weather. There are thunderstorms around the ground, very heavy downpours around the ground, but they, I think, largely missed us or now drifted by. And the forecast for the rest of the day is not too bad.
Why are you so surprised? Why are you
I'm
so surprised?
I'm excited by it.
Yes.
That's great news. So Broad on 14, and the steady Holder is going to come in to bowl to him. Holder, who's only taken 2 wickets since his 6th for in the first innings of the first Test. Holder goes in, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Broad, who edges that through third slip. There is no third slip. It's gone away for 4. Very frustrating for Jason Holder. Genuine outside edge, nice, comfortable catching height. No one at home, and 4 more in the book. 306 for 8.
Well, at least it's a better length. It is that awkward length around the top of off stump, just outside of off stump. And that's the length that will cause Stuart Broad more problems.
Broad is on to... yeah, it doesn't matter where they come. Broad is on to 18 now from 10 balls. If he has a half hour of this, it could be very damaging for West Indies. This is Holder into bowl to him, and Broad is beaten there. A good delivery. Broad playing at it past the edge and through to Dowrich. Smile on Broad's face.
Well, he'd be smiling because it's seaming.
Yeah, he'll be bowling on it in a bit.
Yeah, you look at the likes of Anderson and Broad on this kind of wicket. 306 doesn't sound like a massive total, but I think it's plenty on this kind of wicket that we've seen today. Even yesterday's pitch, it was doing just enough. And the West Indies had such a disappointing last session where they allowed England to score so freely.
Holder turns, runs in now, and bowls to Broad, and Broad hits that away, an uppercut down towards the third man boundary, and that's gone away for 4 as well. Fraction of width there from Holder, and Broad is not exactly getting in line. He's giving himself some room, trying to crash it through the offside, and he thick-edged it over the slip cord, and way over the slip cord. That was a much safer stroke than the one he played earlier in the over, and he's causing problems for Jason Holder.
Yeah, just look at this though. I mean, you can see that the captain's starting to think about the field and where to put field. That's just a bad ball. Put the fielders where you expect the ball to go to your best deliveries. He's bowled one ball in the right zone in this over, and it would edge between second slip and gully. That's short and wide. That deserves to go for 4.
Broad to 22 from 12. So he's hit a 6 and 3 4s, Andy?
Yes.
310 for 8, and this last wicket partnership is now worth 30. Holder bowls to Broad, and Broad heaves that away over extra cover. That's going for 4 as well, up towards the point. Again, opening up that offside, big swing of the bat, and up and over from Broad, and takes him now to 26. 314 for 8. And when Broad gets in this mood, it's very dangerous for captains. Suddenly you look up and he's got 50 somehow or other.
Well, I reckon the momentum shift that went the West Indies way for the first 45 minutes of play, I think it's gone. This partnership has just taken the sting out of that. Again, it's a bad ball. It's wide of off stump. It's length. Just try and hit the top of off stump. Broad will try and murder it. He'll try and whack it back over your head. He might try and take it over mid-on. But you've got so many more opportunities from there.
Holder bowls to Broad. Short, swatted away by Broad. A controlled swat. That isn't a contradiction.
Do you reckon that was?
Well, he got it down, didn't he? A sort of skimmer down to Roach. That fine leg. Roach sent in the return. He went down there 1 bounce. 315 for 8. You feel Broad could be out any moment. The other side of the coin, you feel he bats for 20, 25 more minutes. Could be carnage.
Just a little more on Broad against different lengths of pace bowling since the start of the 2016 summer against balls that cricketers describe as full, so this broken into short, good length and full. He averages 7.1 against full balls, 19 against short balls, but then we see a lot of teams almost tricked into trying to bounce him out rather than trying to bowl him out.
315 for 8. Dominic Bess now on strike, and he fiddles that away, or tries to. Diving save in the gully from Shea Hope away to his right. Good piece of fielding, because Bess would have picked up 1 or 2 down there towards third man. What it means is that's the end of the over, and Broad is on strike. In a way, you feel Bess is playing for Broad at the moment. Bess is digging in and allowing Broad free rein, and then perhaps if Broad gets out, then Bess can take over with Anderson for support for a while. Of course, it was on this ground that Broad was struck in the face, and then the sort of theory is built up that he's very susceptible to fast short pitch bowling at the head, which a lot of people are, of course, especially tail enders.
In fact, his batting had declined before that. In fact, he averaged slightly more in the 18 months after that blow than he had in the previous 18 months. But it's worth remembering what an outstanding player he was at the start of his career. In his first 22 home tests, he averaged 39.5 with the bat, with a century and 8 other half centuries.
Well, Jeffrey used to compare him to Sobers, didn't he, through the offside?
I think he'd had a bit of Chardonnay by then, Jeffrey.
315 for 8. New over from Roach. Still looking for this fifer. There's a man back on the deep square leg boundary. Roach round the wicket. Bowls to Broad, who gives himself some room and slaps it. But straight to mid-on.
Okay, that's fine, Sammy. That's top of off stump. If he wants to try and whack you over mid-on from there, quite easy. They've just gone straight in the air. Just change your pace every now and again. Of course, you have to keep reminding Broad that the bounce is around, but with the movement that we've seen, you've just got to keep hammering that length.
2 slips in the gully, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 1 saving 1 on the onside, and 2 men back on the leg side. Roach goes in, bowls to Broad. It's very full, slower delivery, just what Michael was talking about, changing his pace. Broad was off towards square legs, had to really reach for it. He's trying to give himself some room to smash it.
Just going on a wander there, wasn't he? Just manoeuvring himself back, creepy crawly, back towards the umpire.
He was a long way from that in the end. It went through on the second bounce to Dowrich. A piece of bowling from Roach.
I understand why. I mean, he's just trying to free up his arm so he can just smack it, probably over extra cover, over mid-off. If it's short, again, it frees up the arms to play that pull shot that we've seen already once.
Roach in, bowls to Broad, another wide one, another wild swing. Swinging away after Broad had missed that. Again, he was a long way from it because he's sort of batting outside leg stump, trying to access that offside field, offside boundary.
Yeah, as an England captain and a team, you kind of think, oh, just 4 or 5 more overs of this.
Yeah.
Because it'll be another 30 runs. Get England up to near that 350. A couple of points just gone back for the top edge probably. Because he's swinging so hard, it's a likelihood that the ball might travel to quite deep points. So he's gone back, not on the boundary, about 3/4.
And mid-on's a bit deeper as well, and so too mid-off. Roach bowls to Broad, and Broad gives himself some room and angles it into the offside, but very well stopped in the covers. So there's no run. John Campbell there to his right. Broad hit that sweetly, lovely timing.
Yeah, but it's a good ball. You know, he's just produced a good delivery and he plays a nice timed stroke. And a few dot balls, something's going to give this ball, I reckon.
Well, I would say, Michael, here is with the field back a bit. Broad could just block a single. And
I think he's brought a different kind of car to what you require him to be playing. I think he's brought a very fast one out there, and he's sticking to that 6th gear. I don't think he's got gears to go down once he's gone up.
There's 2 balls left in the over. Roach bowls to Broad, and Broad checks the shot. He was looking for a big one through the offside, and then ended up patting it to mid-off, and there's no run. Broad wanting to have a chat with Best here about what they do off the final ball of the over if a single is available. I would say take it, take everything.
Take every run.
So is this a maiden over so far? Yeah. So 1 ball to come.
Remarkably.
It is really. I mean, Broad's swinging at just about everything. We're looking to score off everything. Something's going to give, surely. Roach into bowl to Broad, and Broad heaves that down the ground, going towards the long on boundary. It's going to be stopped. Yes, it is. Oh, half a boot from Roston Chase. And Broad comes back for 2 runs. He's coming back for the 3rd. There must be a misfield down beneath us. So Broad has taken 3 off the last ball of the over, which is, it feels actually perfect for England. It means Broad's on strike. You think, well, logically, Best should be on strike because he's the better player. But Broad is doing the damage, and it's good fun while it's happening. As far as England are concerned, hugely frustrating for West Indies. The last wicket stand now is worth, the 9th wicket stand is now worth 38.
Yeah, Roston Chase on the boundary. He went to stop it with his boot. Got a little bit of a boot on it, and then it started to trickle back towards the boundary, so he had to check himself, go back on himself and flick it back with his right hand. Yeah, the perfect scenario for England. Broad 30 from 20.
How many half centuries of late for Stuart Broad? I mean, just occasionally he's flickered, hasn't he? Gone out there and smacked it, and it's come off.
He's had none in his last 27 tests. His last half century was at the MCG against Australia, December 2017, and just 2 half centuries in his last 82 tests.
Broad waits, Holder bowls. Broad guides it through, well, into the offside. Straight to the fielder, though. Another fine shot, a really well struck shot, right out of the middle of the bat. He's got a good eye, Stuart Broad. And that would have sped away for 4, right out of the meat.
Got an average of 47 this year in tests. Not had many innings, to be fair, but
just having a look back, actually, what he has come up with the bat. He only played in the last test match, didn't he? In this series, here is Holder bowling short, and that's high in the air. It's coming down towards fine leg, and that's gone away for 4 runs off the top edge, and more frustration for West Indies. That was way up in the air. The fielder down on the fine leg boundary could not get round in time, and it bounced inside the rope and went away for 4 more. Broad takes England to 322 for 8, and in a way now every ball is a free hit. You know, it's great to have them in one-day cricket, but for Broad that's what it's like, because he's done some damage now, and if he were to get out, well,
he's done his job.
Yeah.
So hard as a captain when this is happening. And as you say, he's just got this license to keep swinging. Ball's travelling to all parts of the ground that you just can't have fielders.
Holder bowls to Broad, and Broad hits him back down the ground. That's another excellent blow, and that's bobbling up towards the pavilion, and that's gone for 4 as well. And the partnership is worth 46 from 42 balls. It's 326 for 8, and just about everything is disappearing. Broad's giving himself a chance of a half century.
Well, just look at the field now. You've got 3 slips, and then you're going to have a long on, a long off, square leg on the boundary. You've got third man on the boundary, fine leg on the boundary. It's a little bit like just spread out. Spread out wherever you feel the ball may go. Just go and stand there.
Still got the 3 slips. Here's Holder bowling to Broad, and Broad checks the shot. He could be run out. Oh, he set off for a single. The ball went back to Holder, hurled the ball at the stumps. Broad leapt to get back, and the throw missed by a whisker. It's great cricket. It's great fun. It's not that much fun, I suppose, if you're West Indies captain, because you've done so much good work this morning, and it's being ruined now by Stuart Broad.
Good dive back in. Watch this from Broad. He realises it's a tremendous dive back.
He's hit 6 fours and a 6, 38 from 24 balls. 2 left in the over. Holder into bowl to Stuart Broad. Slower ball. Broad. There you are, Michael. He poked it up to mid-on for a single. Long on.
Try and keep the strike.
Yeah. Takes him to 39, and England to 327 for 8. So they're approaching the 50 partnership, these two.
Yeah, Rakeem's getting loose now. Certainly, it was a few overs ago, but I'm pretty sure he's going to come on for the next over just to try and give Stuart Broad something different in terms of pace to try and hit.
Well, it's punch and then counter punch this morning.
So there's been 1 ball to Stuart Broad that would have hit the stumps this morning.
Don Bess, remember him? Here's Holder bowling, best defence. That's good. Keeping the ball out. Over to Stuart Broad again, and over to Jonathan Agnew at 327 for 8 with Broad 39 and Bess 10.
I don't think it is going to be. It is going to be Rakeem. He was looking like taking a hat of Shea Hope. Don't know what was going on there, but no, his cap's coming off, and his hat will be given to one of the West Indian fielders. Noticed yesterday Jason Holder at one stage had 3 caps on his head. It's a good change. I think they had to do this, the West Indies, just to give Broad just something different to think about. But just the 1 ball hitting the stumps, Aggers.
Yeah.
Not been good, has it, from the West Indies? It's been terrific for England and Stuart Broad, but
He's always had a really good eye. And bear in mind, of course, he began life as a batsman.
yeah,
Before he started to bowl in his early teens. So he can play, but of course his confidence got that a real jolt. But he's still got that good eye, and he sets himself around about leg stump. And doesn't miss very much. But now, what's he going to do with Cornwall then? There's obviously men scattered all over the place. Deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid wicket, long on, long off below us here, and a deep point. There's a slip though, and Cornwall bowls his off spin. The first one's darted into the leg stump, going for a quick single there. Uncertainty for a moment, but Bess urged Broad through. And it's 328 for 8. Really eventful morning.
well, the problem that they have, the West Indies, that Cornwall's come on and they've just spread the field, so there's going to be plenty of 1s and 2s. I mean, what they're going to do for Don Best, they've got to have a short leg, surely. I don't think they're going to have one. They've just spread the field for Don Best. They've got cover point on the boundary, square leg on the boundary, long on the boundary.
2 men on the drive, by the look of it, in the leg side. One's going a little bit deeper than that, but one sort of short mid-on, if you like. Still a slip. And a man at a long on and deep mid-wicket as well. Cornwall over the wicket, bowls too short. Best tries to cut but misses. Nicely taken by Durrich. Had a much better morning so far. But a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, the West Indies today. They took 4 for 22, did all the hard work. And now Stuart Broad is ruining it for them as Cornwall bowls again a little bit short, and once again Best misses that forcing shot. Maybe it's just the speed that makes it look as if it's a bit short, and the trajectory. Maybe it's actually a bit fuller than it actually looks. Breeze blowing from left to right. Cornwall again just walks in and turns his arm over, and Bess allows that to go through in unthreatening style outside the off stump. Cornwall turns, spins himself a catch. I was saying yesterday, the ball just looks like a marble in his hands. Enormous man. And he goes over the wicket again and bowls, and Bess this time does get some bat on it. Just fiddles the ball away out to deep point. And they take 1 more, 329 for 8.
Well, with this field that they've got for Broad, 3 fielders on the onside boundary, long off, cover point on the boundary, he's got to try and tempt him. got to try and bowl with a bit of flight. Can't just dart it in like that first ball. He's got to try and force the big shot.
There's a single virtually anywhere as Cornwall bowls down the leg side, nicely taken by Durrich to end that over of off spin. 329 for 8 if you're just joining us. Well, Pope was the first to go. He didn't add to his 91. He played across a ball from Gabriel, a little flick of the pad, the ball hit his off stump. So he was very disappointed with that, having been dropped on 91 by Cornwall off Gabriel the previous over. Wokes was out for 1, bowled by Roach. Butler beautifully taken low down by Holder at second, slip off Gabriel for 56. And then Archer, another good catch, not quite as low as the Butler one, but again very neatly taken by Holder off Roach for 3. So 280 for 8 at that stage. West Indies thought, well, here we go, we're batting soon. Broad scored 40 from 27 balls. In comes Holder, bowls to Bess, who's keeping him good company. He comes forward to a full ball on the off stumps, rolls way out to cover. And there's no run. Chilly day if you're outside, I think, out of the sun. Cameramen down here again with their windproof jackets on. Familiar faces, all of them. It's just like the playing circuit, really, the same circuit of all the commentators working around the world on the various series. A lot of South Africans. Holder from the far end, runs in, bowls short this time. Best steers it into the gully. Hope Fields got right up on his toes there. He's not a tall man, of course. Well, Holder is, but Bess isn't. He'll get that away from his arm.
Yeah, Bess is playing nicely here because he's not getting too excited with what's happening at the other end. He's just playing his game, just trying to play properly. Let Stuart Broad carry on at one end, and he's there to just try and frustrate the West Indies for as long as he can.
Cornwall's got his hands in his pockets, warming him up maybe. Now he's ready, hands on knees as Best drives. Good looking stroke that. Off the front foot, but straight to the fielder at cover again.
Got a nice technique, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's nice and straight, lets the ball come to him. It's forward when it's full, when it's short. He looks like he's gets in line. Got some good options with his attacking play as well.
He was very miffed at batting at number 10 in the last game. Thinks he's much better than that. He is better than that, but it all depends what's ahead of you, of course. And Holder, long strides, comes in over the wicket, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. Will they get 2? They're thinking about it. The fielder's got to the ball now, and wisely, both batsmen there called no at about the same time at the thought of a second, which brings Broad down on strike. Oh, how's he going to play now? 40 not out. His last half century was, I was checking with Andy, 2017 at the MCG.
So 50 partnership came up in 9 overs.
Well, everyone's scattered now. There's 3 slips, because there's always a temptation that that scything shot of Broads will find the edge, but apart from a man at cover, everyone else is on the boundary. Holder in some sunshine now, bowls to Broad, has hit that over cover, has hit it sweetly as well, out to the boundary for 4. Over cover. Again, just giving himself that little bit of room, so he creates his own width. Beautifully timed stroke. The right leg goes away from the ball, so you can see all the stumps from a bowler's perspective. But allows him to swing the arms. Another excellent shot. 334 for 8. Broad to 44 from 28 balls. Holder's coming round the wicket to him, still with 3 slips, and he bowls to Broad, who drives, this time along the ground, and only for 1 run to long off. 335 for 8, Broad to 45. And he'll keep the strike as Holder is now pointing this way and that, trying to sort the field out, presumably, because Cornwall's going to continue from this end. There we are, he's caught the ball. Victor's alongside me. Morning.
Morning. Oh, it's entertaining stuff, isn't it?
It really is.
I mean, Stuart Broad is terrific. He obviously didn't waste his time down at Southampton. He was in those nets with the bat.
Yes.
Showing him that, you know, all-rounder status should be resumed. He's played some great shots. I mean, he gives himself a bit of room, but his eye has been fantastic.
How's he going to face the off-spin of Cornwall then? He goes round the wicket and bowls to him. He sweeps, gets plenty of bat on it. Best calls him through for a single, which they will take. Gabriel's the fielder. Short, fine leg. He ran in like a man possessed as well this morning. Had a catch dropped early. And that seemed to fire him up even more. And we're speculating, chatting next door about who, as a fast bowler, has actually run in faster than Shannon Gabriel did this morning. There are a few. We thought of Wayne Daniel, he used to tear in. Malcolm Marshall, you mentioned a spell of, or a year of Joel Garner.
Well, I suppose Patrick Patterson came in pretty quick too, didn't
yeah.
he? I mean, he famously showed you his studs.
Cornwall bowls short. Oh, Bess is going to nick one of these in a minute. Outside the off stump, he's missed that one.
He's done well, Gabriel, because you thought he was, headed for A&E at any moment in the start of this game.
Very wholehearted. Cornwall bowls, and again, Bess misses outside the off stump. He's missed virtually every ball Cornwall's bowled to him so far.
On the offside, he's gone past the outside edge time and time again.
Yeah.
That one's from a full-length ball. Most of them have been short.
Cornwall over the wicket, bowls to Bess, who squeezes out a fuller ball this time, and straighter. And it's picked up by the man on the drive there. It's short mid-on. Floodlights still on. We do get blue sky every now and then and some sunshine. It's Cornwall bowls, and now he'll squeeze that away for a run as well. Just behind square in the offside, so a chase for Holder from slip. And is Broad going to have a go, or is he going to play properly up to his 50? He's got 46 now, tempting just to play one more big shot. But there's lots of men out on the boundary edge.
Nothing wrong with 4 singles, Jonathan.
It's just not the way that he's played, is it?
No, I know. Well, there's been an element of discretion recently.
Cornwall bowls very wide, very full, and it's dragged into the offside by Broad, but no timing whatsoever. And so he's lost the strike. Bess will be on strike for the start of the next over. 3:37 for 8. And at lunchtime, it's what's this? It is Saturday today, isn't it? It is Saturday. We're going to be playing another classic view from the boundary today. We're going back to a memorable England-West Indies Test match at the Oval in 1991. Famous for Phil Tufnell taking 6 wickets, and also a certain broadcasting
Don't
mishap.
play that. I can't listen to it again. Please.
You haven't heard as often as I.
No, that's true.
But it was, more importantly, the game when legendary actor Peter O'Toole joined us. In comes Holder, bowls. Oh, Best feels for this. A bit of extra bounce there for the tall, quick bowler. Ball beats the outside edge. I think he joined us from memory. Actually, it was the day after that event.
When you were so crestfallen.
Well, Jonathan's quite crestfallen.
Yeah.
Star of Lawrence of Arabia, nominated 8 times for an Oscar. So Peter O'Toole takes a view from the boundary with Brian Johnston at 1 o'clock, so half an hour from now. We can't do live ones, unfortunately, this year. Holder bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Bess. That wasn't far away.
Well, it's an amazing library, or whatever you call it, of old. I mean, I happened to switch on during one of the Test matches this summer, and Gordon, it was John was talking to Ben Travers, and that was a long time ago.
He was the first one.
He was the first view from the boundary with Ben Travers, who was talking about watching people like Frank Woolley bat, and amongst other things.
Yeah. I love it, and I don't think they've required too much editing. I know Henry Moran's been the man who's had to sort of go through them all. Here's Holder, and that's turned into mid-wicket by Bess, and they take a very easy single. There's a big gap there, 3:38 for 8. There are 40 of them, all available on BBC Sounds, which you download onto your phone predominantly. It's a way to listen to those. But, yeah, there's many and varied subjects there.
It's now England's highest 9th wicket partnership against the West Indies since Chris Lewis and Derek Pringle added 92 at Edgbaston in 1991. Partnership stands at 58 from 10.5 overs.
Now, this is Broad's opportunity. He's on 46. He's taken a liking to Jason Holder, who's coming round the wicket to him. A long off, long on, deep square leg. 2 on the drive in the offside, and there's still 2 slips as Holder comes in, bowls to Broad. It's very full. He pushes it away, wanting a single, but instead hits the fielder at extra cover. He's got a man behind him in a rather unusual place for that lofted drive. At, well, I suppose deepish cover. He's not saving a single there, but he's nowhere near the boundaries, just a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
It's only the Holder's first over the spell that went for 13, was his joint second most expensive of his entire Test career. He's played, this is his 43rd Test.
Broad wants 4 for his 50. Holder bowls him short, and he flogs that away to deep square leg for 4, and Stuart Broad has reached a truly memorable half-century. On the ground in which he was hit that horrible blow, which shattered his confidence, he's raising his bat for the first time for 2.5 years. It's his 13th Test 50. He does, of course, have that 100 to his name as well against Pakistan. And Jimmy Anderson, I see, who's in next, has opened the door there, he's waved at him through the dressing room door. And there's a little bit of hand play going on there between Broad and, I assume, Anderson. Not quite sure what that meant, that gesture. But anyway, well played. He's certainly lifted England's spirits. 50 from 33 balls. That was his 8th 4.
Well, it's a brilliant innings from Broad, but it's also changed the complexion of the match in the space of about half an hour.
Yeah. Holder bowls to him, and he just leans away, runs the ball down to third man, having jumped away to leg. One more to Broad, he goes to 51. Well, he sees the initiative.
Well, I mean, my only conclusion is that they should drop him more often. I wonder if he'll agree with that one when he's in the mastermind chair.
You can run that past him. It's probably a good job the interview's being done by Zoom these days.
Broad's half-century, you said 33 balls, a 6 and 8 fours. It's his 14th score of 50 or more in Test cricket, only his 3rd in his last 82 Test matches. And at 33 balls, it's the joint 3rd fastest recorded half-century for England in Test cricket. Only 2 innings by Ian Botham at 28 balls in Delhi.
Let's watch Cornwall going round the wicket to Broad, who plays that one quite circumspectly by his standards in this innings.
Well, that's been, I mean, I know he's played some great shots, but he has exercised a bit of, cunningness. So far, he's not tried anything elaborate against the spinner. So many men out.
Cornwall bowls to him, and that's on the leg stump. And a bit of bat and pad there, and ball rolls away for Cornwall to stoop and pick up.
And he's quite right not to. There's 5, 6 men on the boundary. Well, don't give yourself away.
No, absolutely. Cornwall again plods in, bowls, and he sweeps this. Has the man got it? Oh, it's gone straight through the fielder. And that won't cheer Cornwall up very much. It was swept hard, and it's not an easy place to field there on that sweep. Short, fine leg, but that should have been stopped, really. Just a sign again of the West Indies just looking a little bit ragged now, thanks to Broad's onslaught.
Well, suddenly you think we're going to bowl them out for 300 here. We're right back in the game, and now the score's 347. That was a good sweep shot too. I mean, there's nothing. He hit that hard. It was a fine shot. Not, it wasn't an exotic one. It was a calculated one.
347 for 8, and this time he swings hard in the same sort of direction. A chase for Gabriel around the boundary. He picks up. They will come back for 2. Cornwall's holding his head in his hands there. He thought that was quite straight, I think. 349 for 8. Broad 57. And the fielder, that short fine leg who missed that, he went on all fours and was beating the ground with his fists. They've got to try and hold it together here, West Indies. Cornwall bowls and Broad gets a slower ball. He drives into the offside with no particular timing. And through they go for one more, because this is where it went wrong for them in the previous match here, of course. I think I went on to post that big score of 470. That still seems a long way away at the moment, but it's just
350 there. I mean, you'd have taken 350. But also play.
You have memories too, don't you? You've got to try and forget what happened. Best forward, head right over that, and Holder, who's got a few things on his mind now, picks the ball up and gives it a rub with his sweat. The end of the over. 350 for 8. Broad 58 from 39 balls. Bess has 14. These two put on 70. We've got 20 minutes to go until Peter O'Toole at lunch, and after Vic Marks, it'll be Dan Norcross.
They've put on 70, and the number 10 has got 58 of them. That's not to say that Don Bess is not doing a good job here, but he's playing in quite a mature manner, as Michael was saying. He's not trying to emulate Stuart Broad. He's just going to hang around alongside him. And maybe I'll play a few more shots if Jimmy Anderson comes in. All excellent stuff. It's a good morning, isn't it?
Sorry, Victor. This is now Broad's highest score since 65 in the opening test of the Ashes in 2013, when famously Edge won to slip, I think, on a 30-odd, wasn't it? Or even earlier.
Oh, it was a very thin edge.
So it's the highest score for 7 years.
Yes.
Yes.
That's worth a note.
Yes, your
better
book's
results.
absolutely filling up here, Victor. Just a quick reminder that it might not be 20 minutes until Peter O'Toole at lunch. It could be 10 minutes to Peter O'Toole at lunch, or it could be 50 minutes to Peter O'Toole at lunch, because, of course, if England are 9 down, then we move on. Who knows what will happen? It's been extraordinary. As Roston Chase starts a new over, and Broad thrashes that through extra cover. That's another lovely shot. It's running away towards the boundary, but he'll only get 2 for it as the sweeper runs round Shannon Gabriel. He's had a lot of work to do with the ball. He's now got a lot of work to do in the field. Broad picks up 2 more, moves to 60, 352 for 8. The partnership 72. England have added 94 today in 20.3 overs. Another full ball is just squeezed off inside edge and boot into the offside. There's no run. So twin spin attack. After those 4 wickets went really rapidly earlier today, the overnight batsman Ollie Pope not being able to add to his 91. And Butler going for 67 as Chase is in once more, and that's whacked away with flat bat out towards Gabriel on the point boundary. It'll only be 1 this time as it goes straight to him. Broad to 61, 353 for 8. And then Wokes and Archer in quick succession. We were expecting the West Indies to have a good long bat before lunch, maybe an hour. Well, they might not get to bat before lunch at all now at this rate. This has been an extraordinary innings from Stuart Broad, ably supported by a very calm Dominic Bess at the other end.
Yeah. I mocked you when you said England might be batting at 12:30. I thought they'd be batting way before that.
It's not the first time you've mocked me, Victor, and it will definitely not
It won't be the last. No, you won't.
Plenty of them in the next 15 minutes, I should think. Roston Chase is in, clipped away. Nicely through mid-wicket, but that was, I'm afraid, the problem with the preposition through. It did indeed go through the fielder at mid-wicket, and the West Indies their ground fielding has been a little bit iffy today. It has been in other games as well.
Well, they've had their moments of brilliance. There are 2 superb catches by Holder at second slip. You thought everything was coming into place.
Broad's on strike again as Chase bowls to him, and he cuts away out towards Shannon Gabriel once more for another single. He moves to 62, England to 355 for 8. Sorry, Victor, you say?
Well, no, I was just saying Chase is actually trying to bait him by bowling much more slowly than normal. But so far, Broad is just picking him off rather than going for the maximum. There's big boundaries here, a lot of men on them.
Field comes in a bit for Bess. I want to keep him on strike, but he works this away out to deep backward square leg for a single to complete the over. He will take strike at the start of the next over. Broad 62, Bess 16, England 356 for 8. They've added 98 runs since lunch. It's been a frenetic first session. Tonight's highlights package, and it's going to be a tough one to put together unless not a lot more happens today.
Well, I think quite a lot will happen today. I mean, the weather has done a good turn. Started on time. I'm sure they've got enough to put together the highlights package now.
Well, it feels like
there are 2 sessions to come and a bit.
7:15 on BBC Two tonight, those highlights, as Rakeem Cornwall prepares to start a new over from the Brian Statham end. We've got, let me just talk you through the field first. We've got a very fine first slip. Cornwall bowls to the right-handed Bess, who works his straight to mid-wicket, no run. There's an extra cover, a mid-off, not deep, but not a close one. I'm imagining there's a long on out of my sight. There is. There's a deep forward square leg 10 yards in off the boundary. A reverse sweep, and a big appeal for LBW is turned down. Bess, I'm not sure that Bess really needs to do much improvising at the moment. Just needs to find that single and get Broad back on strike.
Yeah, without wanting to sound too old school. There's a man back there for that reverse seat, so he'd only get a single for it. So it's not a good risk-reward shot, I'd say.
Comes forward in defence. This next full delivery pushes it into the onside. There's no run. Don't forget there are in-play clips as well. If you want to go onto the website, BBC Sport website and app, you'll be able to see a colossal amount of high-octane action. Cornwall in once more, sort of rolls the ball down to Bess, who just defends from the crease, pushes the ball down with his feet, and there's their run. We've got a deep point. We've got a man on the, not so much 45 as sort of 67, and he's beaten him outside the off stump as Cornwall there, as Bess came forward, groping at the ball, couldn't quite find it, but Dowrich, who's had a pretty sticky game, it just sort of bounced off Dowrich. I do wonder if he's having a problem with his fingers, Dowrich, because he's had a very odd test match. Now the wicket comes Best, he gets to the pitch, the ball just works into the onside, and they run.
I think the problem with his fingers is he's not putting them in the right place, which is unusual, but he has had a nightmarish time. And, you know, we talk about the ball swinging in England after it's bounced and going past the stumps. Then, well, it's done a little bit of that, but not that much, I don't think. So he's palmed a lot of stuff. That was a trickier one. He wouldn't have expected that ball. He would have always expected it as a keeper, of course, but it just beat the outside edge. I thought he kept quite well in the first game, and he took a brilliant catch against someone, and then he struggled in the second test here. He hasn't actually dropped much in this match that has been nicked. I'm not sure he's actually dropped a catch, but he's dropped a lot of balls.
Well, a lot of them weird ones, you know, quite regulation ones have bounced off his hands, gone through first slip. Right, Roston Chase has got Stuart Broad, he's got a long on and a long off back for the wild heave-ho, and Broad just comes forward in watchful defence. He's after a ton now. He's settling in, pushes it to short extra, no run.
That makes sense. It's a long boundary here. He's not going to clear them. He can milk these guys.
Full, swept, out to deep mid-wicket, straight to the fielder, taken. Broad's magnificent cameo of 62 has come to an end. He went for the sweep. There was a man out at deep mid-wicket who pouched the catch comfortably, and I'm afraid our fun is over, and Stuart Broad's fun is over. If he was eyeing up that century, well, it's gone. He departs for 62 and England are 356 for 9, but it was a hugely entertaining innings and one that's done serious damage to the West Indies after they picked up those 4 quick wickets. We're looking to get England bundled out for under 300. Well, Stuart Broad has got them up over 350. 45 balls he faced, but Roston Chase gets his man as Jermaine Blackwood pouches the catch.
Yeah, well, it was a lovely innings as far as England is concerned, as far as Stuart Broad concerned. His highest for 7 years. It was an ugly dismissal. He premeditated that shot. It was a full toss, which he then ended up carving to the deep mid-wicket.
Straight to him. He didn't move, did he?
If he had not premeditated, it would have been a full toss that he'd pummeled down the ground. But I don't think one can cavil. That's changed the whole complexion of the game. England looked like they were having a self-destructive morning, although it did move around for the seamers early on. There was some terrific catches in the slip cordon, and it looked like England were going to be bowled out for about 300. Now they've got 356 for 9. They're sitting pretty. Jimmy Anderson will have thought that's a wonderful innings, and do you know why? Because they're 2 off-spinners bowling. And he'll hope he can play them quite well.
I see what you mean. I see exactly what you mean. Who knows how long they'll be bowling?
Well, I don't know.
Broad's final figures: 45 balls for his 62 runs, a 6 and 9 fours, his 14th 50-plus score in tests, and as I was saying, it's only his third in his last 82 tests. And it's the second best score by an England number 10 since 1966. Chris Lewis had 65 batting at 10 against West Indies at Edgbaston in 1991. Otherwise, you have to go back to Ken Higgs in 1966 at the Oval.
Would you like Andy just to write all these out for you, because it's
well, no, I missed something in that when he got, what was his 2013 innings against Australia at the Oval?
65 was at Trent Bridge.
Oh, at Trent Bridge. 65 against Australia, and was his previous highest score in the last 7 years.
Other newspapers are available, but as let's a reverse sweep first ball from Don Bess of a new over. No, not a new over, because the batsman crossed from Don Bess, which evades the diving Cornwall. There's a lot going on there, and he didn't quite get to it. It just landed a few inches in front of his outstretched hand as Chase starts in again to the right-handed Bess. Best digs out a Yorker length delivery back to the bowler. There's no run. Yes, you'll be able to get the fruits of all this labour in tomorrow's paper, I would think.
Who knows? But I'll try and mention my source.
Yes. Chase in, 3 or 4 paces full and dug out again, but that's slightly more elegantly this time by Best. A short extra cover. There's no run. 1 ball remains in the over. Is he going to look for a single?
The thing is, with some of the Zaltzman stats, you need about 150 words to get it right.
That's really helpful. That's very helpful for you. It takes up most of the column. All flatter and faster and just played to short mid-wickets. A clever bit of bowling at the end there by Chase to keep Bess on strike. Holder picks up. There is no run. 356 for 9. A wicket taking over that. Chase yet again picking up a wicket against England. 2 for 30 his figures. Anderson has yet to face a ball. Dom Bess has 16 from 49. And what are you doing here now, Victor? You've got Jimmy Anderson in. You're sticking with Cornwall, or are you going to say, come on, Shannon, just wrap it up for us?
I think I am sticking with Cornwall just for the moment, because you've still got some bowling to do for Shannon in the second innings, and I often think he bowled really well from the start, but you're going to have your physios working on you just before 11 o'clock and you're right and ready to go. It's hard coming back when you've stiffened up just before lunch. You might have to bring him back, but I think I'd go with... I'd also like Cornwall to get a wicket in England in this series. He hasn't bowled too badly, but the figures are not looking great.
No, they're not great by comparison with Chase, and this is a strange thing, isn't it?
And also, I'd like the opportunity to say to Jimmy, look, if you don't play a few shots here, I'm bringing back Shannon.
Oh, I see. I see. So it's sort of blackmail.
Much more of this, Jimmy, and I'm afraid.
Yeah. Well, mid-on and mid-off up. Cornwall is bowling to Anderson, who comes forward in watchful and perfect defence. Thinks about a single, but Dowrich runs round from his position behind the stumps and collects about 6 yards away from the batsman on the onside.
But in all likelihood, we can't have any lunch until a wicket falls.
That's right, yes. Forward he comes again, does Anderson, and just defends back up the wicket to Cornwall, who bends down to pick up. Yes, the situation for those of you who might be delaying your own lunch is that lunch will be taken at the moment the 10th wicket, I beg your pardon, hasn't fallen by then. That's where you're at. Cornwall in, round the wicket again, easily defended, so Anderson will not be blackmailed here. He's perfectly happy just to push the ball back to the bowler. We're going to come back.
I don't guarantee that's what Jason Holder said, but...
No, it makes a lot of sense. Shorter rushes on to Anderson, who gets a thick under edge really to that, but manages to guide it through a sort of vacant 5th slip position down towards the boundary for 2 runs. He gets off the mark. 358 for 9. That rushed onto him. It didn't turn. It kept coming. Oh, really? He's like a top spinner.
Yeah. It was a quicker ball, a nice ball, and he almost got through. But Anderson just got down in time and ended up getting a couple of runs for it.
Last ball of the over. What will he do? I imagine defend. Shorter down the leg side, taken by Dowrich. Left alone by Anderson. End of the over. 358 for 9. Anderson 2. Bess 16. It's 6 minutes to 1, so a couple more overs in before 1 o'clock, and then we move on. If a wicket has not fallen. Andy Zaltzman.
Just a little more on Broad's innings. 62, the highest by number 10 at Old Trafford in Test cricket, knocking Headley Verity off the top of the list. He made 60 not out in the Ashes Test of 1934 here. The only other half-century previously on this ground by a number 10, Paul Allott, in 1981 on debut, made 52 not out against Australia. And just back to England's quickest half-centuries where balls been recorded. 2 innings by Ian Botham, 28 balls in Delhi against India, 1981-82.
As Roston chases in to the right-handed Bess, clips the ball firmly and straight back to the bowler. There's no run.
32 balls against New Zealand at the Oval in 1986. And other than that, Broad is tied with Alan Lamb and Andrew Flintoff at 33 balls.
Was that his comeback game? Hang on, as a Chase bowls worked it to the onside by Bess to get a single.
I think so.
Because he was...
Yeah.
He was out of the side, wasn't he?
He was banned from cricket.
Banned from cricket
for 2 months.
Was that the gin slinging?
No.
Dodderer one? No.
No, it was the
other one.
It was the one. It was the. I've smoked some pot in the Mail on Sunday, I think.
Right. And he was out for 9 weeks or something, came back and then picked up 2 wickets and 3 balls to go past Dennis Lilly's record, and then gets the
He got a wicket first ball, almost a first over LBW on his return.
Did he hit 20 odd in an over in that 50 off?
He might have done.
Off Snedden. You'll have to. I can't hear you. As chases into the left-handed Anderson outside the off stump through the keeper.
Was it Derek Sterling?
Derek Sterling is exactly who it was.
Goodness me, you did that without looking it up, didn't you? That's worrying.
Well, it was a sort of over that people of my and Zoltz's vintage had on videotape and watched over and over again. Chases in, and there's another reverse sweep, this time from Anderson. I don't know if he got anything on it, but it's running down towards the boundary. Very, very fine indeed. And it will get to the boundary. He did get a bit of bat and glove and part of body. Who knows?
4 runs.
It's 4 runs indeed. 363 for 9.
He had about just over 2 months off, or banned, and then during that time I think he was permitted to play in the Somerset second 11 for the first time for some considerable while. And I remember he was captained by a lovely Somerset cricketer called Julian Wyatt.
As chases round the wicket, the left-handed Anderson defends full ball. The offside, no run.
And I remember Julian being asked, well, it must have been a bit tricky. There you are, you're captaining him both of them in this second 11 game. Must have been, a bit of a burden to how to handle it. And he said, no. I'll wait for him.
Chasing again. And tossed up. Anderson drives nicely. Straight on drive, if you will, up to long on. There's a long on for Anderson for a single. He gets to keep the strike, because that is the end of the over. Anderson 7, Best 17, England 364 for 9.
No, it was very simple, said Julian. Ian told me exactly when he was going to bat and told me exactly when he was going to bowl, and that was it. It all went famously. Yeah.
Wow. Well, that must have been quite something. How many games?
That was another moment where you didn't really see him in the House of Lords, actually.
No. Well, I have to confess, it was quite a left field one, wasn't it?
But
how many games did he play, do you know, for the second 11 in that time?
I think just the one. I think he had one match to get himself sort of back in the swing.
It was enough to break the world record and get England's fastest 50 and most runs in an over. Cornwall starts a new over. Anderson defends on the front foot, straight back to the bowler along the ground. There's no run. Mid-on and mid-off are up for Anderson for Cornwall. I suppose it's the beginning of the over. There's a slip in and a man on the 45 backward point, an extra cover. He goes back into his crease this time, defends backward square on the offside. It's picked up by Holder, who collects from slip. There's no run. It's all a bit strange, the tempo of the day after Broad's shenanigans. Again, Anderson defends slightly angled bat and guides it to backward point. There's no run. We've had 6s and 4s, and now it's very much more sedate. Cornwall from 2 or 3 paces, and Anderson pops forward, pushes through for a single. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. It's backed up, and Anderson gets another run, moves to 8, 365 for 9. Bess has 17. Has Bess got to sort of think to himself, well, there's not a lot of point really in this propping around bit from Anderson. I've got to take the lead here.
Well, I think he should have an aggressive outlook. He's slightly lost. He's struggled against Cornwall, actually, if he's not picking the ball up very well against him.
He defends on the front foot, back up the wicket towards the bowler, but the bowler disdains the opportunity to pick it up and waits for the fielder to provide it for him.
I also think he feels that while the off spinners are on, Jimmy can defend them very easily.
Defended again by Best, the short mid-wicket. There's no run, but just because he can, then does that really advance England's cause? I mean, there's one run off that over, and time eking out of the game, weather being an issue.
I mean, I suppose you want to get as many as you can in this innings, partly because if you get a few more, that follow-on scenario that we had in the last game comes into play.
What do you mean by a few here? 30, 40?
Yeah, it makes a big difference in terms of a possible follow-on, given that Monday's forecast looks dreadful. But
that said, today's forecast looked dreadful a couple of days ago. So.
Anyway, he's had enough. Holder's had enough, and he's taken Chase off.
He's brought himself on.
Brought himself on. He's gone a long time without taking a wicket, it seems to me. Has got one in this?
24 overs in this innings, and
Did he get any?
he got one in the last test.
I've got my piece of paper here. I should have used it. This is
That's
our-
right.
our
This thing of
results.
beauty.
Yeah.
Are the listeners really aware of this thing of beauty? I mean, for me, it is the single most beautiful artifact in human creation.
This would be in your, 100 things in the
Yes.
museum. Sort
Well,
of thing.
I would stick it in the Uffizi. I would.
Oh, right.
I would actually plaster the Sistine Chapel with these. I wouldn't bother with whatever it was that Michelangelo
I'm
thought
sure it'd go
cut
down
the
terribly
mustard.
well.
Holder into the left-handed Anderson, who punches off the back foot without timing back to the bowler ball. It wasn't quite as short, perhaps, as he thought, and there is no run. It contains, listeners, if you want to know, every single piece of information that I was on the verge of writing down for myself before I drove up here. And I checked with Andy. I said, can you send me through what your sheet's going to look like? And it turned out that it had everything that I was going to have to do. So I settled down and watched another episode of Succession instead of doing any research. It was magnificent.
I'm still learning how to use it.
Right, Holder in. Look, worked away nicely by Anderson off his legs. That's beautiful. Through square leg, out towards the boundary. It will be hauled back in, but not before the batsmen have turned for a third. And with that, Anderson moves into double figures. He has 11, 368 for 9. We are now after 1 o'clock. So if you are wondering, if you're turning on right now, hoping to hear Peter O'Toole and not expecting to hear live cricket, with England being 9 down, lunch will be taken when the 10th wicket falls or at 1:30, whichever comes first.
That was a terrific shot from Anderson.
Wasn't it?
That was a proper shot.
Beautifully timed. Square of the wicket off the legs. Bess is now on strike. 2 sips and a gully in. Holder runs in towards him. And he defends from the crease. Back of a length delivery up towards mid-on. There's that backward point for Bess.
I used to
towards
get
boundary.
mocked
Yeah.
when I said, well, Anderson reminds me of Gower.
Gamma.
Yeah, like that. It's exactly what people... But that little clip off the legs and the odd cover drive, if you just half close your eyes,
Yeah.
it's a willowy,
Yeah.
beautifully timed, effortless clip.
Sort of 215s he gets against Australia. Yeah. As Holder bowls, that's worked off the inside half of the bat by Bess out towards mid-wicket. Mid-on has to come and collect Kimar Roach, and one more is added to the total. Bess to 18 brings Anderson back on strike. I do know what you mean. It's just, he perhaps doesn't do it with quite the same regularity.
No, and pretending that.
Yeah, and his facility against the short ball is perhaps not quite as...
No, Gower was getting
cute.
that. I mean, I did ask advice from Gower once about the short ball.
Oh, you'll have to tell me what it was. Holder is in around the wicket to Anderson, who edges straight to Gorwall, and that is the end of the England innings. It was in the channel, and Gower-esque dismissal for Jimmy
Sorry.
Anderson, driving away from his body. And this time, Cornwall pounched the catch. He'd dropped one earlier in the day off Ollie Pope that didn't cost the West Indies anything in the end, as Pope departed straight after, bowled for 91, and that started a cascade of wickets that saw England in all sorts of bother. Overnight batsman Pope going for 91, Butler for 67, Wokes for 1, Archer for 3, and then an extraordinary partnership between Broad and Dominic Best, dominated by Stuart Broad, and then a little flurry there at the end for the 10th wicket has got England up to 369 all out. James Anderson, the last man to go, departing for 11. I'll run you through the card because it is now lunch. You will all be delighted to know. Peter O'Toole fans will be delighted to know, as will Phil Tufnell, who I think was coming in expecting to have to do a half-hour stint, but can now enjoy lunch. Let me run you through the card, the whole England card, as they started yesterday, having lost the toss, been put into bat. Dom Sibley was the first to go in the first over, the last ball of the first over. Trapped LBW, a super ball from Roach. He went for a duck. Then Joe Root was run out, spectacular run out. Roston Chase swooping to his right, flicking and throwing all in one action, just dislodging one bail to get rid of England's captain for 17. That was 47 for 2. Ben Stokes, another wonderful ball from Roach, delivered around the wicket, and it just tailed in sharply, jagged off the pitch and castled him. He went for 20. That was 92 for 3. Rory Burns hit a pretty fluent 57 before he was undone, again playing the cut shot to a ball from Chase that caught his outside edge spectacularly and brilliantly caught by Rakeem Cornwall, one-handed at slip for 57. That was 122 for 4. And thereafter, England were untroubled yesterday, making it to 258 for 4 overnight, a partnership that was extended by 4 further runs to 140 between Pope and Jos Buttler. But Pope, as I said earlier, Pope was unable to add to his overnight score. He was dropped by Cornwall at slip and then bowled, playing across the line basically of a straight ball. It didn't look the same Pope as he did yesterday. He went for 91. Chris Wokes, his batting woes continued. He dragged the ball on from Roach back onto his off stump to go for 1. That was 267 for 6. Jos Buttler had a couple of crisp boundaries today before being brilliantly caught by Archer at second slip down by his toes. Holder. An absolutely terrific catch off the bowling of Gabriel for 67. 272 for 7. Then Archer again caught by Holder, regulation catch off the bowling of Kimar Roach for 3. That was 280 for 8. And England at that stage had lost 4 wickets for 18 runs in 3.3 overs, and it was looking like they were going to be bundled out for under 300. But then Stuart Broad played a spectacular knock of 62 from 45 balls, 9 fours and a 6. A little bit of luck occasionally, some really beautiful crisp cover drives as well, and that 6 was a hoik out to deep mid wicket. It was great fun. That partnership for the 9th wicket, which could be really crucial in the context of this game, added 76 runs before Broad was caught by Blackwood, sweeping a full toss off the bowling of Chase out to deep mid wicket. And then Anderson and Bess added a further 13 runs, 11 of them off the bat of Jimmy Anderson, who reminded Vic Marks of David Gower during that innings with a single clip off his legs for 3. And England were all out for 369 with Dom Bess unbeaten on 18. The bowling figures: Kimar Roach, 25.4 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 72, bowled terrifically well. Shannon Gabriel, 23.2 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 77. Jason Holder, 24.5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 83. Rakeem Cornwall didn't get the wicket he may have deserved, 27 overs, 5 maidens, none for 85. And Roston Chase, whose productive series continues, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 36. So, Victor, how do you assess that morning, England adding 111 runs?
Well, I think they'll be relieved after that nightmarish period where we thought they wouldn't get beyond 300, really. 280 for 8 has become 369, all that. And during that period, at the start, the first half an hour or so, with a newish ball, the ball was carrying. They found the edge. It was moving just enough. So that will give them hope. They've got a strong-looking bowling attack. They'll be relieved that they got to a score which might well be enough to dominate the game. We'll wait and see this afternoon. But the game's moved on. I think, just watching this morning's play, the first hour, maybe this pitch is a little bit quicker. And we've been talking about the absence of slip catches, and there hasn't been the carry. Well, there was this morning when Roach bowled some terrific balls. Gabriel, you have to admire him. He just keeps storming in when you think he's about to fall apart. But they lost it because of the brilliance of Broad, actually. I mean, he obviously had a punt or two. It was more than a hoik. It was a wonderful pull shot that went for 6 to get him going. And then he played some terrific cover drives, giving himself a bit of room. He's got a great eye still. I think he's getting better again as a batsman. And my notion is that you just drop him, he does a bit of net practice, and he's all right again. So England, I think, will be content with a tinge of relief that they've got a substantial score when they looked like they were going to squander a lot of the work yesterday. They'll be also relieved the fact that we're playing. You know, that we were all doomsters about the doomster and gloomsters we were about the Saturday's play, but there's high cloud at the moment, but there's no imminent prospect of rain, so it looks like we're going to get a good day's cricket here today. And well, the destiny of the match might be decided in this first innings to see how England's bowlers, who are fresher, and competing for places for the next Test match as well. How they go on a pitch where there is still a bit of life. Not much for the spinner, I don't think.
Does it? I was going to say, does it feel like England have actually got their ideal attack for these conditions? Looking at the lengths that have been successful for West Indies in that session, England have got Anderson, Broad, Wokes, Archer. The first time those four have been put together, and you're very excited by their records in England. Does that look ideal for?
Well, Andy was very excited. No, I think they look. I mean, Archer. It'll be fascinating to see Archer bowl after all that's happened in the last 10 days or so. But you remember he finished on a high in that first Test match where he shook a few up and somehow everything clicked and he was up around 90 miles an hour or even just under that, but somehow that zip off the pitch was causing a certain amount of havoc. I thought Wokes was terrific in the last game here, got a little bit of swing. So he's got a lovely array of options. Who knows? Stokes might say, actually, I feel a bit better today. Let's have a go. But I don't think he'll get the ball for some considerable time, and he probably, he shouldn't bowl. So I think they've got a potent-looking attack that is crucially fresh compared to the West Indies attack. They've stuck with Gabriel and Roach, their first-team attack, because they haven't had those options. And there were moments in this innings where you thought, it's all too much for them. Having said that, you've got to hold your head up high or doff your cap to Roach, who's got wickets now, and also to Gabriel, who kept storming in.
Thank you, Victor. Go and enjoy lunch. There's plenty of it here at Old Trafford. It's terrific caterers here. It's Saturday. I know it's hard to understand what day of the week it is from one minute to the next, but it is Saturday. And that is traditionally View from the Boundary Day here on Test Match Special. Now, as you've been hearing, unfortunately, we can't welcome guests into the box this summer, but instead, we are celebrating 40 years of the feature by hearing classic interviews from the archive. Today, it is a real treat as we go back to the England v West Indies Test of 1991 at the Oval. It's a game that lives long in the memory for a number of reasons. Phil Tufnell taking 6 wickets in the first innings, a century by Robin Smith, plus a famous broadcasting mishap involving Aggers, of course. But it was also memorable for the visit of Lawrence of Arabia film star Peter O'Toole, one of 8 movies for which he was nominated for an Oscar. O'Toole came hot foot to the Oval commentary box as West Indies wickets tumbled, and he told Brian Johnston why cricket was so special to him.
I'm often asked why cricket means so much to me. And apart from the reasons that it appeals to multitudes of people and has appealed to multitudes of people over the hundreds of years, it's this high drama.
Yeah.
Tufnell comes on, takes a wicket. Botham returns, takes a wicket, catches. Viv Richards, a great king, delays his entrance, delays and delays and delays. Finally comes on with a couple of balls to play before lunch to a standing ovation. And of course, could have been out first ball.
Yeah. Have you ever had an ovation as good as that?
No,
it
no,
lasted.
no.
I'm sure you have when you've taken a curtain call, but that one lasted at length of time. He took the wicket about 2 minutes or so.
And I believe he was deeply moved. And who wouldn't be?
Well, Bradman said he wouldn't be, because when I asked him whether he had tears in his eyes when there were 3 cheers when he went out, he said, no, I wasn't. But I bet he was, really.
I saw Bradman play at Headingley in '48, and I think he scored 30, 32, 33 or something, having promised to score a century in the evening before. And he was out quite early to a bowler whose name I've forgotten. And as he walked back to the pavilion, there were no tears. He looked extraordinarily grumpy, very, very thoughtful with that huge cap and walking very, very slowly indeed.
That baggy green cap. This was a Bramall Lane, presumably?
No, it was a Headingley.
At Headingley, was it? Yeah. Before we go on talking about cricket, I've got to ask you 2 questions. Have you brought your bagpipes? Because sometimes we have a little musical interlude on the... We've had all sorts of things. David Essex and I have sung Underneath the Arches. And the other thing, I'm colourblind, but I gather those are green socks.
They are green socks.
Now, why do you always wear green socks?
Because my daddy was very, very superstitious, and he wouldn't allow me to wear anything green on a racetrack. So my way of being disobedient was to wear something green, which he couldn't see, which were under my trousers.
He was not unconnected with the bookmaking business, is that right?
He was not unconnected with the bookmaking business. He was, yes, plugged in. He was a bookie.
Yeah. I mean, were you a runner for him and all that?
I was a runner, but not exactly an official.
Let's get back to cricket, which is the object of the exercise. I mean, when did you first start playing? Did you play in Ireland as a boy?
No, I was brought up in England. For despite my Irish name and nationality, I was reared in England and reared in the north of England. So cricket for me began in Yorkshire.
Good place to start.
Where else? And I remember again memories. The first real turn on for cricket for me was being taken to the new cinema over and over and over again to watch Hutton's 364 here.
Yeah.
In what, 38?
1938. Yeah.
I was 6. And the great joy and the cheers that in the cinema when he popped it in, very clear to me. And then towards the end of the war, do you know Roundhay Park or of Roundhay?
I do. I went there when there was a test match last year. They had a sort of fete there. I went. Yeah.
Well, I was there last Sunday, just to have a little wander around.
It's a marvellous place.
And towards the end of the war, Sir Leary Constantine and Arthur Wood,
right, great wicketkeeper, they
put together Sunday sides. And in those days, it was the Australian overseas touring team, something as complicated as that. And we little boys could be chosen as ball boys to stand on the boundary. And one of my great moments, in fact, my greatest moment still in cricket was, even though I wasn't playing, I was standing at, was Constantine left-handed?
No, right-handed.
Right-handed. Standing at long mid-off.
Yeah.
And he whacked the ball. He scored 50 and 18 deliveries. And he whacked the ball over the ropes, and it fell into my hands.
Oh, lovely.
And I remember this huge man just beaming and waving his bat. It was a lovely moment.
You sound just like the Bearded Wonder. You knew how many deliveries he had. I mean, were you that keen? Did you keep a score?
In those days, yes, of course.
Did you?
Yeah.
And then now what about the playing talent? You see, if you go to Lord's in the winter in the indoor school, you can be seen there.
True. Well, I love to turn up and play. I love to be with cricketers. I'm not any good anymore. My wish nowadays is to be involved in a stand. If I can plug up one end and let somebody else do the scoring and occasionally pop in a little single and charge up and down the wicket.
Have you got the Trevor Bailey forward defensive?
Yes, I've got that. Much the amusement of all my chums. When you say play, it is an overstatement. What I do is creak out to the square and hope to plonk a little timber on the ball. I hope to turn my own arm over and get a maiden or perhaps a wicket.
What, leg tweakers or anything?
Well, I have a delivery which is really, really special. It does absolutely nothing.
Well, that's very good.
From leaving the hand to pitching, nothing at all. And this confuses many batsmen.
But you do go into the indoors. I mean, who do you go and play with there? You go once a week, roughly.
Well, I usually go with young chums who's delighted to try and knock my head off. There's one sitting exactly behind me right now. They love it. They love to fling down leather and try and take my head off.
But I saw someone who I know who was a member, I think, of Bronsbury, and he says that every Friday you go and coach the boys there. Is that right?
Well, that's a delight for me. I like, again, I'm with my standard, under nines. I love to less coach than encourage young boys.
I mean, you give them a demonstration of your strokes?
No, I'm the bowling machine and the umpire. And,
this is great, isn't it? Because we've got to get at the young, haven't we?
Well, this is why Bronsbury is such an extraordinary club. If you go there Friday night, it's one of those delightful sights in cricket. The entire pitch is filled with little boys. The nets are filled. There are something like 100 little things in white there. And it is a lovely sight.
It's great credit to the club that they get them there. They're doing very well, aren't they, Bronsbury, to do that?
Very well indeed. And my job is not to coach. I don't want to say, look, get your foot to the ball, get over it. I don't want to. I like just to cheer them up and encourage them and run and keep their eye on the ball, all those things.
I'm sorry.
For cricket is in the hands of the young.
Do you play with odd sort of actors and people still? Do you turn out for Lord's Taverners or for...
Well, I play for a club called Lazarusian.
Ah, I don't really know that one.
Well, you may. We're not doing too badly.
What sort of people do you play?
Well, we played some high-class stuff. We played Northamptonshire professional coaches, and we drew with them. Have we won anything yet?
Yeah, yes, we won against Sandbach.
Won against who?
Sandbach.
Oh, really? And where does Toole bat there?
He opens.
You go in first?
Yes.
against all the hostile
Against
fast
all the
bowling.
hostile stuff, yeah.
And what do you look like in a helmet?
Well, we were playing in Northamptonshire, and a distinguished pro was in the other side, and he insisted that we all wear helmets because the pitch was bouncing and taking spin.
Good gracious.
So I went to the pavilion, and I was given a helmet, and I couldn't find my way out of the pavilion. I stumbled around, and I couldn't see where the door was, and I felt, and I'm sure I looked like a Dalek. So I took it off.
Yeah, I mean, how people look through that visa.
No idea.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? And you can't hear either. You can't hear the chap calling for a run or anything. It's
Like,
and what about the bowling then? Do you get any wickets?
sometimes I get a wicket or two. I get a few maidens. For me, a 1 run now is what 6 runs meant when I was a boy. 1 wicket now means a 5-wicket haul. If I do a piece of decent fielding, I'm very happy. If I take a catch, I'm delirious. And as long as I don't become a passenger with the team, I'll keep on playing.
Are you good at sprinting around the boundary?
Oh, that's a great sight. I'm greatly encouraged by my team. I say, go on, off he goes, and I puff and pant.
Well, this encouragement, you see, it's spread to county cricket now. Everybody claps the whole time. Have you noticed? They clap before the chap bowls. They clap if it misses the stumps by 10 feet. And it's a great thing. They'd say it inspires people. Does it inspire you if everybody claps you? Yes.
Well, yes, it wouldn't deter me. It wouldn't put me off.
I think we last met in the box watching, was it the Test match?
Was at Lord's.
Do you go quite a bit?
Well, this summer I'm watching as much cricket as I possibly can, and I always do watch as much cricket as I possibly can. Wherever I go in the world, it'll be at the West Indies or Australia. I was in Australia at Christmas watching.
Yeah.
Which brings me to David Gower.
Right.
We've I've had long discussions with lots of interested people about David Gower, and we've decided on a solution. David will go to live in the West Indies until he qualifies as a resident. And then he will play for the West Indies and come back here at the age of 37 and tonk everybody all around.
I think he has to live there a bit longer. After you've played for one country, you probably have to live for about 10 years. But
well,
he'd be all right at 50, wouldn't he?
Maybe they could alter the rules a little in the West Indies. At 37, he could come back.
I mean, he's obviously a hero of yours. We'd have loved to have seen him playing here. Who are the past heroes you've had? I mean, in the past when you were a boy, you mentioned Hutton and things.
Well, Hutton was my god until along came a tall, handsome man called Flying Officer Miller.
Ah, K.R. Miller.
And to this day, he's my god, my cricketing
He's probably
god.
still over here. He spends most of the summer here. Have you seen him this summer?
No, I've not, but I met him in Sydney about a decade ago, and we had a long, long chat about the old days.
He's a marvellous telephoner. If he knew your birthday, he'd ring you wherever it was from Sydney.
Marvellous cricketer. I remember watching him play a long innings. I don't know where or when. I remember his back foot, like a stanchion, straight and like a stanchion, moving out to everything. And he was everything I wanted to be when I was a little boy. Great, tall.
Funnily enough, you mentioned that, because when he played slow bowling, sometimes he nearly did the splits, because his back leg was static in the crease, and he stretched forward with his first, and sometimes he looks he was about to do the splits. Very painful. But well, it is, isn't it?
I've never done the splits, not intentionally.
Can we talk a little bit about yourself? Because you didn't, at the start, appear to be sort of in an acting family or anything. How did you get into acting?
Oh, looking back on it now, there seems to be an inevitable logic to it all, but it wasn't. I really stumbled into it from one thing to another. Somebody got ill and I took over in an amateur production, and then someone said, you ought to do it professionally, and I thought, well, shall I try this? And then I got a scholarship to the RADA, and it went from there.
Yeah, and you got the scholarship by rather just barging in and making a nuisance of yourself, so I'm told. Well, so Kenneth Barnes heard you, and
you're very well informed.
Well, I know people at that RADA, and they said you were making so much noise. He came out and said, "What's going on?" And said, "Well, give the chap a test." And having given you the test, he gave you a scholarship. Is that right? It's too good to be true.
It's not quite true, but what is true is that I'd spent the night in Stratford-on-Avon watching Michael Redgrave play King Lear. and looking for somewhere to sleep. I had no money. I slept in a field with a chum, and we'd covered ourselves with what we thought was straw, and it was indeed merely the cosy to a dung pile. And so when we'd thumbed our lift into London, we weren't exactly fragrant, but the lorry driver dropped us at Euston Station.
Pretty quickly, I should think.
Very quickly. And, well, it was even that was a bit terrifying. It was a lorry carrying beer barrels. And we were standing on the beer barrels, rattling around, got off at Euston, aiming for a men's hostel where we had indeed had booked a bed. And I passed the RADA. And I thought, oh,
Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, yes.
And I popped in, and I began a conversation with the sergeant, the commissionaire at the door, and we were looking at a bust of Bernard Shaw. And the sergeant and I were telling stories about Bernard Shaw. And Sir Kenneth Barnes did come along and joined in the storytelling. And I think one of my stories may have intrigued him or something.
I think you smelled it. Were you still ponging then?
Well, my companion said you will be removed from there, O'Toole, by a person with a clothes peg on his nose.
I shall have to ask you about Lawrence of Arabia. Before that, though, they tell me your bagpipes played a big part in the first film part you got. Is that so? Kidnapped?
That's correct.
Did you have to actually play them in the film?
I did. It was my friend Peter Finch, another cricket fan. And Peter was playing in Stevenson's Kidnapped, and there was a part for Rob Roy McGregor's son, who had a bagpipe competition with the part that Peter was playing. And Finchy had said, "There's only one actor I know who plays the bagpipes."
Well, this is useful for promising young people who want on the stage, go and learn the bagpipes. You never know, you might get a part from it. Now, Lawrence...
Use them as a wicket, of course, the three stones.
Have you ever taken them out and played out of the pitch? It might put off a few batsmen. Lawrence of Arabia, one or two others turned the part down. Did they not? Weren't you told? They said Finney turned it down.
Nice of them. I'm delighted that they did.
You snapped it up as soon as it was offered.
As soon as it came my way, I felt I was in the slips and the ball came my way. I thought I'll have that one. Yeah.
You were on a pretty sandy wicket, though, for a long time, weren't you?
Very, and Omar Sharif, another good cricketer.
Did you ever have any games in the desert?
In the middle of the desert, in
Did
120 degrees, yes, we played cricket to the astonishment of the Bedouin, who hadn't the foggiest idea what was going on.
Did they feel for you?
No, they didn't, but they looked at the ball with great suspicion, and then one of them picked it up and thought, oh, this is a wonderful weapon, and they were flinging it at each other.
Well, it did take an awful long time to do. I mean, it was a long film.
It took a couple of years.
Did it? Out of your life?
In my life, it became my life. It was more than just a film. It was a huge adventure. I mean, it was everything that a young 28-year-old man could wish, or I could wish, at least, to be out into the desert, into the Holy Land, to be working with a genius, David Lean, with a first-class script by Robert Bolt, with a company of superb actors.
Quite a few in the company, to say the least. Thousands.
I need a score sheet, or I'll leave somebody out. But it really was. And I was like a young matador. Another bull would come in. I'd play with who's this morning? Anthony Quinn. Who's today? Alec Guinness. Who's today? Anthony Quayle. Who's today? Donald Wolfett. Who's today? Claude Rains. Who's today? Arthur Kennedy. Who's today? Jose Ferrer. It was astonishing.
Not a bad 11, that.
Not a bad.
Isn't it extraordinary how many actors... You play and see a lot of them. You mentioned Peter Finch being mad, Trevor Hart. So many of them love playing cricket.
Yes, there is an affinity between this game and cricket. Think of C. Aubrey Smith, who captained his country.
Right, yes. Only one test match he played, and he captained England.
There we go, and he was an actor.
Did you ever play in Hollywood?
No, but I've watched that Hollywood, as you know, has a cricket team. But lots and lots of West Indians are now going to live in California. And down in the valley, they're setting up cricket matches. So it may take on. They call it in America, they call cricket baseball on Valium. I don't know quite what that means.
I don't know, but because the great David Niven, he played.
I mean, you need quite a lot of Valium against Curtly Ambrose, I imagine.
I saw him walking across the thing today, the grass towards me. He's a terrifying sight.
Bowler. If he doesn't break down, that's going to be one of the greatest bowlers we've ever seen.
You heard that Jonathan Agnew and I disgraced ourselves yesterday by corpsing.
He knew exactly what was going to happen. He tried to step over the stumps and just flicked a bail with his right
He more or
hand.
less tried to do the splits over it, and unfortunately the inner part of his thigh must have just removed the bail.
He just didn't quite get his leg over.
Anyhow, he did very well indeed, batting 131 minutes and hit 3 fours. And then we had Lewis playing extremely well for his 47 not out. Agus, do stop it. And he was joined by De Freitas, who was in for 40 minutes, a useful little partnership there. They put on 35 in 40 minutes, and then he was caught by Dujan Walsh. Lawrence, always entertaining, batted for 35. 35 minutes, hit a 4 over the wicketkeepers. Agus, for goodness sake, stop it. Hit a
Yes, Lawrence Lawrence played extremely well.
He hit a 4 over the wicketkeeper's head, and he was out for 9. And Tuftle came, batted for 12 minutes, and then was caught by Haynes on Patterson for 2, and there were 54 extras, and England were all out for 419. I've stopped laughing now. I mean, have you had any experiences on the stage or on the film where you simply couldn't go on?
Oh yes. I mean, twice I've been in productions where the curtain have been pulled down, slowly down.
For real, can you give us what gave
Certainly.
you the...
One of my favourite moments was in Brighton, in a play which was not very successful and was not going to have a long life. And it was a complicated play and set on a strand with the corner of a little beachside cottage, and the back of the set was the sea. Lots and lots of gauzes and lights and complicated things to make it look like the sea. And indeed, I entered from the sea with Sylvia Sims in our bathing costumes. And a lovely man called Nicholas Meredith, no longer with us, a great giggler. And his first line was, "Good morning, Roger." I was Roger. And then he had to erect a deck chair, which is never, ever easy. It's a tricky old business. Your fingers get trapped, and we've all tried to do deck chairs. And I remember the line very clearly because I heard it for 7 or 8 weeks. "Good morning, Roger. There's something about a deck chair. Austerity, poise, and comfort. The austerity is an illusion. The comfort is achieved only with difficulty, and the poise we leave to Pamela," which is silly. Well, he would do that line erecting a deck chair. Well, not once did he ever get the deck chair up. Not once. And Nick had a habit of twisting his hair into little spikes. This meant I am not giggling. Then when he coughed, this meant I am certainly not giggling. So there was Nick twisting these huge spikes on his head and coughing away. There was something about a deck chair. Austerity, and after an agonizing long time of not getting the lines out or not getting the deck chair up, he left behind this crumpled mass of timber and canvas and said, "I am going to post a letter." And
was that in the script?
No. And walked into the sea. And he was... I thought, now, the only thing I could really think was, no, I did not do this. This is not me. This is perhaps the first time in my life. This is not me. I am not responsible. So I hid behind a palm tree. Nick was floundering around amongst the gauzes.
Looking for a letterbox in the
looking
sea.
for a letterbox in the sea, floundering about amongst the gauzes and electricity, at which point everything went spotty, sparks and flashes. And then onto the beach came a fireman in a brass helmet with an axe. And of course the curtain came very, very slowly down. The producer immediately looked at me and began wagging his finger. But it wasn't me.
No. What about on films? Lawrence,
Well,
do you have a
that's
corpse
easy.
of
Oh,
Lawrence?
yes, many times.
Retakes, the whole
Retakes, yes, but you can't see our
Who are the
gigglers.
people? It's when you catch people's eye. Who is the worst giggler then with you in Lawrence?
I think Anthony Quayle.
Very, a very austere actor, a marvellous actor, very nice man.
Yes.
Unfortunately, died 2 years ago, didn't he?
He did.
Lucky enough to interview him. So a great corpser you are then. Which is half the fun of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you find yourself, if you're playing anything at all, on this edge of not only being yourself, but watching yourself.
I mean, you've done a Shakespeare Hamlet. You did a famous Hamlet. What about John?
That was funny too.
Why?
I came on stage at the Old Vic to play Hamlet.
Yeah.
And I'd been down below with the stagehand trying to pick a winner. And walked onto the stage and began to... And I knew that Noel Coward was out front, and Noel was sitting in the front row with his friends, Joycey and co. And I said, to be or not to be, that is the question. I heard... I thought, well, it is noble in the mind to have slings and arrows out there. I thought, what am I doing? And I had a quick glance down to see if the fly was open, which, the cod piece was open or whatever.
Yeah.
And on, and finally there was real, proper laughter throughout the entire audience, and I didn't know why. At which point Rosemary Harris came on as Ophelia. And I put my hand to my forehead and realized I was wearing 20th century horn-rimmed spectacles.
You forgot to take...
I forgot to take my specs off. And how do I get rid of them? So I said to Rosie, there shall be no more marriages, and I flung the specs at her.
It's great. And your Macbeth got a few laughs.
That got a few laughs.
Was it meant to or not?
Was it meant to?
Yes.
No.
I think you were pulling everybody's leg.
Not really. What the chief cause, again, this awful sense of giggle and the ridiculous, is that as Banquo appeared, drenched from head to foot in blood, down the Waterloo Road came an ambulance.
You could hear it on the stage.
Ding, 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 and I caught Brian Blessed's eye, and I'm afraid we were both giggling.
It's
precisely what we needed.
It's absolutely tremendous. But the great thing is you've had fun all the time.
All the time, and I hope it continues.
Radio Gold, isn't it? Peter O'Toole with Brian Johnston in 1991 at the Oval. And you can listen to 40 classic views from the boundary. They're on BBC Sounds. People like Elton John, Christopher Lee, John Cleese, Trevor McDonald, Penelope Keith. And so they're all there, a little treasure trove, really, of these wonderful guests that we have here, and hopefully one day we will do so again. We'll be restarting here shortly. Just a bit of a reminder that England were bowled out for 369, so they lost 6 for 111 this morning. They won't be very happy about that. And my word, they were rescued by Stuart Broad, who made an excellent swashbuckling 62 from 45 balls, equaling the third fastest 50 ever scored by an Englishman. That came off 33 balls. Anderson was the last man out for 11, and leaving Don Best there for 18 not out. So it was slightly delayed because they nibbled into lunch, if you like. So we can nip across to Headingley, where the Roses friendly continues. Lancashire replying to Yorkshire's 337 for 5 declared, and there's commentary on the game, by the way, on the BBC Sport website and the app. And let's talk to Kevin Howells, who's on such good form yesterday, just like a little boy in the sweet shop. Back with cricket being played, and you're still sounding very jolly today.
Oh, you've got to be. I mean, this is more about cricket than it is probably the contest for the remainder of the day, because Lancashire are 58 for 2, a long way behind the target. I think Yorkshire, actually, to be honest, on a two-day game where Yorkshire batted yesterday and bowled today, they've had the better of the conditions. The weather, as with you, is much better than we expected, but yesterday was a glorious day for batting, and today probably, here at Headingley especially, it suits the bowlers a little more. So, and they've made the most of it. I think they bowled very accurately as well. I think Yorkshire will be very pleased with the way they've gone about their bowling. In terms of the batting, Alex Davis only lasted one ball, giving Matt Fisher a wicket. He was caught by the keeper. Alex, it's very early on, of course, and a very disruptive preparation, but not the greatest from Alex, wafting really to wider delivery.
That's cruel, isn't it? How much preparation has he had? How much waiting to get the bat and he gets a first bauler?
Well, yeah, but terrific from Matt Fisher because he was on the ball. Keaton Jennings batted well for his 37. Matthew Waite, another Yorkshire sort of all-rounder, got him out, caught a third slip. That was a terrific delivery, caught by Brooke at third slip just before lunch, out for 37. So Bohannon is 29. not out. He's been joined by Rob Jones just before lunch. We're about to start this afternoon. But, you know, it is, as we said yesterday, great that we've got the cricket back. Great that we're seeing cricketers really giving it some there. I mean, I spoke to you at lunchtime yesterday. They kept that going through the afternoon, and it was, you know, it's going to be tough. Full days of cricket, you know, having what everybody's experienced over the last few months. So well played to all the cricketers involved.
Yeah. No crowd there, of course.
No.
But tomorrow you are going down to the Oval, aren't you? To watch Surrey Middlesex, and that's going to be interesting to see how that works out, isn't it?
So all the tickets have been taken. This is all part of government policy, just to see if it's possible to allow spectators back into sporting venues. And Surrey versus Middlesex tomorrow and Sunday, they've had 1,000. They're being allowed 1,000 people into the ground. 900. They've all got to be members, by the way, so that they know where they live, so to speak. So there are 900 members of Surrey, 100 for Middlesex. They've given Middlesex some tickets as well, and they have sold out, if you'd like to put it that way, for both Sunday and Monday. Warwickshire and Worcestershire, they're going to have a go at doing it as well next week, and it's just going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. I mean, if you go on the Surrey website, it is very detailed, yet, and I think relaxed is probably not the right word, but I think the attitude is very much, if we're all in this together, if everybody does everything that's asked of us, expected, whether it be the players, the media, whether it be hopefully the supporters in the next few weeks and maybe a couple of months, you know, let's just see that we can all get together and make this work so that some people at least can get into the ground, and that's going to be interesting tomorrow. Obviously, both the Kia Oval and Edgbaston, you know, they're big venues. They should, you know, that should be able to work, I would imagine, but let's wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, well, so that's 1,000 people in. That's 19,000 empty seats, I think, at the Oval, isn't it, approximately?
Yes, it is. But look, it's one step at a time, isn't it? And if they can make this work, and it's going to be so important. I had Martin Moxon, Director of Cricket, up here yesterday for Yorkshire, talking with me, socially distanced. We were talking away, and I said, what about your playing budget? Do you have any idea yet what sort of impact COVID is going to have on your size of squad and that sort of thing? And he made the point there are so many factors, including whether or not they will be allowed some spectators in county cricket before the end of September. And the impact of that, it's not just about making, you know, lots of money and all that sort of thing. It's about players' careers. It's about the careers of the younger players and maybe some of the oldest ones, but cricketers. It's about providing cricketers and producing the best cricketers for England, and therefore getting spectators in the ground done correctly, and when it's properly approved, it will be a very big and important factor for this English summer of cricket.
And just last one, the umpire's coming ahead. Do we know if you do have a ticket for tomorrow? Do you know how it works? I mean, do you know? Do you have a seat number, for instance? How you get into the ground? It was all that sort of detail being provided to the ticket holders.
I haven't actually seen the ticket, so I can't answer that specifically. I know that you're told to go to a certain gate, and I'm not going to sort of get involved in case I've misread something. But if you go on the Surrey website, so I know that the Alex Stewart gate, and I think that is the one you go to, and the gates will open at the 9:30. You show your phone with your e-ticket, and if you haven't got a ticket, you ain't going to get in. You show that, and then you'll be following one-way systems, you know, around the ground. If you're going in and you want, they will be selling some sort of food and drink. And if you do that, of course, you will have to adopt the same guidelines as outside of the ground, which is you wear a face mask. For you know, that takeaway sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, there's only certain sections of the ground that will be open, and whether it's not actually got your seat number on it, I'm going to guess that it probably has to have, but I don't know. But that'll be on your ticket, and obviously there'll be loads of people around tomorrow who will be able to point you in the right direction, because it is so important that this works that Surrey will make sure that it does, believe me, as will, of course, Warwickshire next week as well.
Kevin, tell us all about it tomorrow, won't you? And
look forward to it.
Enjoy Headingley. As I understand it, tickets were reserved for members of both clubs, and of course there'll be careful spacing of groups to avoid breaking social distancing guidelines. Households are going to be separated by 2 clear seats to the left and right of them, and only alternate rows are going to be used. I also read somewhere that I think literally half the ground is going to be closed off, so the Vauxhall end of the Oval, I think, is going to be used for spectators, and the pavilion end is going to be for players, administrators, and so on. Anyway, we'll hear all about it tomorrow, and it's just so good that people can, even though it's only 1,000 out of a capacity of 20,000, at least can go and watch some cricket. Now, in front of me, we've got the action continuing, and it'll be fascinating to see how this all works out today. There's still a lot of cricket left. James Anderson's going to bowl the first over, not from the end that I thought he would. I thought he'd bowl from his own end, actually, and not just because he's got his name on it, but also because of the way the wind is blowing, which is from left to right as we look across, so it would suit his outswingers to bowl from the other end. But anyway, he's bowling to Brathwaite, and in he goes to bowl the first ball. It swings away a little, and Brathwaite allows that to go by outside the off stump. West Indies replying to 369, England having lost 6 for 111 this morning. Stuart Broad made an excellent 62, and he's answered my next question, which was going to be who would take the new ball along with Anderson, and he's doing lots of stretching there at mid-on, so it looks as if Stuart Broad, well, the old partnership will be restored anyway, with Archer therefore presumably coming on first change. Anderson bowls to the right-handed Brathwaite, who again gets the ball a little too wide to play, and that's collected by Butler behind the stumps. And Carlos Brathwaite, no relation, I don't think. I've asked you that question before. Are you relation? No, not at all.
No relation. Funny enough is I think 4 professional sportsmen, all with the name Brathwaite, and I don't think any of us are related. Craig Brathwaite and myself, Carlos Brathwaite in cricket, Shane Brathwaite, a hurdler, and Ryan Brathwaite, a world champion in hurling as well. I don't think any of us are related.
There you go. Well, here's Craig anyway with 3 slips and a gully. Anderson, you can see the orange soles of his boots, bowls an in-swinger, and Brathwaite comes forward and plays it up to mid-on, and certainly a breeze-assisted in-swinger there, but I was a bit surprised he's not bowling from the other end, but he's had choice, and that's the one he wanted. He's got his black headband on, and there's no one knows more about this sort of bowling than James Anderson, so I'm not going to quibble with him, but it is a breeze literally going left to right across the ground as he polishes the ball. Brathwaite over his bat. It looks to be batting on about off stump from here. So I suspect making sure he doesn't nibble at anything that he doesn't have to. And Anderson bowls to an outswinger that he has to play at this time. And Archer fields from wide mid-off. Root applauds in the slips. 3 of them and the gully. It's point. Archer's quite wide. It's more at extra cover really than mid-off. Stuart Broad is at mid-on. A square leg and a fine leg. So the last time these two have opened the bowling together, did they open the bowling at Cape Town? And I presume they did. And Anderson broke down. There's so many illnesses and so on kicking around, but I'm not quite sure what was going on that day. In goes Anderson again, bowls outside the off stump. And Brathwaite very watchfully allows that to go through. Collected by Butler, who rather missed out today. It is opportunity there to score 100. But he took his overnight score to 56. Pope didn't add anything to his 91. He was dropped once, a very straightforward catch to Cornwall at slip. And then in the next over, he was bowled by Gabriel. So he also rather missed out there. Anderson dips his head, runs in smoothly, bowls another in-swinger, and Brathwaite's away, turning it into the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. So 1 for no wicket, a little bit of gentle movement there. Nothing I don't think that Brathwaite will report is too alarming to Campbell, who has been denied the strike, so he'll have to wait a little longer before he faces his first ball. Stuart Broad might have heard there in the distance. Sound of some Velcro being undone and then refastened, and that actually was Stuart Broad's boots, which he did right beside the pitch microphone there. Just picked it up. So he's going to bowl from the pavilion end, renamed, of course, as the James Anderson end. Wickets to his name. And of course, he got most of those wickets down at that far end of the last match.
They did indeed open together in Cape Town, but I think, if I've read the stats right, the last time that they were both available to bowl in the match in which they played together and didn't open was back in 2016 at the Oval. There was the match last year when Anderson wasn't on the pitch in the second inning, so Wokes took the new ball.
Right.
So that's generally when they've played, they've always opened the bowling together.
Well, it's great that they're reunited, because there's been lots of talk about England not playing both of them in the same side. But here they are, Anderson from this end, and now Stuart Broad from the Anderson end, bowling to Craig Brathwaite. In he comes and bowls him. Oh, there's one that lifted as appeal for leg before wickets. Very hard sound. And it seemed to climb on the right-hander. Maybe the hard sound that we heard was a thigh pad or something like that, because an appeal for leg before wicket.
Yeah, either thigh pad or inside edge.
Certainly squared him up. Looking at the all-telling replay. Oh, yes, it sort of thumped into the top part of his pad. Make a hard sound, but that would have gone down to miss the leg stump.
Some movement there, though. Obviously, Broad is more off the seam. Jimmy Anderson more through the air, but that was prodigious movement in.
3 slips crouching as he bowls, and Brathwaite allows that to pass by outside his off stump. So 3 slips and a gully. It's the same field, really, that Anderson had. It's a backward point. Wokes is at wide mid-off. Extra cover, really. Anderson's quite straight at mid-on. There's a backward square leg and a man out of our sight, but inevitably, I suspect it's Archer down there at fine leg. So below the camera gantry as we look down from the 3rd floor of the media centre. 1 for no wicket in reply to England's 369. Broad on his way. Bowls, and Brathwaite gets a thick inside edge to this. Runs away into the leg side, fielded by Pope. And England, I would think, if they're honest, will say, well, we probably fell 100 runs short. I know it's disappointing for the West Indies because they took 4 for 22 and were all over England at that stage.
I would beg to differ. I would say that was about par.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they were behind the 8 ball. They had a good partnership in the middle. They lost a few wickets this morning, had another good partnership. Just the ebbs and flow, and I think 350 scores are better for Test cricket than your 460s and 470s.
Here's Broad with a headband on. Bowls, and it's edged and taken at first slip. And Brathwaite's out. Broad strikes in his first over. Very neatly taken, nice straightforward catch. And West Indies are 1 for 1. They've got to be careful because they just lost the initiative during Broad's innings. The heads dropping, there were some misfields and so on. And they've got to be careful here just to make sure that they don't run aground in this innings. Root clutching the ball. He didn't take it cleanly, but he clutched it to his chest. And then was able to secure the catch. So disappointment for Brathwaite. He's out already. And West Indies, a little worryingly, are 1 for 1.
Yeah, that first ball jagged back, hit him on the pad. And I think he's played at every ball since. That one just straightened or held its line, and he really didn't need to play at it. But on the evidence of that first ball, the massive seam movement back in, I guess he felt compelled to play. And that's what Stuart Broad gives.
Yeah.
That is Stuart Broad. Good area, good length, a bit off the seam. And this is a big innings for Shea Hope. His Test career. And for West Indies, middle order batting plans.
Do you think he really is on the knife edge, is he?
Yeah, he is. It's only so long that obviously Jason backed him, and that was good to hear. I've sent him some personal messages of encouragement because I don't think he's out of form. He's been middling the ball beautifully. He just hasn't gotten a score. But when you think about the players that aren't here, I don't think Bravo can get into the team at its strongest with the performances from this tour. But Hetmeyer would be a dead cert to jump in ahead of Shea Hope on current form. So it's important for him. He is here. He has a chance to get 100, get a big score and cement his place.
Such a great start, with averaging only 26 now.
Yeah.
That's that in the position that he is.
And when you think about the persons, and Nkrumah Bonner would have had to watch 3 tests. You got 2 guys about to come back in, and for any other person who wants to go at Test cricket to watch someone ahead of you not performing as well as they should, it would be kind of unfair to the persons waiting in the wings as well.
Well, he can play. We all know that. But he's coming now with a lot of pressure on. 3 slips gully. They're now putting a short leg in as well. And Broad from the far end. Hope slightly open in his stance. Waits for Broad, who runs in, bowls. He's hit on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Broad wants it. The umpire says no. And it's down to Joe Root now to decide whether or not that's worth reviewing. Broad suggesting with his hand gestures that it was probably gone down the leg side. But a worrying moment there. I think Hope's heart was in his mouth.
Yeah, I've heard someone refer to Ollie Pope batting at 3 and Ian Bell, and how Ian Bell had to go down the order to find his feet. I just think Shea Hope is better at 4 or 5. It seems so insignificantly shift, but he's in, second over, ball's going to be moving around. He has to curb that attacking intent and instinct. Just find it a lot easier for him down the order.
Broad bowls, he's back in the crease, and there's inside edge there, with the short leg waiting to gobble it up, but the ball went to ground. And that's the end of Broad's first over, and he's on it today, that's for sure. Runs in the bank, and it just frees you up as a bowler, doesn't it? If you know you've got something there behind you, and you can just run in and bowl, and he's going to be dangerous today. Oliver Carthew has sent us an email. So that interview with Peter O'Toole was fantastic. I had the pleasure of meeting him and his young son Lorcan when he called into my aunt's house in the west of Ireland one summer. Didn't know what to say to such a legend. And then someone said I was a huge cricket fan, and we chatted about cricket for quite a while. Funny, gentle man. And I know that interview has gone down really well with all of you. Great to hear. Great to hear John was chortling away as well. Yeah, really nice. So Radio Gold, and there's more of it up there on BBC Sounds. Now Anderson is going to bowl. Campbell hasn't faced a ball yet, and he's going to come round the wicket at him with 3 slips and a gully. Left-handed, of course. In goes Anderson, bowls to him, is forward, nicely forward too. A nice smooth defensive stroke, sending the ball through extra cover. Broad's in pursuit, and with that obvious white headband on, big knot at the back of it. It's tempting to go up that and just trim it off a bit with a pair of scissors.
Tell you what though, this is a big knock for John Campbell as well. Touted as the next Chris Gayle at under 19 level. He's a lot more polished now, and he's done some good stuff in his short career. But with Joshua De Silva getting 100, and I just think it's not a knife edge for John Campbell as yet, but it'll be whispers.
Anderson bowls to him, and back he goes into the crease, wants a single, and he'll get it as well. There's a big gap there. Best coming up from point. Tosses the ball to Broad, who smears some sweat onto it. He'll get about polishing it on his trousers. Anderson's gone for the big black headband. Again, mopping his brow. Almost snood territory, I'd describe Anderson's. We've got the king of the snoods behind us, Andy Zaltzman. There's got a number of snoods he's unveiled over the last few days. Anderson's is almost that size. Jet black. He runs in rather menacingly and bowls to Hope outside the off stump. There's no stroke from the right-hander. But you can hear the fielders liked it. Lots of well-bowled jimmies and that sort of thing. As Anderson walks back towards us again. 4 for 1, the West Indies. They've lost Brathwaite to a catch at slip by Root in Broad's first over. He was out for 1. That's in reply to England's 369. And Hope again is right across on that off stump. In fact, from here we can't see any of the wickets. As Anderson runs in, bowls and beats him, groping outside the off stump. They always bat like that. Always bat over so far on the off stump. But they're trying really hard not to get lured into playing at something that they shouldn't.
Yeah, I think that's it. Cause I saw a comparison with him batting elsewhere in the world, and he was over to middle stump.
Right.
But in England, a few of the boys have done it actually.
Yeah.
Probably a Steve Smith-esque.
Yes.
He did that quite well.
Absolutely. He didn't start there though. It's a huge jump. Anderson bowls and beats him again. Lovely ball. I don't think it did very much. It's just that probing line and length that Anderson has grooved to perfection.
Is it putting the bowling machine at 75, 80, and just putting it on 2 swing, a slight angle, and it just darts in and shapes away nicely. And the best thing you could do for those previous 2 balls is what Shea did, missed them.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's your day, you do. If it's Jimmy's day, you don't. And he goes again. Bowls, and that's played rather across the pad, quite firmly. And Broad's able to field at mid-on. He'll keep it because he's going to bowl the next over. West Indies 4 for 1. Tense times for them. Carlos will say something interesting, I'm sure, while I make room for Simon Mann.
Pressure's on now, Aggers. Just massive innings for these two. The West Indies would hope that it's in a partnership. But out of the batting unit, everyone has kind of gotten starts, and the 3 guys that are in decent form, Blackwood, Brooks, Craig Braffett, who they've lost already. And it's important for these 2 guys to get a score on the board, bat some time, not only for the personal careers, but more importantly, this test match and the series. I think they would have wanted England for a lot less than 365, but the game is in the balance, and it's their chance to make themselves known.
Good afternoon. Here's Campbell on strike to Broad, coming round the wicket from the Jimmy Anderson end. Campbell covers up, sets off for a single. It's not there. It goes to Dominic Bess at backward point. And the loud shout of no in our effects microphone, that came from a desperate Shea Hope at the non-striker's end there, thinking, what on earth's going on?
Last thing you want is a run out.
It was sort of in that Root territory, although Root was a bit finer in the first innings. He was running through for the non-striker's end. A brilliant piece of fielding from Roston Chase. 4 for 1 West Indies.
It actually could be a good mode though, both of them getting the blood flowing, getting the muscles warm, and just taking over the strike, left hand, right hand, difficult to contend with. So it may be a good plan or ploy to just drop and run.
Yeah, certainly keep that board moving. Broad bowls, Campbell covers up, hits that away to square leg. And there is no run. The field for Broad to Campbell. He's so good against left-handers, Stuart Broad, because he takes it, angles it in and takes them away, takes the ball away from them. 3 slips in the gully. And there's a backward point and mid-off. There's a short mid-wicket. Chris Wokes is in there blowing on his hands at short mid-wicket. And a forward square leg as well. And then Jofra Archer down on his own at fine leg with no one for company, no one behind him. Here is Broad. Arms pumping, goes in, balls to Campbell, straight ball, and Campbell pushes this up to mid-on, and normally there would be no run, gentle push to mid-on, but there is no mid-on. So Wokes has to chase it back halfway to the old pavilion. Campbell gets 2, Campbell to 5. And West Indies to 6 for 1. There's that, shout from all the fielders. To me, it doesn't look like a straight ball. He's pushed it into the onside.
I was thinking, well played, middle of the bat.
Yeah.
Straight lines, and you've got 2, and everyone just acting as though it hooped.
Yeah. Broad back to his mark by a pile of sawdust. Past umpire Goff, balls to Campbell, and Campbell lets that go. Good lead from Campbell. It's past the off stump. It's quite close to it.
Simon, that was the one that you hold your head and whew, that was close.
Campbell allowing it to go, and you know they let him know it as well that it was close to that off stump, but Campbell perhaps as much leaving that on length as line. Campbell settles. Tense situation for West Indies. Broad bowls. Campbell again plays through mid-on, and another chase for Wokes. Talk about the batsman getting the blood flowing. The same for Chris Wokes, has to chase back towards the long-on boundary again, and they're through for 2 more for a gentle push from Campbell. Takes him to 7, and West Indies move to 8 for 1. They notionally need 170 to avoid being asked to follow on.
I really hope that doesn't come into the conclusion segment. No reason it should. The pitches look good all along. Nothing dramatic, nothing special. Obviously a world-class bowling attack, but the batters need to hold a hand up. They should be getting 300, to be fair. Should be getting up to 300 and then challenging that 365.
Mid-on is in now. Square leg has come round to mid-wicket. Broad bowls to Campbell. Campbell is forward, pushing away into the offside, and he runs with the stroke. That was a good call. Bess had some ground to make to his left-hand side. And Campbell's keen. He's pinching the bowling at the end of the over. He's on 8. And West Indies 9 for 1. The man out, Brathwaite, the adhesive Brathwaite, caught by Root. Slip wasn't the most convincing catch by Root. It was one of those where you clutch it to your chest.
He motioned that kind of rose a bit after it nicked, and then it was on a path, and then it rose a bit, and he kind of caught it in the heel and sandwiched it into the chest. He caught it in the end, as the most important.
Yeah, that's all that counts. It's a bit like whether you leave or play, isn't it? If you leave it and it misses the stumps, then that's fine.
Fantastic leave. I left that one on line, or I left that one on length. If it crashes into the stump, then all of a sudden it's a bad shot.
It's going to be
judgment.
Anderson, he's not bowling from his own end, he's bowling from the Statham end, which is the media centre end, so he's running away from us. Past umpire Kettleborough, bowls to Campbell, across Campbell. Campbell leaves it, lines that one nicely. And it thumps into Butler's gloves. I mean, in theory, quite good bowling conditions this afternoon. Pitch is okay, but good bowling conditions. It's overcast, the lights are on, there's a breeze. Got a stiff breeze going from left to right as Anderson looks at it. Over Campbell, the left-hander's right shoulder. Out to point. Taking the ball away from the left-hander as far as Anderson is concerned, taking it back into the right-hander. Anderson to Campbell, and Campbell offers the full face, playing it gently up towards Archer at mid-on. 9 for 1. Is this the first time Archer's played for England and not taken the new ball? In the first innings, I mean. I think in the second innings it might well have happened.
I'll check for you. I've interesting quirky Stuart Broad stat for you about taking wickets in the first overs of innings. I'll wait for after this ball.
Okay,
so I thought he was about. I can't see the bowler at the end of his run.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was so excited, waiting for it. Here's Anderson bowling, and Campbell covering it up and playing into the offside, into a gap, and picks up 2 more. Just pushing really. Campbell not playing anything extravagant there, just dropping the bat on it, finding the gap. 11 for 1. Campbell to 10.
Sorry, by the way, the batsman was, it looked like the bowler was imminently about to deliver. So
I forgot you can't see from the back of the box. With our social distancing, Andy's at the back of the box. He struggles to see the pitch. He has got a monitor. I should say he can actually watch the cricket because he's got a monitor in front of him. 11 for 1. Campbell on 10. 3 slips in the gully go down. Anderson moves in and bowls to Campbell, and Campbell gets a straight ball. He blocks it and he nearly gets a single there as well. Broad has to come round quickly from extra cover to mid-off to prevent it.
So the 4th time in 5 innings on this ground last year and this summer that Stuart Broad has struck in his first over. He got Campbell out in his first over in the 2nd innings of the last Test, and Warner out in the first innings, the first over of both innings in last year's Ashes Test on this ground. He also got Warner out in the first over of the 2nd innings at Headingley. So 5 times in his last 8 home innings, he has struck in the first over he's bowled.
Anderson bowls, strikes Campbell on the pad, pitching outside leg stump, so no concerted appeal.
And he'd only taken a wicket 3 times out of the previous 50 home innings inside the first over. So he's obviously doing something right, particularly at Old Trafford with his first over.
What do you put that down to? It's the cricketing gods. Well, it might be. He's bowling to left-handers, actually. That can help as well, can't it? He's a very good bowler to left-handers. David Warner sick of the sight of him. Not that he saw him for very much last summer. Saw him just enough to nick off and head back to the pavilion. 11 for 1. Anderson full, edged and dropped. It's been dropped by Ben Stokes at 2nd slip, and as slip catches go, that was a straightforward one, really. You'd expect to take those. And Stokes, who's not had a great catching record of late, puts down another one.
Yeah, that was straight in. It was harder to drop it than to take it, actually. Yeah, kind of dumbfounded. You would expect Stokes to gobble that one up. Trying to see if it did anything. His hands were in a funny position, though. More like crocodile rather than your conventional English way of fingers down. Just strange.
Yeah, because you get a good sight of it as well. It wasn't a flashing stroke from Campbell. It was almost like slip catching practice where you angle the bat.
You get the slides from the court in the morning.
And you can see the edge, and there's no flashing bat or anything like that. And it went a reasonable height to Stokes, and he gesticulated in a really frustrated way there after dropping it. Broad goes in and bowls. New over to Hope. Hope dabs it into the offside. Goes to Wokes. So it goes to Wokes. Wokes has to make a bit of ground in from mid-off to pick up. And there is no run. Hope still yet to score in what's been a thin tour for him. Desperate for a score here to propel West Indies forward, get them back in the game after a up and down morning. Up for an hour, down for an hour. 111 for 6 in the morning session. I suppose we said to the West Indies bowling out for 360 this morning. There's okay, yeah, not a bad trade-off. Broad bowls wide of off stump. Extravagant leave from Hope. Like whipping the bat inside the line like a fencer there after the ball had gone through to Butler, but they had such a good start that they were looking at one point, 280, 290, and ended up being 369. Destructive partnership in Broad and Best. It's been Broad's day today. He's dominated with the bat, and he's also taken the only wicket to fall. He's got the pavilion behind him. Hope in his sights. Broad now bowls to Hope. Hope gets one outside the off stump, lets it go, and it's taken by Butler low down, away to his right hand side. Carlos has departed. John Campbell should have departed a few minutes ago. And Michael Vaughan is here.
Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this is vintage, isn't it? Broad and Anderson, bit of nibble off the pitch. Lights are on, clouds are around. Good luck as a batsman. Just got to catch them.
Broad looking to find the outside edge of Hope's bat. Goes in now and bowls to Hope. Slides one down the leg side. Hope is inside the line of it, trying to glance, misses it. Taken by Butler. Yeah, Ben Stokes of late's not had a great catching record. I was making the point in Southampton that he's dropped quite a few of late, and some fairly straightforward ones as well. But I can't imagine there's been one as. I know they're never easy at slip. They go quickly, whatever. You know, the edge is found, and you're. But.
No, but if you're a second slip and you're there because you're a good catcher, that one was as easy as they come.
Yeah.
Knee height, didn't have to move.
Broad bowls, very wide. Shea Hope's off stump.
So I always used to say that, you know, any slip catch is difficult, but that was for me because I wasn't a great catcher. Now, if you're a good catcher and you're in the grabbers, I would say a good slip fielder would expect to take 95 out of 100 of those, probably 98. As easy as they come. It's seen all the way. The perfect angle from over the wicket, Anderson. Exactly what you're expecting. He just grabbed at it, didn't he? Just snatched.
He bends down, Broad goes in, and Hope plays a flinching defensive shot off his body there, off his hip, down to Archer at fine leg, and Hope is away. That's his first run.
Yeah, just look at the West Indies. They've been very stubborn, haven't they, in this series with their kind of tactics, their mindset, bowling first, and sticking with Shea Hope at number 3. Haven't so far thought about changing the batting order just somewhat. Shamar Brooks has looked technically very strong at 4. Roshan Chase has played well at 5. I said before the game, I just wondered if they'd have thought about putting Shea Hope to 5 and just putting Brooks and Chase up to 3 and 4. Just give him a little bit more time, just a bit more space to potentially play his one-day way at number 5. Come up against the likes of Anderson and Broad in these conditions at number 3 when you're under a bit of pressure. Very difficult.
Just looking back on the series, he's been in early every time, hasn't he? I think just about. Here is Anderson bowling to Hope. Hope defends a straight ball back down the pitch.
But just look at that defence there. You just look at his stance show. His right shoulder is basically on show. He opens up that stance, and when he played that forward defence, it wasn't a left foot forward and nice balance. You can see him coming right round with that back shoulder, almost like pivoting. And if the ball just moves away from him slightly, you just feel like he's going to get squared up and the outside edge will be found. He's not in alignment. Look, he's aligning himself to wide mid-on with his feet.
He's not quite as wide open as Dom Sibley, but he has got an open stance, and Anderson bowls outside his off stump, back 5th stump there, and Hope lets it go.
But a lot of players have that. They do have wide stance in terms of their alignment. Before the ball's released, they have it, say, to mid-on and just wide. But as the ball's about to release, they have a trigger that moves them a little bit squarer to the target. If you watch Shea Hope, he actually doesn't do that. He stays quite open on the release of the ball, so you just know there's a bit of out shape. There's a great chance of the outside edge being found.
3 slips in the gully waiting for it. And Anderson goes in and bowls to Hope. And that's wide to Hope. Hope leaves it. Not really threatening him there. Taken by Butler.
Just again, what I'm trying to explain is that if you are open and the ball, you've got to be prepared for is the ball on around off stump. So you try and get your alignment and your trigger in a place so you can get closer to that line of the ball. Now, ball on and around off stump just outside, because that left foot is so open, it's a long way to go again before you get yourself back into line. Everything has to be in sync to play a forward defence for Shea Hope.
Anderson bowls to Hope, and Hope gets the inner part of the bat on defensive shot. It runs down fine towards fine leg. Butler gets there first before Wokes can pick up after rushing in. So one more to Hope takes him to 2, and it's 13 for 1. Now John Campbell comes down the strike. I take your point about West Indies have battled hard in this year. They haven't really given England very much, have they? They've made England work for everything. There have been just a couple of passages of play. I think yesterday afternoon, after tea yesterday, was the first time it just felt as though West Indies had sort of lost control. Really. And you say, well, they were under pressure in the last game, but they battled hard throughout the game to try to stay in it. Anderson to Campbell. Campbell defends, gets a single short of Broad in the offside. One more to the total.
Yeah, I just wonder with the West Indies whether do they ultimately believe. There has been situations in Manchester. You go back to the second Test match when they were batting in the first innings. 4 wickets down, they were 30 shy of the follow-on, and all of a sudden blowing away. They should really have got 330, 340 in that first innings. That would have saved them the Test match.
Done, yeah.
And you go back to this Test match. First 2 sessions yesterday, excellent. At tea time, they came out just after, and they were so poor in that last session yesterday.
Anderson to Hope. Again, very wide from Anderson. Hope does not play, and that's the end of Anderson's over. Not much threat there from Anderson. His line just a bit off. 14 for 1. 7 overs have been bowled with a new ball. Wicket for 8. Campbell 11, Hope 2.
Yeah, I just wonder is the belief really in there that they can win a series like this? Because they've had chances. They've had chances in the second Test to make sure they get the draw, and they didn't take that. You know, you look at yesterday, they had a great chance just after tea, and they just switched off for a session, and it cost them a huge amount of runs. This morning, again, 4 quick wickets, 280 for 8. And then the field spread, and everything went a little bit AWOL for about 45 minutes to Stuart Broad, and that's, in my opinion, is going to cost them the Test match.
Short mid-wickets in again for Campbell. Broad ran the wicket, bowls to Campbell. Campbell's forward, angling it away, straight to Dom Bess at backward point. And there is no run. I mean, Broad can do that to you. We've seen him do it every now and again. You're making the point about bowling top of off stump this morning. I suppose what they did lack this morning was just that extra pace bowler to come in after because the 2 main guys had bowled for about an hour, and they didn't have that firepower to come in and sort of subdue Stuart Broad.
Yeah, I just look at the tactical side of things. You know, Jimmy Anderson came in at number 11. The off spinners were on. They didn't have one fielder in front of him. They didn't have a silly point. They didn't have a short leg. They had 3 fielders on the onside boundary to Jimmy Anderson.
Broad to Campbell. Campbell covers up to a straight ball. Runs up to Anderson. He's fielding it mid-off, and there is no run.
So what I'm trying to say, the West Indies, I think they have competed hard. They're a developing Test match team, but there's development, and then there's that belief that you have to install in yourself. And belief comes from really realising those key moments in a Test match, and you have to win them. If you're going to win the big series, you have to win those hours. And so far, over the last couple of weeks in particular, they've just not managed to win those key hours.
Broad arms pumping, goes in, bowls to Campbell, who tries to force that away, goes bouncing out to Bess at backward point, and there's no run.
Well, possibly a factor in this is their recent record in Test cricket, going back to after they won the first Test in England in 2000. In Tests against top 8 ranked teams away from home, West Indies have won just 4 out of 84 Tests, 17 draws, 62 losses. The win in Southampton was the 4th of those 4 wins against the top 8 sides in Test cricket. So they are a team that is not used to winning, particularly away from home.
No, although they have picked up, 2 of those wins were against England, weren't they? Headingley and then Southampton. Broad bowls, and Campbell lets that go.
It's really hard to find that, though. I mean, it's dead easy for me to say you've got to win those hours. But as a team, it's
So what do you do as a catch? When Broad comes in, starts swinging, you know it's a freebie for Broad, because if he gets out, it's like, well, everyone else has got out, and that's the way he plays.
Simplify the game.
So you don't have that firepower because your 2 main bowlers have sort of bust a gut already to try
Whether
and make the breakthroughs.
you've got firepower or not, you've got to hit the stumps. You know, they had 3 balls from the seamers that were going to hit the stumps to Stuart Broad. The rest were wide, short, nice juicy half volley, wide of off stump. So they just didn't cover the basics well enough.
Broad to Campbell, gets him down the leg side. Campbell tries to turn it, misses, taken by Butler.
And a player like Broad can do that to you. You know, it can send your mind spinning when a player comes in swinging, because you think you've got to have a third man, a fine leg, a deep square, a deep point, mid off on the boundary, mid on the boundary. So you start spreading the field, and again, from my experience watching the game, and I did it a few times as captain, when someone would come out and whack it, you spread the field, you kind of sit in your hotel room. Why not just simplify?
Yeah.
Just keep a simple field. All right, take a slip out. Just try and get the ballers to hit the stumps.
Broad to Campbell. Campbell defends, goes for a quick single. Anderson rushes in, can't prevent it. And West Indies have run pretty well so far. They've not been flamboyant in their stroke making, but they haven't nudged it around.
You'll be pleased to see this time. Look at this. The England players are taking the sweaters off. It's too hot out there. Ben Stokes has taken the long sleever off. The short sleeve has been kept on. It's that kind of day in Manchester,
yeah,
Simon. Hot.
It's another gorgeous day in Manchester. 15 for 1, Hope 2. Campbell has 12 more from Michael, and then it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, Broad and Anderson just having a conversation. Broad with the white headband, Anderson with the black headband. Bowling well enough to certainly get the second soon. Drop catch of Ben Stokes at second slip off Anderson over the wicket. He generally likes to go round the wicket, Anderson, to left hand as well. He's seen something in Campbell that is making him go over the wicket.
He's in now to the left-handed Campbell, and Campbell comes forward in defence, pushes up to Broad mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, there's a little bit of a misconception, isn't there, about Stokes and dropping catches? Is that what you're about to talk about, Andy?
I have some numbers for you, Dan. Since the start of last summer, Stokes, according to the CricViz data, has dropped 12 of 31 chances over the previous 2 years. So from the start of the 2017 summer to the end of the 2018-19 winter, he'd caught 32 out of 40. So he had an 80% catch rate for 2 years, and then since the start of last summer, it's down to just over 60%.
Oh.
I mean, he catches spectacular catches, but it doesn't mean he doesn't drop catches. Anderson is in again. Forward comes Campbell, pushes up to Archer at mid-on.
You could also argue he puts himself in a position where he gets lots of chances. He's always in the game.
Yes, although
Well,
that one he couldn't really.
No.
At second sim, or whatever it was going to go to him, wasn't it?
He does have a habit of reminding me of how many catches I dropped in my career, so maybe I'll just give him a bit back.
I think you could.
Yes.
Because I've
got those stats now to back up my argument.
That one was rather inexplicable, wasn't it, really? He was in a good position for it as Anderson is in once more, and it's again defended by Campbell, who's looking solid at the moment and pushes up to Archer. I wonder how long before we'll see him in the attack. Broad and Anderson have been at it now for, this is the 9th over of the West Indies innings. They're 15 for 1, having lost what we thought might be the key wicket of Craig Brathwaite, caught by Root. Didn't hold that very comfortably either, and Rakeem Cornwall dropped one at first slip. I don't know if there's something with the sight lines when there's no crowd whatsoever and huge sight screens at each end. Anderson once more cut nicely out in front of square, through the offside, out to the boundary for 4. It's a decent shot from Campbell, got on top of it and swatted it away. And for his troubles, he's being attacked by a wasp now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out Anderson coming over the wicket. I know he's had the outsiders dropped at second slip. You go back to Southampton, that first test match, he did from LBW around the wicket. And he was all over him for about 3 or 4 overs before that wicket. There was a couple of reviews that went against him. You could tell that Jimmy was starting to get a little bit flustered. And here at Old Trafford, he's decided to go over the wicket. Just checking the ball. Maybe it is out of shape, because it looks to me like it hasn't passed the test.
Well, I like this because it was as if Broad said, look, if someone's hitting Jimmy Anderson for 4, then that must be because there's something wrong with the ball. And can you see on that?
No, there's like a chunk.
Oh, there is. Wow, there's a huge dent.
Yes.
And that's come from ball hitting bat, because it's not hitting sponge that makes that. It's a really extraordinary dent in the ball right on the seam. I half wonder if that might... It's completely misshapen the ball. So they will need another ball. This is going to take a bit of a while, and it needs to be a ball that's roughly 8.4 overs old. I think that will dismay him. Has it been moving around, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's been a pretty good ball, hasn't it? It's been seaming. There's been chances.
It's really odd.
David Milne, he's the 4th umpire. The quick bowler from Leicester. You always got your quota. You always knew that when you're facing David Milne, if he'd bowled you 5 up the top of the bat, you knew that the next one you might as well just sit on your bottom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it'd always be over your head. Yeah, always got you one and over.
Was he quite
any
rapid?
conditions, didn't matter what it was, you'd always get one at least.
Was he quite rapid?
He was quick enough. Yeah, he was quick enough. He charged in. Played for. I don't think he played for England. He played England A. Good bowler. Swung it away from the right-handers. Full, wholehearted trier. Charging. His chest there. There he is.
A sort of Steve Kirby-ish.
Yeah, similar. He was. Steve is a wonderful character. He certainly got white line fever. Did Steve? He was a completely different character with ball in hand. He would take on the best. Take on the best. Steve Waugh. He gave Steve Waugh a volley when he was playing for Kent, I think he was at Headingley. Yeah, I don't think Steve Waugh took too lightly to Steve Kirby abusing him. We all found it quite amusing.
Well, you presumably, as the next delivery, he squeezes nearly through John Campbell's defences as he pushed at a full ball and got a thick inside edge. Down to long leg for another run. Moves up to 17. The West Indies 20 for 1 in reply to England's all-out total of 369. And Anderson will be thinking that all of these runs are preposterous because Campbell should be out. As Stokes dropped a really regulation chance at slip that came through to him at knee height. Got both hands. It went straight to both of his hands and then it just plopped out. Just one of those things. 3 slips and a gully, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Anderson runs into Hope, who defends from the crease solidly. Back up the wicket. Archer does the fielding. That is the end of the over, the 9th of the innings. I wonder if we'll see a change now at this end. Hope 2, Campbell 17, 20 for 1. Mark Clinch emails. Says, thank you for another wonderfully entertaining morning. My wife, Amanda, and I are listening from our home in Antigua. We try to watch all the live cricket when we're here, either at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium or at the Sticky Wicket. This year, we had hoped to be able to watch the series live on our return home, but COVID has delayed our return to the UK and, of course, resulted in closed doors. Anyway, just wanted you to know how much we value your broadcast as we sit sipping our coffee and eating toast over a long late breakfast today in Antigua. Was this sent to try us?
Yes.
Is that what you've done?
Are we meant to feel sorry for them?
Because I don't, quite frankly. No. Clinch. Broad is in, flicked away, down through deep backward square leg. Long leg runs round the field. It's Archer. He's herring after it. The batsman will come back for a second. 22 for 1. Campbell moves to 19. So if there are any more of you in paradise who would like to send us gloating emails about sun-dappled beaches and cocktails and coffee, do get in touch. The normal place, BBC, TMS, TMS at bbc.co.uk. It's not that difficult. You all know it. I just don't. Well, I do, but I keep getting all the letters in the wrong order. Or you can tweet us.
There's a sign. Jack Leach is taking the medicine ball round to Jofra Archer at fine leg to get loose.
Broad in again, played with an angled bat by Campbell, that foolish ball off stump, and picked up at backward point.
Yeah, I must explain. The medicine ball, you'd have seen them in gyms. They're like heavy, I don't know what kilograms that one would be, but he's kind of throwing it, kind of twisting and then throwing it back to Jack Leach to make sure his sides are nice and loose before he bowls. Not seen this before, where the 12th man has had to stroll around and catch a medicine ball.
It's the only sport in which this happens, isn't it? I mean, if you're a substitute in football, you're not expected to bring on drinks, are you? And, you know, give them impromptu neck massages. Broad in round the wicket to the left-handed. Campbell drives away from his body, but well, effectively through extra cover and up to the boundary for 4. A handsome shot from Campbell. There's a big gap between point and mid-off. He went after it. And Broad has been given encouragement there by Anderson, who I think thinks that he's very happy to see Campbell play slightly aerially, slightly away from his body, but he did get hold of it.
He was out playing that shot in the second innings just a few days ago. A big drive outside off stump to Stuart Broad in the first over of the second innings. So I don't think Stuart Broad would be too disappointed with that. Looks like he's come out with a mindset to score, Campbell, a bit more aggressive.
I was going to say exactly that. I wondered if you had spotted that, whether he's so sick to death of getting out cheaply. He's not going to die wondering today. Brought in forward, though, in immaculate defence on this occasion, and Anderson has to make a good sprawling stop at mid-off. He'd moved slightly squarer to extra cover and had to make ground to stop that. There is no run. Is there a temptation sometimes? Poor run of form, you think?
Well, there's two mindsets, Dan. You can go out there with a mindset of I just want to just survive and be attritional and just give yourself a chance, but sometimes that can get you in negative positions. You know what Campbell's doing, he's basically saying I'm going to stare at the ball, look to score, and so far he's got himself in better positions for it.
It's Broad again, and that's left alone quite expertly by Campbell as the ball flew over the top of off stump, I would say. It was angling into him from around the wicket and quite close to him, but I think he left it on length, and that is passed not that far over off stump.
Yeah, you can generally leave the ball here at Old Trafford on length because you do get that bit more bounce. Graham Thorpe used to play in a similar fashion. If he'd had 2 or 3 low scores, he'd try and get to 20 quickly. Get his feet going. Darren Lehman, he'd go out swinging.
It's often a quick starter, though, wasn't he?
Steve Waugh used to do it as well.
Broad in once more, and that's driven off the inside half of the bat by Campbell. Another full ball on off stump. He gets it up to Wokes at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. The 10th of the innings, 26 for 1, the West Indies. Hope 2, Campbell 23. Campbell, who's had a life already. And I wonder how long it's going to be. Well, Anderson has taken the sweater off, so he's going to bowl another over. Gary Guja has come to gloat. I am the engineer on a private yacht.
Come on.
We are bathing in no. I am the engineer of a private yacht. We are anchored off Saint-Jean-Cap-Ferrat, south coast of France, between Nice and Monaco.
It's very nice down there.
You sort of imagine Cubby Broccoli is on that boat, don't you? And various people in the sort of James Bond setup.
A private yacht. But it's got a chopper on the roof.
I bet it does, yeah.
Hot tub. Yeah. There'll be all sorts on there.
Oh.
Come on, send us a picture. We want to see your yacht.
Yeah, there'll be sort of massage chairs and wall-to-wall sunshine and sweetmeats, delicious canapes. And
lovely fridge full of
ice-cold drinks. Yeah. Oh, no, it is Archer who's going to start. And the first delivery is on off stump, pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I thought I saw Anderson removing his jumper and was going to continue, but no, Archer is into the attack, and of course he missed the second test of this series for well-documented reasons. Let's see how he's holding up here. He's got Broad and Anderson on either side of him at mid-on and mid-off. He's got 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, a mid-wicket and a long leg. I think it's Chris Wokes, because he's doing stretches down there as well. We should see a double change. Archer in, and that's angling back in to Hope, who defends from the crease. Up to Broad, there's no run.
Yeah, Wokes has been given the nod. Skipper's just weighed down to him to get loose. It looks like he'll be bowling the next over. Joe Root said pre-match that Archer had been bowling the speed of light in practice.
I'm always suspicious of these practice.
Well, I must admit, facing anyone in a net situation, in a confined space, it always seems that much quicker.
Here he is again. Oh, he's got an edge on that, and it lands just in front of Stokes at second slip. Did he get an edge, or did it come off his pad? We'll have to have a little look at the replay. It felt a little edgy. He was trapped on the crease, was Hope. This is the angle that they've been deploying to Hope to try to jag that ball back into him, and that did just hold him. I think it's actually hit his hip. I don't know if he did get any bat at it, and Stokes diving forward, if it did hit the bat, all the pace came off it. I think that has just hit the hip.
Yeah, it was a brilliant leg cutter. You could see him just rolling his fingers down the side of the ball, the left side. So it kind of just seemed away from Hope.
Here he is again, Archer, and that again has Hope rather crabbily defending from the crease up to Broad at mid-on. There's no run. Here we go. Neil Williamson has been in touch. Thank you, Adam, for sending us all these. It's very kind of you. Listening to TMS, sipping a mojito, I'm presuming that is.
Oh, very nice. Very nice juice.
Listening to TMS next to the pool at the Emirates Palace Hotel in Abu Dhabi. Can't get home for the summer because of COVID. Oh dear. Archer in. And that's a short, flying away down to the boundary for 4. Wides, correctly signalled. Butler had no chance at all. It was banged in short and then flew down the leg side and high, crucially.
Yeah, but I like his paces in this over. It's been 85 miles an hour, 84 miles an hour. Little seamers, and then that bounce was 89 miles an hour. So the surprise ball, the bounce, just that little bit quicker. Skillful bowling. The Emirates Palace Hotel, I think it's the hotel, it's about 1.3 kilometres long. It's a long one, right along the beach. I'm sure it's the right one, but bang opposite, and it's the man-made beach. There's IKEA.
Really? Yeah. Archer in short again. That flies through, and Butler takes that with his fingers pointing skywards in front of his face.
I was once there a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure my dear old thing was there commentating. There's a little cricket ground at the hotel.
Henry Blofeld, if you're wondering.
Maybe Lashing's 11, or there was some game there that he was.
Possible.
And I was in the hotel, and I thought I recognised that voice. I got in one of the little buggies, 1.3 kilometres long away, and there he was, my dear old thing, commentating on a game of cricket.
Yes, it must be terribly difficult to be trapped in that hotel, mustn't it, for the summer. Archer in again outside the off stump, shouldering arms. Is Hope. There's no run. End of the over. The first of Archer's spell, the 11th of the West Indies innings. They're 31 for 1. Hope has 2. Campbell 23. And Andy Zaltzman has informed me that there was a little edge. There was an edge off, thin edge onto hip in front of Stokes.
Yeah, there was a spike on the audio, according to the TV coverage.
Just Andy, I'd just like to let you know that WG is in a better state than I saw him yesterday. He had his head down yesterday. He's up, he's ready, he's had a good night's kip.
Well, he was anticipating an innings from Dom Sibley, and then the moment Stuart Broad came out, he was all eyes. Sorry, Dom. Chris Hickson has been in touch. He's sat on our terrace here in southwest France. Very lovely, Languedoc region. In the cool shade, as it's 31 degrees C outside. Thoroughly enjoying your broadcast as usual. The view from the terrace goes all the way to the Pyrenees, 200 yards away, maybe, with unbroken countryside in between, or 200 miles away, I imagine that is, with unbroken countryside in between. Might drop in the pool later when it's cold beer time. Well, you have fun, Chris.
Sounds like he's doing it tough, Chris.
Yeah. But look, we're here watching cricket, so we're very fortunate. We're in a different kind of paradise. It may be a slightly grey one, it may be a slightly windy one, and the floodlights may be on, and there are no Pyrenees, but there are Pennines in the distance.
Well, yes, very similar. Not far off the temperature. What we got? 16, 17?
16, 17, yeah, only 14 odd away. And we've got some very picturesque cranes over there in the distance. As Chris Wokes starts a new over to the left-handed Campbell, who defends from the crease, pushes out into the covers where Anderson does the fielding. So, there are all sorts of different paradises out there, and we're fortunate enough to be in this paradise.
We've had a private yacht.
Yeah, we've had
someone with a nice place in the south of France with the pool having a beer.
Yeah, and don't forget Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. Is anyone in Whitby?
Yes, indeed. Look, if you're in Whitby, give us a shout. Or Shetland. So Wokes is in. 3 slips and a gully. Pulled at loosely by Campbell and didn't get anything on that. It goes through to Butler, who fumbles it slightly, and there's no run. David Smith. This is more like it. I'm also enjoying your excellent commentary from my position on my knees in my kitchen in Lincoln. I'm cleaning out our fridge. It's a very satisfying thing to do. It's a very lockdown thing to do. I think I cleaned out our fridge in the first week of lockdown.
Does he mean actually physically cleaning or just eating everything in it?
I actually did a bit of both. I cleaned out 2 jars of lime pickle. That was quite spicy. As Wokes is in, that's worked off the hip to short mid-wicket. There is no run. 31 for 1. There's nothing more satisfying in life than an entirely clean salad drawer, I find. Andy.
You mentioned W.G. Grace, my knitted W.G. Grace mascot, made by my sister. He was the first batsman to face a ball of Test cricket bowling on this ground in 1884 for England against Australia. He opened the batting with Monkey Hornby.
Monkey?
Yes.
Hornby.
The first day was rained off completely. Manchester starting the tradition it
really
intended to carry on with.
Wokes in once more, pulled again, this time firmly and beautifully through mid-wicket up towards the boundary. I've lost sight of it, but I'm assuming it's got into the boundary. for 4. That was a wonderful shot, a swivel pull from the left-handed Campbell, who's been searching for runs in this series, but he's starting to find them today after getting that early life off the bowling of Anderson. He moves to 27. Phil Rule says, I'm currently sitting in driving rain, this is more like it, in a traffic jam on the M25 near Heathrow Airport. Would you please ask all those selling themselves in various places around the world to be quiet? Some of us are trying to work.
What job he's doing?
Yeah. M25 watcher. A drive from Campbell to extra cover. There's no run. Does he just go and monitor traffic jams?
Oh. He's obviously just sending emails.
Yeah.
The first wicket in Test cricket at Old Trafford was Monkey Hornby stumped for a duck. It's not what you want from your opening batsman, is it? Yeah. It's one of only 4 openers to be stumped for a duck.
Stumped for a duck?
In the history of Test cricket. Well, 4 occasions.
Who was the bowler?
And what kind of Test match was it back in those days? Was it a
3-day?
3-day. So yeah, he
They'd
wanted
lost
to
the
get
first.
on with it. Lost the first day. Captain said, "Get on with it from ball 1."
He was the captain.
Monkey Horn was the captain.
Yeah. Wokes in, worked again by Campbell. He wants a run, and he's going to get a run as Broad's a little deep at mid-on. The throw comes in, not an ideal one for Butler. And that means that at the end of that over, Campbell will keep the strike. He has 28 from 38. He's not with stump for a duck, but he's shown a similar kind of intent. Shea Hope has 2 from 24, altogether not the same intent. And the West Indies, after 12 overs, are 36 for 1. The man to go, Craig Brathwaite, who was caught uncomfortably really by Root, but he did pouch it for 1. And England very much on top of that stage. They've created chances, not all of them have been taken. This is after they were bowled out earlier today for 369, have been resumed on 258 for 4. Pope gone for 91, not adding to his overnight score. Butler 67. England in trouble when they lost 4 wickets for next to nothing early on, but then a spectacular, magnificent innings from Stuart Broad.
Dan, that's lovely summarisation of it. I'm not interested. I'm more interested in Monkey. Give me more information about Monkey, please.
Yeah.
I want to know his stats, who he is,
Hey,
where
well,
he's
I'll tell you
come
what.
from, who is he?
I'll tell you what. I can leave while you do. It's not that I'm not interested in Monkey Hornby, but I can allow the next commentator to come in. So, Andy, you fire away, and then Isha Guha can take over from me.
Oh, he was a Lancashire legend. Played 437 first-class games, 16,000 runs, 1600s, quite good for the 19th century. But only 3 tests, 21 runs, averaged 3.5. But yeah, stumped.
How did he get the captaincy?
Well, different times then.
They give it to anyone, don't they?
Well, the first time Test cricket was played on this ground, England bowled out for 95. And Monkey Hornby, as we said, set the example as skipper, stumped for naught. There's only been 3 other examples of an opener being stumped for naught in Test cricket. Kieran Powell, who we saw on West Indies' last tour here, was stumped in Bangladesh for a duck. And a chap called Louis Tancred, twice stumped for a duck as opener for South Africa before the First World War. So, different times. Cricket was a different game.
Right, Isha, I'll leave you with the monkey chap.
He had a mighty fine moustache as well, Monkey Hornby.
What have I walked into? As drinks have been taken here at Old Trafford, 36 for 1 then. The West Indies, it's going to be a double change as Phil Tufnell will come in place of Michael Vaughan. Hope on 2, Campbell on 28, having been dropped on 10 by Ben Stokes. A regulation catch really, just down to his right. Popped in, popped out. And with every boundary he scores, Ben Stokes is kicking himself. Not entirely sure whether he can bowl in this innings with that niggle. So Joe Root will be relying on his other 4 seamers. 3 of them are in congregation at the moment. James Anderson, Stuart Broad and Jofra Archer, as a big breeze blows across the ground. And Jofra will continue from the Brian Statham end. So what a fascinating day we've had already. England with a bit of a collapse this morning. 4 wickets for 14. Kemal Roach was bowling beautifully, 4 for 72 for him. Shannon Gabriel 2 for 77, and also in some really good rhythm and getting those speeds up there once more before Stuart Broad entertained us all with a quick fire 50. And England getting themselves past 350, 369 on the board for England in their first innings. All right, Toppers.
All right, yes, a bad moment to pop a bowled sweet in my mouth, so I just had to get that right.
I did
Had to
wonder
get
what
rid
it
of
was.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Isha.
Yes.
Now, I just got to clear up about your games night quickly because you got it slightly wrong, didn't you? Come on, come on. That strange game that you said, which you claimed.
I'm blaming autocorrect.
Was called what?
Yes.
You claimed it was what? Go on, what?
No.
Which Apney?
Which Apney?
Yes, which
That's
of
what
course
I thought it was.
I then realised was shove halfpenny.
Oh, you've properly done me there, haven't you? Thanks for that.
You probably don't remember shove halfpenny.
Thanks for that, Phil.
Which
No,
Apney?
yeah. I had no idea what it was. As Archer comes running in now to Campbell, bowls full, who drives back to the bowler. Archer throws at the stumps. As Campbell shimmies to get out the way. He's looking aggressive here, Archer. He's got a smile on his face at the moment, but that first over getting up to 89 miles an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, shove halfpenny.
Yes.
So shoving a halfpenny,
Yeah.
that's where it originated from.
Correct,
okay.
correct.
Yeah.
You wrote it down as which Apney. I mean,
Autocorrect.
autocorrect
yeah.
was to blame,
Yeah.
of course.
A square leg.
Didn't know what you were talking
Heads
about.
out to the boundary. I don't think anyone did.
Oh, shit. Feed on the...
Archer comes in now, bowls onto the hip of Campbell, who turns that out to deep backward square. He's just been sent out there. A throw comes in from Ollie Pope. Position down there. 37 for 1, the West Indies. Campbell to 29.
He's had a rest, doesn't he, Archer? So he should be straining at the leash, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Raring to go. Even though it's a bit cold, I just went outside there. It's a bit cold for sort of fast bowling. Everyone's got jumpers on. Not particularly swinging, and that breeze has got a little chill to it as well, so...
Here he comes again, Archer, to Hope,
Ooh,
who
that's
beats
all
the
wrong.
edge through to Butler. Carlos Brathwaite described him as the wounded tiger.
Yes.
With a point to prove. A lot of people would have read his column in the lead up to this game, and I think just getting everything off his chest, having been stuck in that room for 5 days. And, you know, we were questioning whether he was in the right mindset, and shows here that he's desperate to prove a point as he comes in again. Hope down the leg side, he's taken! Is he?
Ooh.
Butler throws the ball up in the air, Richard Kettleborough unmoved. And there was a noise as it came through, but whether it was bat or not, they haven't gone for a review, England.
Butler seemed pretty confident,
Yeah.
didn't he? As soon as it went past around sort of like armpit height down the leg side. Ooh. Might have been thigh pad. There was definitely some deviation as it went past.
I think maybe off his
Yeah.
waist.
Bit of hip action.
As Hope sets up still in his crease, forward in defence to Archer.
Ben Stokes a bit kicking himself, then he just felt England were on a bit of a roll there, weren't you?
Yeah.
Didn't we?
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. No, bit of jumperage. He just felt that England were really gonna look to kind of blow West Indies, a sort of tired looking West Indies, especially after that good partnership between Bess and Broad. They'd have got him and then a couple of fresh ones at the crease. Fresh batsmen at the crease.
Archer bowls, Hope defends. Archer wearing a white tubey grip on his right arm, like a bionic arm. As, that is the end of the over. 37 for 1 then, the West Indies. Hope on 2 and Campbell on 29. I did get some messages through about, because I asked for some suggestions for games night tomorrow night.
Oh, right, jolly good.
Cricket on a dartboard. Any score over, say, 30 equals runs.
Yep.
And the opposing bowling darts team needs to hit bullseye or 25 to take wickets.
Oh, that might be good fun.
I like the idea of that.
Yeah, I like that as well. Have we got to be careful with darts though and everything, or sanitise them, or gloves and stuff?
Vector of disease.
Well, it might be, mightn't it? Perhaps bring your own darts.
Yeah.
I haven't actually got any on me. Not the first thing I put in my bag to come to Old Trafford. My dad's.
Do we have a shove halfpenny board then? Or even a witch halfpenny board?
Yeah, a witch halfpenny.
halfpenny.
A witch halfpenny. Well, there must be something we could adapt. You can always do it on the tennis table, couldn't you? Shove halfpenny. Lovely.
Wokes continues from the James Anderson end, coming in on angle to Campbell, who struck on the belly, I think that was. He came through his shot quite quickly.
There's a beautiful shove halfpenny track in a royal palace somewhere. I did it for the one show. It's like massively long, you know, it's sort of like, I don't know, like 50 foot long, made of beautiful sort of oak and everything like that. And they had these massive gold sort of crowns that George, you know, Edward I or something used to whop along there. Yeah, lovely. You haven't got one of those.
Campbell back and across. Defending past Wokes down to mid-off, where there is no one position. Stuart Broad comes around from mid-on. Sent back is Campbell for the second, as Broad retrieves the ball. And Campbell moves to 30, 38 for 1.
Might have even been sort of Henry VIII might have had a go at it or something. I can't quite remember. But it was a beautiful piece of wood. Oh, all that, what's it, patina. All those years of hands on it and everything. Had a go on it. It's good.
Henry VIII had a pretty good life, didn't he? Just playing games, drinking, feasts.
Seemed to have a good time.
Swiping down on his Tinder dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see the modern day Henry VIII.
No. I don't know why Chris Wokes was bowling this end. Bowled beautifully this end, didn't he? The other end in the second test match.
Wokes, who's sporting a beard, he bowls outside the off stump, Hope leaves.
And I don't know why James Anderson didn't open at his end with the breeze.
He doesn't actually like bowling from his end, I don't
Doesn't
think.
he?
No.
Well, with that, I mean, there's the old flags are fluttering along. And
I think it's because Stuart Broad wanted that end and Anderson was happy to step aside.
Yeah. Did you
It's
see them
interesting, isn't
changing their jumpers, sharing their jumpers?
Oh, were they?
Wasn't it sweet? It was quite sweet. They've known each other very well, haven't they?
Yeah.
There's a few wickets in that jumper.
As Wokes bowls again outside the off stump, allows it to pass, does Hope. So, yeah, I've had quite a few.
Yes, I like that one. Yeah, that sounds goody.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Dwile flunking.
What are you on about now? Are you sure you've read that
Ellie. Andy's nodding his head. He knows what it is.
Oh, okay. While flunking. Go on then.
Ellie Pebbs is messaging. I haven't played it, but personally looks like good fun.
Well, what is it?
Wokes circles at the top of his mark. Bowls. Hope pushes to mid-on. No run.
I think this is the second time Dwile flonking's been sent in from someone this series, isn't it? Yeah. Which statistically is a record number of mentions of Dwile flonking in a single test series, one test match special. It's an East Anglian pub sport involving two teams taking a turn to dance around while the other attempts to avoid a beer-soaked cloth or Dwile thrown by the non-dancing team.
I like the sound of this.
No.
No? Don't fancy that.
I don't want to get it all over my clothes.
Don't want to relive your Strictly days as Wokes bowls. Hope punches that back to the bowler at the end of the over. A good one from Wokes. 38 for 1. And trailing by 331 the West Indies. Hope on 2 and Campbell on 30.
Might give that one a miss.
Okay.
It does sound like the police raided what was a fight and then they made up an excuse that it was in fact a sport as they were hurling beer-soaked objects at each other.
Yeah.
We don't know.
No, we'll give that one a miss.
What else have we got here? Subject and object. Here we go. This is from Lady Auntie Kathy on Twitter, right? 2 people go out the room and think of famous people, e.g. the Queen.
Reasonably famous.
And an object associated with that person, e.g.
Crown.
Crown.
Yes.
As Archer bowls now to Campbell, who clips that out to deep backward square, coming forward as he plays it. Goes to 31. The score now for the West Indies, 39 for 1. Then go back into the room and others have to guess who or what they are by questions. Whoever guesses right is next to be the subject object. It's a bit like 20 questions, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Well, that could be a goer.
I'm just wondering how we're going to get all these props, that's all.
Well, no, you just think about them, don't you?
No, but I think you need to have the prop with you.
What? Well, you don't come in with the crown and say, what prop have I got?
As
Surely.
Hope guides that past a diving gully down to the third man boundary where there is no one out there, and it now goes into the rope. So Hope picks up his first boundary, goes to 6.43 for one.
I don't think have you not quite grasped that?
No, that's right. That's what she was saying. You need to have.
No, so I come in and I don't tell you what I am or what my prop is. Otherwise, you'll just, if I came in and went, you know, holding a crown and dressed up as the Queen, you'll go, is it the Queen and the crown?
But no, but you can be the Queen and then use the crown as like a clue.
Yes, but you have to imagine. No, you have to imagine the crown, surely. Otherwise, the props would be endless.
Archer bowls full. Hope pushes that back to him as just pulls his hand away, Archer, having taken that ball. And stung a little bit, I think. He just gives it a bit of a shine on the back of his trousers. He's having regular conversations with Stuart Broad at the moment, bowling from the Brian Statham end, and his length's full to start with. He bowled a couple of short balls in his first over as he now comes in again. Settled on a length here to Hope, who's playing out in front of him and defending to mid-on.
I reckon it's going to come down to snap, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's going to be, let's play snap.
I like the idea of snap.
Oh,
or double.
Oh, what a great game. Have we got, why can't we get some of that? I can't believe you haven't, this is from Mike Cottrell, I can't believe you haven't mentioned How's That, or Owl's That, the cricket ball game. Happy memories of caravan holidays with a cricket mad dad in Cornwall and the rain. Oh.
Archer is through his action, Hope on the back foot, pushing to the offside. Sends Campbell back, who was eager to come through for a single.
I remember those days as well. Used to make up some great teams as well. Pick up, you know, imaginary teams as well. You could put whoever you wanted in. Mickey Mouse opening the batting with Henry VIII, as well as cricketers.
Was Mickey Mouse a decent bat?
Left very well outside.
Yeah,
off.
okay. Yeah. I suppose it just hit Henry VIII.
Yeah, no, happy days.
Archer pushes away, he hustles in, bowls, and Hope defends to the offside again, no run.
Played well, Campbell, hasn't he?
He has, apart from that one that he pushed out.
A little bit of luck, hasn't he? Every time he's sort of poked out during this series, he's managed to get caught, hasn't he? But he's got that little bit of luck, and he's actually looking quite decent.
He navigated that tricky phase initially.
Yeah.
43 for one in the West Indies after 15 overs. Still a breeze blowing here at Old Trafford. Lots of cloud cover, lights are on, but we haven't seen loads of movement for the last sort of 5 or 6 overs. Adam Cook, we used to play cricket as a car journey game on our regular trips from Cardiff to Wells to visit my dad's parents. I can't remember the details, but it involved spotting pub signs. I like the sound of this. I think that runs were scored by spotting pub signs that depicted legs of humans and or animals.
Oh.
But this was the 70s. I can't remember. Perhaps other listeners played something similar.
Yeah, I like the sound of that as well on a long journey.
Wokes into Campbell, who drives past cover, mid-off. James Anderson coming around to his right to dive and stop the ball. They come through for one. Campbell to 32, 44 for one.
I have to give it some thought.
Something that keeps everyone involved.
Yes.
Because there's a few of us.
Yeah, there is.
But also, you know, keeps everyone at a distance.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I want to stick to pairs. So you pair up with someone, and then as Wokes bowls on the hips of Hope, plays that to mid-wicket.
All right.
Throw comes in, no run. So I think we might have to split you and Vorney up.
Oh.
Sorry, just for one night.
We're not going to line people up against the wall and humiliate someone. It's the grand tradition of British sport.
Wokes bowls. Hope drives
Ooh, close.
to extra cover, no run. He's looking a little bit more comfortable at the crease here, Hope. Pressure on him in this test match. Just a top score.
Yeah, he hasn't got many, has he?
Of 25.
Yeah, it's so much better than that. I don't know whether number 3 is his spot, you know.
I think he prefers batting at number 4.
Yeah, or even a little bit further down.
Yeah.
He's a very expressive player, great one-day record.
Did he get that 100 at Headingley at 4 or 5?
Not sure.
Footmarks developing at the James Anderson end as Chris Wokes now runs into them. Bowls to Hope, who's back and playing it to mid-wicket, the back foot. Again, no run.
In the first innings of the Headingley Test, in which he scored his only 200s, he was batting at 5, but they'd used defender Bishu as a night watchman, so he was listed to bat at 4 and batted 4 in the second innings when he made his second and to date final Test 100.
Spins the bat in his hand as he now sets up open stance to Wokes, who shuffles forwards, running towards us. Bowls. Hope drives to mid-on, no run. Davey and Derbyshire keep the game simple. Try playing hide and seek. Oops, you are in a bubble though, so you're going to have to be extremely inventive. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that's going to work, if I'm honest. There's too many of us.
Yeah.
I reckon there's about 15, 20.
Oh, is it that many of our happy little gang?
Yeah. There's square leg has just gone out into the boundary. Works past the umpire. Hope drives firmly to Anderson, who takes the ball and then does a roll as he comes through. End of the over then. 44 for 1, trailing by 325 the West Indies. Hope on 6, Campbell on 32. A few words from you, Tuffers, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Might be time for a bit of spin, I think. They've got all bases covered with this attack. Left-hander, Campbell. Shea Hope has been dismissed, I think, by Bess on 1 or 2 occasions. So I think Archer and spin at Bess at one end could be a nice little combination. John, afternoon.
You're looking very relaxed there, Phil.
Yeah, I am.
Reclining, leaning back, almost going over the back of the chair.
Yes.
Anyway,
That's
yeah,
nice,
good afternoon, everybody. And still no rain today, which is fantastic, and nothing showing to be on the way either. It's still cloudy, but my, haven't we been lucky? And the forecast a couple of days ago looked dire. In fact, Louise yesterday on the weather forecast said almost that today was going to be almost right off. So it's changed. Here's Archer bowling on the off stumps, pushed off the front foot by Campbell down to Broad, is wearing a big sun hat, or doesn't really need it there at mid-off. The floodlight pylons have woken up again. The lights beaming down.
Chilly though, isn't it?
It is. But you'd settle for that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Those flags, they're really blowing.
Some of the players wearing long sleeve sweaters, including Broad at mid-off. Archer runs up, bowls, and that's pushed by Campbell firmly off the front foot, and again Broad is the fielder. He's had a good day today. Runs his first half century for 2.5 years, and a wicket in his first over.
I think he's now gone past the amount of runs his father got for
that's interesting.
England, which might be brought up at tea time.
Yes, because his father's here watching us match ref, isn't he? 44 for 1 is the score, and Archer runs in very smoothly and bowls outside the off stump on a full length. And Campbell, apart from that one little blemish outside the off stump, has played very well, but thoughtfully. He's reined in his actually aggressive tendencies. 47 balls he's faced, and Hope has just, well, he's weighed anchor, isn't he? 6 from 42 balls, and 4 of those 6 came from 1 shot. Broad gives the ball a rub. So does Archer on the back of his trousers, and straight into that easy approach. He runs in now and bowls. Oh, I Hope was trying to leave that. Nice diving save in the gully from Burns, but he was actually withdrawing the bat there, and Archer's having a little word with him there. And, Campbell's smiling behind the grill of his helmet. That's what he was saying there, but I think friendly enough words exchanged. And the players have been warned to be nice to each other, haven't they? Because everyone can hear and
Oh, right, yes. Well,
hear on the pitch mics.
very wise. They do pick up a lot.
Well, everything. I was amazed that they actually picked up Stuart Broad's Velcro on his boots as he undid them and did them up again. Archer bowls on off stump, nice ball, but very well played by Campbell again. Yeah. And Archer's followed through a little bit further once more, just to get a bit of eye contact with the batsman, but he's not engaging at all.
Yeah, very solid.
Very solid indeed. Broad again, the fielder, at mid-off. Just had a word with my sous chef for tonight. So things coming on nicely.
Is he?
The only problem is it's got to wait until 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's a bit late. Archer. Balls. And that's caught, is it? Yes, it is. He's fended off a ball from just short of a length. It bounced, and Campbell couldn't control his defensive jab. And he's been caught in the gully by Burns. Good, quick, hostile ball. Up into the chest. A bit of extra bounce. And whether or not that little bantery word a couple of balls ago had anything to do with it, I don't know. But Campbell definitely unsettled there. Took a hand off the bat handle, but the ball thumped into the splice, the shoulder of the bat, and spooned up a very easy catch for Burns to take in the gully. So, well, that's the biggest smile that Archer's had on his face here for a while, and well done him. He's had a pretty miserable experience all round. But back amongst the wickets again, and West Indies are 44 for 2.
And that is exactly what Jofra Archer gives you, doesn't it? That bounce from, it was a short of a length, but just kept climbing on Campbell. He thought he was just going to stand up and just sort of like knock it down or round the corner. It just kept coming up at him. As I say, got the shoulder of the bat. Really good delivery, pacey. Just kicked up. Might have been a cross seamer or something like that. But yeah, good wicket. And on sort of flat pitches, that's pace, isn't it, for you? That's what we've always been saying about the likes of Archer and Wood. Handy to have in the armoury. Makes things happen when things just go a bit flat.
Just take you by surprise, even when you're in, and he was playing so well.
Yeah.
But it just seemed to come back at him a little bit as well. He was just had nowhere to go. And it all happened so quickly, of course. Just half a second or so, and that's all you've got. So Shamar Brooks is the new batsman. I've liked the look of Brooks. I must say he's got some experience. Obviously, he's been around a long time, but he does play beautifully straight.
Yeah.
He's having a word with Hope.
I think they might shelve the spin idea now.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that you might see a bit of Don Bess to Campbell. Being an opener, they don't particularly play it great, do they, openers? But he's been very good, hasn't he, Brooks, against Bess? Through the offside, driving.
Wokes is ready to go up at the far end. That was the last ball of Archer's over. So in comes Wokes, sporting a beard these days, and he bowls on middle and leg. It's turned away for certainly one by Hope. In fact, that's all we're going to have because Bess has got that. In fact, it's Pope that who fielded that one, and they take 1 run, 45 for 2. Bess is at point, in fact, with hands thrust deep into his pockets. With his cap on.
Well, Stokes, you'll be happy about that. After dropping it on about, what was it, 10 or 15?
Yeah.
He was looking pretty well set.
So Brooks's first ball then is 3 slips a gully. And Wokes on his way. That springy run, he bowls and beats him. Oh, well, Butler dropped that. But I don't think he edged it, although everyone went up. I think they went up just through excitement. But inexplicably, Butler's put that down. He's got a rueful look on his face. I don't think he edged this.
Hope not.
No, I hope not for his sake. No, he didn't.
No.
That, but it just dipped a bit, I think.
Yeah, and the one that Joe Root caught, the Brathwaite, he got that in the sort of wrists.
Yeah.
And sort of clung on.
That seemed to go up.
Yes, and then he actually said that it sort of wobbled at him, but up. So there's obviously something weird happening out there.
Wokes bowls, and forward comes Brooks and plays up to Broad at mid-off. Well, it's the same theory as swing bowling when you're bowling it. I mean, if the ball goes through to the weak, he will slip with the seam in a solid position, maybe horizontal, as it were, to the ground. And the shiny side, the rough side, it's going to
wobble.
Yeah, it is.
I think Dowrich might have experience that a
I think
little
he might
bit for the first time, because it does seem to happen more often in England.
wobbling there. In goes Wokes, bowls wide of the off stump, and Butler clings onto that as he moves in front of Root and gets to work on the ball there at first slip.
You just pray as a wicketkeeper that, as you say, you don't manage to get a little fine edge on it, because that would look a bit silly, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Straightforward one like that.
So sorry about 9 o'clock, but it all comes down to social distancing again. So to get everybody to enjoy the banquet at the same time.
Oh, we'll have some nice pre-dinner drinks, shall we? We're going to dress for the occasion, obviously.
Well, you'll have to do that.
Yeah.
I expect you to brush up. In comes Wokes, bowls outside the off stump, and goes straight from Brooks. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be 3 courses plus cheese. You'll be done by half midnight.
You build this up, mate. You've built it up.
Everyone's too competitive. That's the trouble. I think we're gonna. Which match are you in charge of, anyway? As far as
last Test match at the INDIES.
You're going to finish us all off, as it were. Are you? Brilliant.
Yeah. I'm working on it as we speak.
You got some plans?
Yes.
Tentative, just sort of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any solids?
Here comes Wokes, bowls and beats the bat. Brooks prods forward, and it's the end of the over. This is the trouble with the bubble. People just know each other too well.
I've been on the phone to Gordon.
Oh, you see, you're going to know all these people, aren't you? I knew you would.
Perhaps you might rustle us up a little
You
something.
do. You know all these top chefs. That's cheating, you see. If you do something like that, they're going to call in someone like that. I think it's against the rules.
Delia on speed dial. Now Norwich have gone down. So
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Sure, we're very happy about that.
No.
Vociferous supporter.
Yes.
No, we're not calling in outside help like that, Thomas.
Well,
There's
what
a
do
little bit
you-
of imagination, a little bit of,
Okay, a little bit of craft.
Yes. Archer's on his way, bowls on middle and leg, and he's tucked away to square leg by Shea Hope, who's crawled to 7 from 44 balls, including 1 boundary in that. But as Carlos Brathwaite was saying, when he walked out to bat, there's a high pressure innings this for Hope. He's certainly digging in as if his career depends upon it. 45 for 2. So West Indies 324 behind. It's been an eventful day. Archer kicks up his heels, bowls over the wicket. Oh, it's a poor shot from Hope. That was just a get-out shot. It was quite wide of the off stump. No need to play at it. Oh, hapless swish of the bat. It all ended up in Butler's gloves. Archer walks back. Looking up on the screen at something. I don't think they're showing a replay there, but there's only really one scoreboard that's being used here at the moment, because let's face it, it's only the players who need it, and us. Archer wearing 22. He's on his way to the right-handed Hope, who comes forward, just closes the face of the bat rather. Broad stops out of the second attempt at mid-on. Victor's back looking thoughtful.
I'm just thinking I wouldn't like to face Archer, because you get 2 or 3 overs where he bowls well, on target, good pace, but you kind of can play him, and then suddenly that ball comes.
Yeah, he does. He does. Off he goes once more. Bowls. Hope's behind it, playing down to mid-on again. Broad's been kept busy in the field at the moment, be it at mid-off or mid-on. Shows that Archer's bowling a very nice line. But his pace does vary, doesn't it? And there is that
but it also
rocket there.
And when it's so well directed too.
Yeah.
Campbell really didn't do that much wrong.
No.
It just surprised him.
He's such a rhythmical bowler that
you can't see it coming too, because he ambles in.
It just clicks. It just clicks and comes out. And other times it doesn't quite. He'll bowl 83, 84 mile-an-hour balls. Off he goes again. Bowls a bouncer. He's fizzing over Hope's head. I think the energy and the effort is always more or less the same. But because he's so rhythmical,
when it clicks,
sometimes it just absolutely clicks to perfection. That's when you get to that thunderbolt. And other times it isn't quite right. So it's 83, 84 sometimes. And it's not because he's bowling a deliberately slower ball. He does do that, and that's in the 70s. But it's all about rhythm with Archer. This very short approach, which just starts straight away to glides in. He goes again now, bowls a fuller length. That's pushed away down through mid-off. Chase for Anderson there as it runs towards the boundary. We'll take 2 more, 47 for 2, 19 overs gone. So West Indies are 322 runs behind. T, I'm just being told here on my screen, we're going to have a world premiere. Sounds exciting. You may remember 2 music teaching sisters, Anna and Sarah Wilby, who started writing Full Tosca, the TMS opera. Well, it's now being completed, and we'll hear the Agas aria at tea. So who's actually performing that? Are they performing it? Okay, this is exciting. They're not live. No. Well, Victor.
Well, it's only 25 minutes.
Is it?
To wait.
Well, I wonder who's performing that. Wokes starts a new over on his way. Bowls. Oh, my word. That just went past the outside edge as Brooks pushed forward at him. Perfect delivery, really. Just a little bit of a wave movement, and now Brooks is giving the pitch a thoughtful prod. It was the seam. It was absolutely perfect as it went down there. Tony Bowles got a cunning arm ball. He didn't take a wicket, but I enjoyed watching. He bowled a couple of them. It was Cornwall. It seems completely different. It's quite quick.
Yeah.
But
Jimmy Anderson just managed to cut one off his stumps, didn't he?
It's a really good ball. Wokes bowls, and that's turned away to square leg and take a single, so Brooks is off the mark. Much to his relief, I'm sure. 48 for 2. But it's like the old-fashioned arm ball.
Yeah, that actually swings.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Embry used to bowl a good one of those, and Deadly. You've ever been bowled by Deadly's arm ball? I was looking to cut. I just cut him before. I thought, who is this chap under me? And I was told by my captain, said, don't try and do that again. Well, of course I did.
Yes.
Clunk. Whizzed through the gate.
Wonderful bowler. Wokes bowls, pushed away by Hope. Off the front foot again, a defensive shot with not much foot movement, to be honest, but just that weight going forward. Broadwood picks the ball up, and that is rubbing on his jumper.
I mean, getting back to Archer, the exasperating thing that people who aren't fast bowlers don't understand is that, he bowls that killer delivery. Well, why don't you bowl like that all the time? And of course, even I understand that it's not as simple as that.
No. Wokes again, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Hope. No, it's just doing everything, all those microseconds of movement, the whole body activity, and then particularly, I think, the wrist. The whole thing just clicks. Everything works absolutely.
And, well, for you, it would have been also a question of one day it's just swinging beautifully late.
Yeah.
And then the next day you're trying to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's gone barrel straight.
Works again, bowls, and some nice stroke. Driven hard, I hope, but straight to mid-on. Well, there's so much to a bowling action, isn't there? There's so much going on, whether you're a spinner or a quick bowler. But the fast bowler's got to coordinate everything in such a fraction of time.
So the message to captains is the comment from mid-off of just bowl 90 miles an hour, will you, is not helpful.
Not really. I was telling someone earlier on today about Andy Roberts, a bit of a fallout with a Hampshire player.
Right.
Of some repute, actually. Wokes bowling, and a lovely shot now from Hope. Straight drive, Broad's in pursuit, but he won't stop that. A perfect straight drive between bowler and mid-off. That'll make Hope feel much better, I'm sure. 13 not out. 52 for 2. 317 runs behind. Yes, I think this particular individual used to rather wind up Andy in that way. And Andy didn't like that very much. So when Andy came to play with us, this particular batsman came out looking like Michelin Man, because he knew what was coming. A lot of padding. Andy rather had him in his sights. You've written a name down. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Anyway, Victor.
And he bowled quite quickly then. He could find that 90 miles an hour.
He didn't need any revving up for that's for sure. I'll just do this one ball. Simon has just arrived. So we've got a change over to do. So I'll just do this ball, and then Simon can bustle in. 52 for 2. Not Just having a conversation with Broad, as it happens. Smiling about something. And now he's going to bowl to Brooks. There's one not out. 3 slips go down. And the gully. Archer moves in, bowls for him. Works that nicely off his hip. Down to long leg. They take a single. Victor, some thoughts for you. And then Simon's coming here.
Yeah, he's annoyed too, Archer. He's bowled nicely. Again, he's got the wicket. But he's slightly annoyed with himself. He's got the new batsman up his end, and he's kind of given him an easy one off the hip. So he's no longer got the new batsman at his end. Hope, it is a big hit. He's played well, Hope, but he's really struggled to score. He's just hit a beautiful off drive off Wokes. He's looked high quality, but he hasn't got the runs to show it yet.
Archer moves into bowl to Shea Hope, and Hope clips that away. That's a nice looking shot. 4 to square for runs, 2, possibly 3. Chase out towards the deep forward square leg boundary. It's hauled in, and the return is on its way. They probably could have gone for 3 there. Only a risky one, but
it's a test match with Bess.
And your point?
Well, I didn't think there was 3 there.
Oh, right.
If it was a T20, they might have gone for it.
And they would have got it. 55 for 2. Hope to 15. Just beginning to flourish, Hope. Signs that getting in now. He's given himself time. Archer moves into bowl to him short. He ducks underneath it, flies through to Butler. Keeping Hope honest there, even though he's around. Sent back John Campbell with a short ball. Campbell's quite a long way forward. He was batting outside his crease against Archer, so his back foot was ahead of the popping crease.
Well, Hope is doing the same.
Yeah.
And Hope has taken a big stride against Archer, which is, I mean, it's a good thing to do, I think, by and large. He ducked that well, actually. It was a quick ball. He got underneath it nicely.
Archer bowls to him, and Hope has to thread it through the offside. Is it too close to Anderson at mid-off, and there's no run?
I think they've been talking about that because the West Indies, how have they been getting out? A lot of them have been getting out LBW stuck on the crease. And it's almost as if Hope and Campbell in particular have taken steps to try and avoid that mode of dismissal. Hope, even to Archer, is batting way out of his crease, and we've seen him get quite a long way forward.
55 for 2, Archer into bowl, very full, and he drives and misses at that one. I heard a noise, but it must have been the bat flicking the ground. He was groping for that one. It looked a nice tempting half volley. But Hope missed it. He comes down the pitch, it's a bit disconsolate there. He's like, oh, I've done all that hard work and I've nearly thrown it away. I think he just slightly lost balance as well. Falling
Archer,
over a bit.
He looks full of beans, Archer. He knows that was close. But got a sort of that's life look on him.
How many more overs can he bowl in this spell? This is his 6th.
Well, you'd think this would be about it, wouldn't you? But
so it might be his last ball of his spell. The bowl's very full, and Hope drives, skewed drive, thickish outside edge, goes to backward point, and there is no run. Ollie Pope away to his left, stopping that. So 55 for 2. Archer's bowled 6 overs, a 1 for 16. Hope has 15. Brooks, who's shaped well in this series, especially in the last Test match, is there on 2, a couple of half centuries in that game. In fact, he's only had 1 outright failure so far in his 4 innings, out for naught at Southampton at 39, 68 and 62.
And we've got Anderson back. I mean, England have almost got the old-fashioned West Indies attack of 4 specialist pace bowlers. So for a while, they can just use the rotor system. You know, it's almost as methodical as our producer's rotor. What's the time? Must be Anderson. But they've got that luxury at the moment. I'm sure maybe Bess will have an over just before tea, but I don't feel it didn't turn much this morning for the spinners.
Right, here is Anderson from his own end. Goes into bowl to Brooks, and Brooks plays that firmly into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Of course, Clive Lloyd could rotate those West Indies fast bowlers back in the day, and one of the reasons he could do that was because there was no over-rate stipulation. You weren't supposed to bowl 90 overs, there were no fines around, so the over-rate wasn't great often, and you could just rotate them the whole time.
And they were a wonderful, whichever 4 he picked.
Yeah.
There was no respite.
No, it was relentless. Occasionally Viv would come on and your batsman's eyes would light up and hey presto, you get a wicket. Or occasionally Roger Harper played. Anderson with 3 slips to the gully, bowls to the right-handed Brooks, and Brooks gets a wide ball which he leans forward to and then leaves and lets it go through to Joss Buttler.
Well, it's not quite the same pace in this England attack, but there is, you would have thought, scope for a sustaining pressure throughout. It's not as if you've got a sort of... Wokes has looked good in this series. Archer's just been bowling well, and then you've got Broad and Anderson. I do think in this series, Broad's bowled terrifically, but he's generally only struck with a new ball. We'll see how he gets on in the middle of an innings later.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump, nothing there from Brooks. Anderson was effective in the first innings at Southampton and then wicketless in the second innings, then didn't play in the last Test match. So it's a while since he's taken a wicket. 2 wicket takers, Broad and Archer today. But he's changed ends. He's bowled from the Statham end to start with this afternoon, and now he's changed to the far end. It is the Jimmy Anderson end, but where is the sign that says Jimmy
It's
Anderson?
underneath the clock.
Oh yeah, it's tiny, isn't it? You'd think they put something up a bit bigger.
I'm just trying to think. I think it's, my eyes aren't that great. I think it's James Anderson end.
Yeah,
on the
it does say that. Jimmy bowls outside the off stump. There's no straight from Brooks. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Bumble making the point about, at Bridgetown in Barbados, Kensington Oval. The ends there, the Greenwich and Haynes end. They're quite big letters, aren't they? You can see it. It's very definitely their end, and the Tony Cozier Pavilion end. Yeah. Or the Tony Cozier Media Centre end.
But it's gone now. Isn't it? It's the Marshall and Garner ends now.
So the Tony Cozier's gone, is it?
Well, I think the stand is there.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure
The name's
it's
gone.
the Marshall, Markham Marshall end and Joel Garner end.
Anderson moves in and bowls. And Brooks covers up, runs it away into the offside, and there's no run. I was there last year, but of course I was at that end, so I couldn't see it.
Well, and then there is this wonderful. It's a lovely ground, actually, isn't it? And there is, where we sit in the press box, it is the Cozier, whatever, stand, which incorporates his father, Tony's father, who was a doyen of journalism, sports journalism before Tony.
55 for 2, Anderson. Past umpire Goff, up to the stumps now and bowls. Again, a wide off stump. There's nothing from Brooks. It's through to Buttler. That's the end of Anderson's comeback over. He's bowled 6 overs for 13. He did have that catch dropped.
Yeah. And Anderson is mortal in that sense, in that, like every bowler that's ever lived, you kind of relax a bit when you get something in the wicket column. You don't strain. So he'll still bowl well, but he might have bowled even better if he'd had that wicket. Let's have a look. Now, it's a swap of ends, actually, for Wokes. Archer bowled 6, and a pretty good spell. Got the wicket of Campbell. And now Wokes has been brought from the Anderson end to the Statham end.
Yeah, so he's bowled 5 overs. 5 overs, 13. What have we got? We've got 10 minutes before tea, so he might have a couple of overs before tea.
Well, he would have had the option of swapping Wokes, which he's decided that's what he's going to do, or use Dom Bess. But I think he senses that the seamers are more dangerous.
I mean, here's a question for you, Victor. And it seems outrageous, really. But do you think, after this ball, here's Wokes going into bowl to Shea Hope with 2 slips and a gully in, bowls, and that's hit very firmly back and stopped by Wokes off his own bowling, deflected past the stumps, then Broad dives and stops it. It was an excellent stroke from Hope, really hit hard, and a magnificent piece of fielding by Wokes to get down and half stop it. One of those that could have gone onto the stumps. I don't know if the non-striker Brooks was back in his ground or not. Difficult to tell from the angle I've just seen, but then Broad had to dive away to his left to stop it. So
I think on balance he'll settle for a dot. Wokes.
Yeah, a bit greedy to go for a run out as well. 55 for 2. Wokes having a chat with Archer. He just wants Archer a bit straighter at mid-off, I think. Wokes turns. Off he goes again, and bowls to Hope. Hope plays defensively, firmly up towards Broad at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, the point I was going to make was, do you think, I know Sam Curran ultimately will be more effective in this match than Don Bess?
I thought you were going to say Jack Leach.
So no spinner at all. I mean, just be. I know it seems quite boring, but relentless pace. Wokes bowls off the hip. Hope down towards fine leg. They've gone for one. They're looking at two. Throws on its way, right over the bails as well.
Well, do you know what I really
Anderson
think?
Down there.
I mean, I take your point, but I think.
It was a left field idea, but
no, it's not a ridiculous idea. Although, and then you've got Joe Root to bowl a bit of.
Yeah.
But you'd never know. We could still be playing on Tuesday, trying to get. We will still be playing on Tuesday with the West Indies having to bat last. And if you're bluntly asking me, the more left field in a way is Leach rather than Bess.
To me, that's more logical.
Yeah.
That's the logical.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But if you.
No, well, I don't think I do.
Here's Wokes bowling full driven towards Archer at mid-off, and there's no run to Shamar Brooks, who's there on 2, 56 for 2.
I mean, it's a lovely dilemma to have, but I don't think the logic for me would be, although he's got his left arm, Curran, if Curran is at his most dangerous when the ball swings, but you've got Anderson, who knows how to swing the ball. You've got Wokes, who can get the ball to swing. They're the two swinging bowlers.
Wokes bowls. Dabbed into the offside. A bit of hesitation initially. Shot the stumps. The non-striker's end is wide. If it had hit there from Ollie Pope, I think we would have been upstairs. I'm not saying it was definitely out, but there was hesitation in the running. He swooped there, Pope, but did not hit the stumps. He was backed up by Broad. And it stays at 57 for 2. You can see the replay now. This will give us a better indication whether that was. I think it might well have been, if it hit the stumps.
Yeah, it was a long way off. But
yeah.
So that's my answer.
Yeah, I mean, Leach for Best would have been a more obvious tactical change with a left arm bowler. Wokes bowl short, and that's hit in the air out towards deep square leg. There was a shout for a moment. England have 2 men back, but it was short of both of them. Anderson fielded, coming in from fine leg. And they go through for a single. 58 for 2 is the score. Hope has 17, and Brooks has 3.
My other thought, though, on that of those lines is that you were here and I was watching on telly, but I think the breeze was stronger in the last test. But there is a bit of a breeze now, and I think the puzzle for the captain is to find people who want to bowl from this end, the Brian Statham end. I think all the right arm seamers would prefer, probably, although maybe not Archer, I don't know, but they prefer to come in from the Jimmy Anderson end with the breeze going from right to left. Likewise, Don Bess would prefer that as well. So both Curran and Leach, were they in either of them or both of them in the team, would actually prefer to bowl this end.
Yeah.
And that therefore resolves some of the dilemmas of the captain of trying to make the best use of all his bowlers. And when the breeze gets up, it really is quite significant for bowlers. If it's a light breeze, it doesn't matter so much. But if you're Wokes, for example, who's now coming in from the Statham end, and your main mode of trying to get people out is to find the outside edge with a bit of shape, you're going to struggle to do that sometimes when the breeze is against you. And likewise for the off spinner, wanting to get a little bit of drift and open up a gate, it's harder to do that with an off-to-leg breeze.
Anderson bowls. It's a nice drive from Hope, but straight at Sibley, who's in the covers. And there is no run. Just beginning to get into his work, Shea Hope.
Well, he's timed a fuse to the field. That was a beautiful shot there, but straight to extra cover. He's worked hard to get to 17. He's faced 63 balls. There's been 2 or 3 boundaries there as well, 2 boundaries.
And for those who are listening and saying, well, why would you need 5 seamers? That's ridiculous. Some people would say 4 seamers were too many, although it's worked for quite a few teams over the years, not least the West Indies, not least for England in 2005 against Australia. Anderson bowls. Oh, it's a beauty, an absolute beauty. He's found the outside edge of Hope's bat, and Butler takes the catch, and Anderson has his first wicket of the Test match. West Indies 58 for 3. Hope, who dug in, got a walk off, out for 17.
Well, I mean, it's going to be infuriating for him. He's worked really hard to get about 17, 20. It's a good delivery. It just goes away, I think, off the seam. Maybe it just swung a fraction and kept going. He pushed forward. Nice edge. Good catch. Moving to his right. He's happier down that end now, probably. They all want to bowl that end, I think. Or certainly Broad and maybe Broad and Anderson want to bowl down that end. But it's a big wicket. He batted well. He couldn't really make many inroads in terms of run scoring. He really tried to take, if you like, the brave way out of a rut, i.e. I'm going to bat time, I'm not going to go for flashy quick 30 and then hope for the best. But he's gone in classic manner. Good delivery. 58 for 3 and a nasty little, 5 minutes for Roston Chase, who's now just walking out, playing a few imaginary shots. He doesn't want to rush because he'd probably like this still to be, if possible, the last over before tea.
Yeah, 4 balls left in it.
Yeah, he's had a good series actually. He's really worked hard this series, Chase, hasn't he?
I think all the West Indies players. I mean, England they've not given England anything. England have had to take it really from them.
Well, that was a case in point. It's no dismissal's great for a batsman, but that was quite a good dismissal if you're a batsman, in that you have got a ball that takes some combating. It's pitched on a length. It's just left him a little bit. Maybe he was only half forward, I don't know, but it genuinely took the edge of a defensive bat.
Yeah. Just quickly to tie up that point about the 5 seamers, people saying it's ridiculous playing 5 seamers. Of course, England did play 5 seamers when they won at the Wanderers.
Yeah.
Early this year, Broad, Curran, Wood, Wokes and Stokes, and they left out their spinner Bess, who'd been good in that series in South Africa, and they thought that's fine, that's all we need for the Wanderers.
The Wanderers of course has got pace, and the result justified the means.
And one thing about Shea Hope's, the point that Michael was making, is he does get his left leg sort of pointing down the pitch, so if the ball does move away from him, he's a candidate for nicking it because he gets squared up.
Yeah, well, he was a bit there, certainly.
Right, here's Chase's first ball. Anderson goes in, bowls short, and Chase ducks underneath it. Chase wasn't expecting that from Anderson. Andy, you wanted to say something.
Just on Shea Hope, his 3 first innings this series, 16 off 64 balls, 25 off 71, and now 17 off 64. So he has been trying to dig in, but not able to go on with it. And that 25 is his highest score in his last 6 Test matches.
And that's the difference, isn't it? Probably in England, on the pitches here, the conditions, the lights are on, it's overcast. You give yourself some time, but you still are likely to get a good one that will leave you. Anderson bowls, and Chase holds the bat inside the line. It's through to, but perhaps at home, once you've seen off the hardest the new ball, you can begin to break free, and not much happens. The seamer doesn't come on, nip one away from you when you've been batting for 60 balls.
And with this attack, there is the feeling, if you're batting, sometimes if you're out there, you think, well, I've only got to get through this spell and these 2 spells from the main bowlers, and things will lighten up. But actually, with this particular England attack, and it's a slightly unusual one, that bit of respite doesn't seem so obvious, because Wokes and Archer are not too bad.
Anderson bowls, and that one comes back to Roston Chase. He left it, and Butler took it sort of behind middle stump, if you like, but it went past the batsman. It was outside the off stump, but just something for Chase to think about in this Anderson over. The one that came back a fraction after getting the ball to go away earlier in the over. England have reinforced the slip cord, and there was also a leg slip in as well, or a leg gully really. 3 slips, a gully and a leg gully. England looking for another wicket before tea. They've got 3 in the afternoon session. Anderson moves in and bowls wide of off stump, and there is no run. It's the end of a wicket maiden from Jimmy Anderson. It's 58 for 3. I think we've got time for one more over before tea. West Indies are replying to England's 369, remember. So they still need to score 170 to avoid being asked to follow on.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah.
There's Jimmy Anderson has now taken 86 wickets.
He's level with Fred, isn't he? Yeah.
He's level first with Fred. He's actually got them more cheaply than Fred Truman, by 1. But he took 22 matches rather than 18 to get there. Number 3 on the list was John Snow. And then another of our, they're all TMS lot really. Angus Fraser had 70 wickets against the West Indies.
Wokes goes in, bowls to Brooks. Brooks plays a rather loose drive at that. Goes into the offside, into a gap to the right of backward point, and he gets a single.
Angus Fraser got an awful lot of his at Trinidad in the space of a fortnight.
There were a few 8-fers there, weren't there? Certainly one.
I don't know, he played... We had back-to-back matches in Trinidad, didn't we, because of a cancellation of the game in Jamaica, I think. And England won one. They're both tight games.
Was that tour? Was it? Was that tour? Was it?
Well,
Andy, will be on it.
We played back-to-back games in Trinidad. I think it was. There were 2 games when we. And where's Saltzman when I desperately need him? Well, he's just behind me.
59 for 3. Wokes to Chase. Chase plays quietly in defence towards mid-off, and that is no run. Wokes has been tidy. Still looking for his first wicket. So Broad, Anderson, Archer have all struck so far.
There's 2 tests in Trinidad in the 1998 series, so one replaced that the game that was cancelled due to the bad pitch. Fraser took 8 for 53 and 3 for 57 in the first of the 2, and then 5 for 40 and 4 for 40, so 20 wickets, average around about, well, under 10 in those 2 games.
Wokes bowls, and a guided edge from Chase. Stopped in the gully by Burns to his right.
And we all know that Angus was the most pragmatic fast bowler who didn't experiment at all. And to everyone's astonishment, he got someone out with a slower ball caught mid-off or something in that match. We all flocked round to see whether he said no. I lost me run up on the way up and I couldn't be bothered to stop, so I kept going.
That's the sort of soundbite you want from a sportsman, isn't it? Honesty. Wokes bowls outside the off stump. Quite wide, angling back in. Chase left it. So Chase has got 2 balls to survive here until the tea interval. And England with a firm grip on this game. It's a topsy-turvy sort of day. West Indies starting so well. We've had 9 wickets already in the day's play, and we've still got a session to go. A long session as well by the looks of it. 39 overs after tea, and that's one of the downsides of having the 4-seamers. You might not get all the overs in, especially with the light as well. The lights are on. It's overcast. Remember, we came off yesterday at 6:15. Wokes bowls. Chase blocks it, really putting the bat there and defending it out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Hard to see. Difficult to see West Indies winning from here.
No, they'd take the draw from here if you offered it. We don't get many draws nowadays, but there is the prospect of a blank day, I think. It's fair to say. I know the forecast changes, but it doesn't look great for Monday.
Wokes' last ball before tea, bowls full to Chase, who pushes it firmly to Archer at mid-off, and that is the end of the afternoon session, and the session has belonged to England. They've not been devastating this afternoon, but they have chipped away, and they'll be happy with their afternoon's work. They'll be happy with their second hour's work this morning as well. West Indies dominating that first hour, getting themselves right back in the game. But since then, since 280 for 8, England have been right in control of this Test match, thanks to Stuart Broad, and then a collective effort from the bowlers. Broad involved in that, taking a wicket. Archer and Anderson with a wicket apiece as well. So England strolling off very slowly at tea. West Indies have got all the problems after the interval.
Yeah, they've looked good. The one aberration which cost them some time and a few runs was when Campbell was dropped off Anderson by Ben Stokes of all people. Although the stats are telling us he does drop a few in between taking some blinders. Other than that, no quibbles really. They've got this impressive looking quartet who are all competing for place in the next game as well, and they've all bowled well. 3 wickets shared around. Wokes hasn't got one yet, but he's been on the money as well.
Yeah, none of them conceded more than 20. Wokes 7 for 17, Archer 6 overs 1 for 16, Broad 5 overs 1 for 13, and Anderson 7 overs 1 for 13.
So at the moment you feel if you're in the West Indies, you've got to work awfully hard to get any runs. And Hope was a case in point. He batted nicely again, 60 odd balls, but you look at the scorecard and there's not much to show for it, apart from the fact that he's worn down the ball a little bit, but there's still quite a lot of fuel in the England bowlers' tanks, I think. So it's going to be hard work from the West Indies from here. But it's been an intriguing day. It's been so varied. You had a sort of frenzied, frenetic fall of wickets right at the start. You then had Broad counter-attacking, magnificently actually, with a few great shots, swung the game again. And now we're back to more traditional, attritional Test cricket with a very well-disciplined England quartet making life pretty difficult. On a good pitch. I mean, you can score runs on here, but there's just a little bit more pace, I feel, in this pitch than perhaps the predecessor. The Knicks seem to be carrying a bit better. It's a good game, another good game of cricket. We just need the weather gods to behave, and we'll have a fine climax to this series.
Might be some bad light, perhaps a bit later on today. Let's hope not. Before you go, Victor, are you an opera buff?
I'm not really, no. But, I mean, I'm ready to be educated, possibly.
I mean, do you know of Tosca?
Tosca? I thought you had a dog called Tosca once, no? No?
Oscar.
Oscar, oh, right.
A very long time ago. Puccini's opera, Tosca.
OK, don't pretend to me that you're an...
Set in about 1800.
Here's a man who's just... I'm going to look at his laptop. He's just come off Wikipedia, hasn't he?
Set in Rome. Napoleon beating on the door, more or less. The Pope in exile. And this wonderful opera featuring torture,
yes,
murder, jealousy.
All right.
Typical stuff, really.
Perfect for lockdown, really.
Well, you'll know, therefore...
I'm going to tune in. Yeah.
Any similarity between the full Tosca, TMS the opera.
I can't wait.
Well, you're going to find out all about it. Last summer, we heard all about these two music teaching sisters, Anna and Sarah Wilby. They began to write full Tosca, TMS the opera, on Sarah's canal boat.
It's got to be worth a listen, isn't it?
It is. We played the opening chorus last year, but the lockdown period has allowed them to finish the whole thing, the whole opera, and they've even managed to record some of it virtually. Okay, so we'll talk to Anna and Sarah in a moment. First, here's the Aggers aria, Stalwart and True.
I am Aggers, stalwart and true, leader of this resolute crew. My heart is pure, my tongue is light, to commentate is my delight. So answer me this, why are we all here? Is it just habit this time of the year? Good gracious, no, our blood is up. We're here to win the Cricket World Cup.
Welcome to Lords for the final match of the 2019 Cricket World Cup. England have snatched hope from the jaws of defeat to get this far, breaking their losing streak to beat India and then Australia in style.
All this ground rests on one final test, New Zealand and the host. Come on, England! Stalwart and true, leader of this resolute crew. His heart is pure, his tongue is light, to commentate is his delight. Why are we all here? Is it just habit this time of the year? Good gracious, no, our blood is up. We're here to win the Cricket World Cup. We're here to win the Cricket World Cup.
That's the first time I've heard that. Anna and Sarah, hello. Hello, I know you're out there somewhere. Anna and Sarah, hello. I can't hear Anna and Sarah. I heard that. I heard the lovely music. We've lost them. Oh, after all of that, we will try and get them back again. But anyway, that's the first time I've heard that. And they're back. Anna and Sarah, hello.
We're here.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought, what am I going to talk about?
So we're on the Isle of Iona, so we're a long way away.
Really? What are you doing up there? You live there?
Well, you know, we just do wild holidays, canal boats, Isle of Iona. So, yeah,
right,
so we don't have a lot of signal, but good to speak to you.
Well, and it's lovely to hear from you. I mean, that's the first time I've heard that. Just remind us, can you, how this... who am I talking to at the moment, by the way? Is that Anna or Sarah?
It's Anna at the moment. Sarah's
Anna
also
at the
here.
moment. Okay, right, Anna. Just remind us how this craziness started.
Well, so Sarah...
I think we've got a problem getting through to the island of Iona, sadly, which is a great shame because I had all sorts of questions lined up. We'll see if we can get them back, shall we? We'll give it another go. But Isle of Iona, not sure where that is. We pointed on a map, but we'll try and get them back in a second. In the meantime, we'll go up to Headingley and speak to Kevin. Kevin, how's your operatic skills?
It's actually pretty good.
Is it?
Well, yeah.
Could you sing something from Tosca for me?
Maybe not from Tosca, maybe from Mamma Mia, but not from Tosca.
Okay. You know the feeling when you're presenting an interval, when you're presenting an interval and the whole thing collapses around, you've got nothing to go to. You're there.
Apart from me.
You are there, Kevin.
I tell you what I can bring you. This will bring a smile to your face.
Okay.
I can see a Headingley plane flying over.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll tell you now, there have not been, where are we, the end of July, there have not been as many as we normally get to hear flying over. But I know, listening to all those reruns of matches at Headingley's we've had during lockdown, in the months of May and June, you made plenty of mention of those aeroplanes, and there's one flying now from left to right across us. But I've got to tell you,
that is
normally,
a sign of life returning.
It is.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, but
that's
normally
really
you'd get what? Every half hour or so, something like that? Look, it's about one every 2 or 3 hours here right now, but yes, one of them.
There was a stage where you used to get Concorde coming in. I mean, not every day, obviously, but every now and then, because I think they used to do, it's called Concorde leisure flights. You'd take off from Leeds and go around the Atlantic or something and come back. And so every now and then, when we were at Leeds, I'm sure some Yorkshire members will remember, Concorde coming in over Headingley.
Well, what impressed me is you retelling tales of the RAF lads and the Red Arrows, was it, who actually did a fly past for you, or on their way back from certain displays at certain times?
Well, that was on one of our TMS birthdays. They did do some fly past.
Great stuff.
Now, what's going on?
What is going on here is we're at tea as well, and this is really, as I mentioned at lunchtime. Look, we've got to accept this is a warm-up match, and yes, this is a celebration of the return of men's domestic cricket. And I think, to be honest, if you're looking at it objectively, you'd say that Yorkshire will be the happier of the two teams of this Roses encounter, because yesterday they had, certainly weather-wise, the better of the batting conditions against the Lancashire attack, which was very good, but compared with the Yorkshire one, probably lacking a little more in experience. And today we've seen Yorkshire bowl very well with the conditions, far more cloud than we had yesterday. And it's been a bit of a struggle for Lancashire. Forget the target, although I will tell you it was 338. They've got to tea with just one session left of the match. A reminder, if you do need reminding, Yorkshire chose or decided they would bat all day yesterday, and Lancashire's turn today. And they've got to 117 for 5, with Danny Lamb on 5, George Balderson on... Danny Lamb on 7, should I say, and Balderson on 5. But we've seen a young spinner, Jack Schutt, take a wicket. It was Dane Villas. He was caught down the leg side and stumping, should I say. We've seen some really good bowling from an all-rounder, Matthew Waite, picking up a couple of wickets. Josh Bohannon had batted very well. It was a gritty performance from him against some good, accurate bowling, and then he'll be really disappointed, having done the hard work. He was out for 46. He was trapped LBW by a very good delivery from Ben Code. Now, Ben Code is one of the most accurate bowlers you will find. He's really economic as well. So I think Yorkshire will be delighted with their bowling performance, and Lancashire, what they probably will be taking away from this at the end of it will be, well, look, in conditions that we've seen here at Headingley today, ideal bowling conditions in many ways. It's been a good workout for our batsmen, and they've had to be patient, forget about chasing any target down, and they'll take something from it, and I think that's what this is all about in the build-up to the Bob Willis Trophy next weekend. It's about players taking what they can from these series of warm-up matches.
Indeed. Thanks, Kevin, very much. As commentary on that Roses Friendly on the BBC Sport website and the app. So, back to Anna and Sarah. And what I've done, Anna and Sarah, and I hope you're there now, I've actually, while Kevin was reporting it, I've looked up Iona and where it is. And it says a small island with a historic abbey. It does look a very small island indeed, northwest of Glasgow, near the Isle of Mull. Well, I can picture you there. What a lovely spot. But, right, who am I talking to? Am I talking to Anna?
Actually, you're talking to Sarah now.
There's something about this interval. Well, Sarah, it's lovely to talk to you. Maybe you'll have a bit more success in breaking through from Iona than Anna did.
Give it a go.
And go on, give it a go. Well, I can hear you clearly. Just remind us how this opera started. You're on your canal boat, weren't you?
We were, yeah. So I was actually on maternity leave and had a baby, and we were trying to go somewhere where we could all be together and safe. And on the way down, we had heard the last hour, I think you'd had rain, so you'd played it again, the World Cup. And we just thought it just sounded like an opera. It had such poetry to it, and motion, and heroism, and drama. So we thought, that's absolutely inspiring stuff. And with the chorus in the background, really, this audience were just singing their hearts out. It sort of wrote itself in many ways. So we had the mad idea, managed to get hold of some manuscript paper, and jotted down a few bits and pieces. And actually, it's just gone from there. It's been really, really good fun, and so many people have got involved.
Well, that's what's really nice about it. So this is a full-length opera. I mean, how many? You heard the aria there that you very kindly dedicated to me, as it were. But how many other songs are there in there?
I think there's probably about 10 separate movements. The idea was to try and introduce all the characters of TMS as well. Let's have some chorus numbers, and trying to make it as jolly and fun as it all is for everybody. Was a tap dance number, obviously, for the umpires. Kind of wrote itself, to be honest, as well. Statisticians blues on the blues, yeah, yes. Things like that. So, yeah, it's been really good fun. We've really enjoyed it. And obviously, with lockdown having happened, so many people desperate to get the cricket back going that we've kind of kept it going a little bit ourselves in our own little way. So we've managed to complete it. But it is an opera in one act, so no one gets a chance to leave halfway through.
Right. Okay. Well, that's my next question really was. I mean, is there a story to this? Is there a narrative to this opera, or is it just some music that you've dedicated to various people who appear on TMS?
Well, it's all set around the final of the World Cup. So it starts with an overture which will have Jerusalem in it that the audience has to sing, and then it introduces it sets the scene, introduces just the main TMS characters, and then concludes with a musical setting of the Super Overs from the finals.
Lovely. And Sweet Caroline, Neil Diamond, does he feature in there?
He does, but don't tell him.
He'd have to, because Lords was just absolutely ringing to that for that last hour in particular. Oh no, it's absolutely. So how have you recorded this then? Because obviously I heard a man's voice there singing that aria. How have you managed to get people to record this opera for you?
Well, it's a wonder of social media. So we put out a post a few days ago saying, were there any bored musicians around? And thankfully, yes, there were. The Agger's figure himself is Sarah's husband, Edward Allen, fabulous. And then the chorus.
He's got a lovely voice, by the way, far better than mine.
He's brilliant. He'll be very proud. He'll be very, very proud after the baby. But the rest are a lot of our friends who answered the call, and we sent out a backing track of the music, and they sent us their recordings, and we edited it all together.
Oh, and I see one of the songs called Boycott's Nightmare, which rather caught my eye, and I'm quite pleased about that. You better tell us about that song and the actual what happens. What is Boycott's Nightmare?
Well, we were faced with the problem that he wasn't actually at the World Cup, so there's a little bit of artistic license, but essentially he kind of it's set with him in bed having a nightmare, and he's just sort of rambling away with all his main sayings, stick of rhubarb, etc., etc. and lots of patriotic Yorkshireness.
Yeah, very important.
Proper boycott bingo. You went through the whole card, did you?
We did, absolutely, yeah.
That's right.
So, now, what are you going to do? That I mean, you've obviously recorded a lot of this virtually, but I mean, are you planning to actually perform it somewhere?
Absolutely. I mean, we're both music teachers, so we're in this great situation where kids have to do what we tell them. So we're going to put it on at school as soon as we're allowed, basically. And I think our vision is that the opera itself is about 30 minutes, so that it would be a way of bringing together lots of aspects of school life. So we'd actually start with a 2020 cricket match and then have tea and then everybody into the hall for the performance of the opera. That's the plan.
What a nice idea. That's a really brilliant plan. And just to check, and you don't live on Iona, do you?
No, we're on another holiday.
Right. How do you? I mean, have you ferried from somewhere? Have you? I'm just looking at it on the map. It's a tiny little island.
So we came over from Oban on the Calmac ferry. A couple of nights in Tobermory, Missionish Hotel, fantastic fun, and then over to Iona on another much smaller Calmac ferry. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here, I have to say.
Sell it to me. But what happens on Iona? Why did you choose to go? I'm just looking. I'm zooming in. It's got one little village on it by the look of it.
Ruinic or
Ruinic? Yes.
Fantastic white sands, and I'm just now looking out over a beautiful rowing boat, and I can see Mull in the background with some dramatic mountains, and it's actually not raining, so we're having a wonderful time. I have to say, it is stunning.
Brilliant. And the Scottish Tourist Board will be very, very pleased with you.
Well, there you go.
Thank you, you two. Anna and Sarah, that's fantastic. I mean, any thoughts of a sequel? I mean, I suppose the World Cup finals was a bit of a one-off, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll put it on first, see how we get on.
You never know.
Yeah. All right, ladies, you have a lovely holiday, and thank you so much for finally coming through and talking to us about Full Tosca, TMS the Opera. There they are, having a great time. Iona, it looks a fascinating place, I must say, to get to there. Those Scottish islands, we had to one day get up there and go and visit all around that part of the world. I suppose, Carlos, is that kind of, do you know where Iona is?
No idea.
How's your Scottish geography? No.
I'd like to go and get some whiskey eventually.
Oh, okay. Right.
So it's on the bucket list.
Wow.
Not the highest.
It looks lovely. Just a beautiful part of the world. So there we go. Look, so there's Glasgow, there's Edinburgh, and there's Iona, which is this tiny little. There's ladies I spoke to are on that little island.
Small island with a
historic cafe. Doesn't say much else that goes on there, but there's just the sounds of the beach and everything else. It sounded absolutely lovely. So, anyway, that's all a bit of fun. I'm glad we got through to them in the end. You just never know with gremlins in the system and also broadcasting from Iona. I suspect it's not the easiest thing. The umpires are on their way, and we're going to carry on where we left off here, which is an interesting stage now. This Test match. West Indies are 59 for 3. That's in reply to England's 369 all out. So Brathwaite was out in the Broad's first over for 1. Campbell played nicely, made 32, and then got a brute of a ball from Archer, which he just fended away really and was caught by Burns in the gully for 32. And then Shea Hope, who really tried to dig himself in, he knew it was an important innings for him. 64 balls for 17 before edging Jimmy Anderson through to Joss Butler. So that's how it is at tea with Shamar Brooks on 4. Roston Chase yet to get off the mark. The umpires are on their way. And as we always say, we always seem to say it, Carlos, at the start of every session, for one team or other, it's always a key session, isn't it? And this feels like a big one for the West Indies.
Copy and paste, important passage of play ahead.
Well, but it's kind of frustrating because everyone shouts, we know it's an important session. But it just is. It's what Test cricket is, isn't it? Every passage of play, every session could be key.
And I think that was the beauty of this Test series so far. As soon as one team nudged too far ahead, you always felt as though there was a session where the opposition would crawl right back into it. I guess Bardi, Sibley and Stokes partnership in the second Test match. But even in this game, first 2 sessions, West Indies quick wickets. Butler and Pope in the last session yesterday. Then West Indies this morning again, quick wickets. The broad blitz, and then some wickets for England as well. So copy and paste.
Yep, absolutely.
Important passage of play.
It is. Just to run through events earlier, Stuart Broad, 62 from 45 balls. You've got to turn it around, because in a way, I mean, for England to lose 6 wickets for 111, I think they were disappointed with that all in all. But without Broad 62, that would have been very much West Indies' session. They took 4 for 22. And then came that blitz from Broad. He put on 76 with Bess. That after, and I missed this at the time, but thank you to a friend of mine for pointing out that Pope was bowled by the Archangel. We missed it. Or at least I missed it. Did you get it, Andy, or not? We all missed it. Pope bowled by the Archangel for 91. And he did bowl so well, Gabriel. And he had a catch drop. He had Pope dropped actually his first over. He looked a bit angry. Went away, came back, and the next over splattered his stumps. Then he got Butler out as well for 56. Wokes was out for 1. Archer for 3. And Anderson, the last man, out for 11. So that's basically what happened up to lunchtime. 369 all out. And as I mentioned, Brathwaite for 1. Campbell 32 and Hope 17 are the 3 wickets that England have captured so far. So they're 310 runs behind, and they've got 7 wickets left. The light at the moment is fine, but the floodlights are on, possibly more as a precaution than anything else. I tend to look at the fielder's feet and count the shadows, and if you can see one shadow, then it means the light's good and it's the sun. See more than that, obviously it's not quite so good. Anderson comes in from his end and bowls outside the off stump. This is the start of the 26th over, and that first ball is ignored by Brooks, who played very well in the second test match here. He's prodding away at the pitch there. Stuart Broad's loosening up at mid-on. And if he does bowl at this end, it's actually the way I thought that England might start their day. I thought Anderson would naturally bowl from that far end because of the breeze, and that Broad would naturally bowl from this end. But because I think Broad had taken those wickets in the last test from the Anderson end, I think he wanted to carry on from there. But Anderson, you'd think with the breeze as it is, would be more of a danger at that end, and he bowls outside the off stump. And Brooks allows that to go through just outside the off stump. Butler grabs it. He's been having a hard time. We were quite critical of Darach's keeping yesterday. He dropped an awful lot, but then when you see Butler as well today, there's something going on. The ball travelling to the gloves, it's wobbling a bit and swinging a bit, and in fact Root's slip catch to dismiss Brathwaite, who also it seemed to swoop upwards at him. He ends up the ball thumping into his chest, and then he grabbed it. Anderson with his black headband bowls. Oh, and then catch. Yes, he is. Up goes the finger, an inside edge, and straight away after tea, England break through. Feels like a big wicket. Brooks caught behind. He's played so well in that second test match. He's played very straight and looked very secure, but he's got an inside edge to that one as Anderson made it come back a bit. And West Indies lose their 4th wicket. Just looking at it, yeah, just cut back a shade, but I think it looked like an outswinger the way he let go of it. Anyway, that's now 59 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, good delivery, but much ado about nothing, to be honest. Wasn't spectacular. Just got the inside edge on the way through. Shamar was disappointed. Gone for 4. There's been no real momentum to the innings, bar John Campbell, who looked to drop and run, get some momentum, inject some impetus into the innings. Everyone else has just come, they've blocked, they've gone. And it could get ugly with 360 out on the board. And all of a sudden we're talking about follow on.
Well, we're certainly talking about this being a key passage, and it just is. You know, there's a lot, I think, depending on the outcome of the series, on what we see over the next hour and a half or so. Jermaine Blackwood's walking out. Busy player, of course, but up to now he's managed to restrain most of his natural tendencies. He played very well in the first test. But he's coming out at a bit of a crisis here for West Indies. They're 310 behind. Roston Chase has come some way to meet him, towering over Jermaine Blackwood. 2 right-handers that give each other a bit of a fist pump. And off they go. Chase kicking up his heels, makes his way up to the non-strikers end, and Blackwood takes guard from umpire Goff. That's a lovely start for Anderson to get an early wicket. Is always just sort of a wonderful thing for a bowler. You relax, you just ease into a spell. You don't got to go hunting wickets. So Blackwood looks busy. How's he going to play? Here we're going to see the determined, disciplined Blackwood, or are we going to see a counter-attack of some sort? There's 3 slips and a gully. And definitely the sun shadow we see now as Anderson runs in from that far end, moves in, bowls to Blackwood, hit on the pad. The ball bounces away into the gully. Burns picks it up. Broad continues to loosen up. And Anderson, with a very serious look on his face, begins the journey into the distance to start the next ball. I'm looking at that delivery again. I'm sure it was the outswinger. But it just cut back a little bit. The bat dangled. And there's the inside edge. We can see it on ultra edge with a crooked bat. Anderson bowls and Blackwood's on the back foot, forcing it square. Tumbling save by Bess denies him his first run. 59 for 4.
Yeah, when you look back at the replay, not a mistake you want to make at this level. Just an angled bat. I know it was nothing much happened. Credit, it was a good ball, but not one that jagged back and should have caused a loss of wicket as it did, and he just accessed it wrong, bat in a bad position, almost on the way down to get into the shot, and just caught a feather.
Here's the last ball of the over. Anderson moves in, bowls to Blackwood, back he goes again, looking for that first run, but again he's denied by Bess at backward point, and that's the end of a successful over for James Anderson. 59 for 4. Thanks if Joffer Archer is just retaking the field. I wonder where he was, but he's got a big beaming smile on his face as he makes his way back onto the field. And so that now takes Jimmy Anderson ahead of Fred Truman. Wickets taken by England against West Indies, 87, as Fred Rowe no doubt would point out, were he here, and I wish he were, that Fred took his 86 in 18 Test matches. And that Anderson's taken 22 matches to overhaul him, but 2 fine bowlers, and it's always a great regret that Truman never actually sat where we are today and watched Anderson bowling, because I think he'd be absolutely full of admiration. He would purr at the sight of Anderson running up and bowling in a similar style to Fred.
Even with the headband?
Fred wouldn't have a headband. No. And I don't think Jimmy's got a tattoo. Fred definitely wouldn't have one of those either. But similar bowlers running up, swinging the ball away at a lively pace. So Broad it is with this enormous headband. The very obvious knot at the back. 59 for 4. And he's on his way. And he bowls to Roston Chase. Gets behind his first ball of this session. But, let's field it out at point. Pope fielding there now, and there's no run, so Broad walks back, exchanges a word with Archer, has got his cap off there at mid-off. Oakes is polishing the ball hard and tosses it on. There's lots of conversations going on. Archer pulls his cap back on again, and Broad focuses and then sets off again. It's a shortened run these days, goes over the wicket and bowls a ball that does swing away a little, and Chase allows that to go by, but Broad will want to get that a little bit straighter, try and get the batsman to play.
I was thinking about the bowling attack that they've put out in this test. Looking forward to the Ashes, as everyone has been doing from the first game of the series. Do you think they'd potentially drop a spinner, play a 4-prong along with Stokes?
Well, they could have done that before. They did it in New Zealand. They played 5 seamers there. Was it New Zealand or South Africa? One of the two this winter. Anyway, they did it. 59 for 4. And goes Broad. Striding out, is there now, and he bowls, and Chase is beaten. That's a beauty. Just moved away, and it started that bit straighter. So Chase will feel that he had to play at that. And Butler was moving to his right as he collected it. Well, it's always good to play a spinner, isn't it? And you look at someone like Jeff Miller, who had a massively successful tour of Australia as an off spinner, used the breeze at Perth, but I haven't been to the new ground at Perth to get the layout of the doctor, the wind that comes in. So whether that's changed, yeah. So I'm not aware of my geography, but he used that breeze as Yardley did, of course, in there. Bruce Yardley. Here's Chase going forward, playing out to cover, and there's no run. They do have Root that bowls a bit of spin, don't they? But
does Root like the ball though? Because
yeah, I think
back to the World Cup final, he bowled 1 over, I think, and got 2 wickets.
He bowled in South Africa and took a stack of wickets. Actually, I'll go back through my notes. It was the Port Elizabeth game, wasn't it?
He had a fourfer and then bowled for a long time trying to get a 5 from, was smacked all over the place by Maharaj.
It was something like the most expensive spell ever bowled by an England bowler, I think, wasn't it? I think goes broad over the wicket, bowls, and this is pushed away by Chase out to cover. There was some stat that I remember. He was very pleased with himself, and I interviewed him after the game. And I said, "Well done on your record." And I think he thought that I was being serious about his forfer. Was it the most most expensive spell by a England bowler? Something like that. I'll see if I can find it in my notes. But, we'll see.
St Anderson's spell so far, his second spell, 3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for none.
Broad shadow to his right, goes over the wicket and bowls. That's well played by Chase, whipping his bat out of the way at the last moment, and again collected by Butler as it flew through.
Dropped by Butler.
Oh, he's dropped it again. Yes. It was the record equaling number of runs in an over. He conceded 28, so that was the record that he equalled. He was trying to get his 5 wickets. But, thank you, Adam. But, anyway, whipped the smile off his face a bit at the end of the game, but of course England won. World record, 28 off the over, that was it. So it wasn't just an England record. 4 for 87 from 29 overs. The memories when you go through your workbook, all these lurgy updates, as they were called by the ECB media man. In comes Anderson and bowls, and that's pushed away out to mid-on by Blackwood, still looking for his first run. Of course, illness was just running through the camp at the start of that tour. 59 for 4 in the 28th over. Chase and Blackwood at the crease, neither have scored. And the West Indies have lost a wicket in that first over. After tea, Brooks caught behind for 4. So the pressure on. They're 310 runs behind still. Anderson's on his way, and he bowls on the leg stump. Blackwood's away, turning him away to backward square leg, and they'll come back for 2 as 2 fielders converge on that. It's Pope who wins the race with Archer, and West Indies move on to 61 for 4. Doesn't feel as if they're really getting anywhere at the moment. That's the difficulty. There's
yeah, and obviously it's hard to continue to spot the light on Shea Hope, but when he's batting at 3, I just feel as though he's trying to survive. So he's chewed up 65 balls, not really gotten any momentum, got a good ball, got out, the game hasn't gone anywhere.
Anderson bowls. Blackwood's hit on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. They like that. The umpire's given him out, and immediately Blackwood's reviewing it. But umpire Goff has raised the finger. England liked it.
The umpire to director, we've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Can we have a look at the front foot first, please?
Well, Blackwood reviewed it straight away, like a man who thought he might have edged it, but we'll see.
Okay, we've got a fair delivery. Can we have a look at front on spin vision, please?
This might give us a clue. Outswinger. I don't think he's nicked that.
Okay, yeah, roll that through.
Score.
Leg stumpish.
Let's have a look at ultra edge, please. Doesn't appear to be any bat there. A flat line, ball passing the inside edge, clear daylight. Roll it through to the pad, please.
Yeah, nothing on ultra edge.
Okay, and if we can have a look at ball tracking, please.
He's not a tall man, sitting round about the pad roll. Is leg stumpish. Wicket's missing, yep.
Impact is umpire's call and missing the stumps. We'll go back to Michael on field. Michael, I'm going to have to ask you to reverse your decision. You're on screen now.
Missing leg stump. So a good decision by Blackwood to review that. It did look leg side-ish. And he was so quick in the way he reviewed that. He thought, that's not out.
Michael Goff hasn't got many wrong either.
No, he hasn't. I think he'll be disappointed with that, because it was it was missing leg, wasn't it? And I think even these days umpires do try and give some benefit when it's around that leg stump area, not as much as they used to do, because of course Hawkeye gives them out now. You get many more LBW decisions now than he did. 61 for 4. Anderson's disappointed, but the computer had that missing leg stump. He starts to come in again, and now Blackwood withdraws. He's spotted something, but it can't be any movement behind their arm because there isn't any. There's nothing there to move. So just composing himself, maybe. 61 for 4. West Indies trail by 308. 3 slips a gully, crouching now as Anderson bowls. Blackwood again hit on the pad. That one definitely going down leg side by some distance, and the ball ends up at point. 61 for 4. And actually, looking at the replay, Blackwood actually, he did the review signal while he was running, which is quite rare. He ran a leg by and made the signal halfway up the pitch.
It's very certain as well.
He was certain, yeah, absolutely. 61 for 4. Here's Anderson, arms pumping, very rhythmical. He bowls, and Blackwood plays from about middle of the leg, I'd guess. A good length ball into the leg side, which Pope picks up and fields. 61 for 4 with a ball to go in the 28th over.
It's 28 overs over. That's his second ball. The first one being Brooks' dismissal. That it looked as though he went to ball out swing, and the ball just carried on. Tailed in.
Anderson runs towards us, bowls to Blackwood, who's forward. I love his sound of bat on ball there. It's fielded by Anderson, and that ends the over. So we've had 20 minutes or thereabouts from tea at 61 for 4. West Indies 308 behind. Chase not yet off the mark. He's faced 15 balls. Blackwood survives that verdict from umpire Goff. He's on 2. More from Carlos, and then Dan Norcross is coming in here.
Tough day, but very enthralling thus far. Proper Test cricket. Ball beating bat early in the day. Broad with the bat, fighting back. You know, West Indies up against it, 4 down. A couple of the players that are in good form gone. A couple of them at the crease. And then you have Holder and Dowrich, who haven't done as much as they would want to with the bat for the series. They need to get past this spell.
Broad starts a new over into Roston Chase. He comes forward to a full ball on leg stump, works it up to Wokes at mid-on. There's no run. 2 slips, gully, cover point extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg, yes. So, and could have been 5 down. It looked, from our vantage point in the green room, more out than it turned out to be.
Yeah, on first impact from behind, yeah, he's a short man. It looked close, but once you saw the replay, you always felt it was sliding.
Here's Broad again into Chase, who covers up in defence, barely moving his feet, just pushes out into the offside, picked up in the covers, and there's no run. 61 for 4. The West Indies, England having scored 369 all out earlier today, and it's well, we have the expectation of a blank Monday. But we had the expectation of a blank Saturday 2 days ago, so it's going to be very hard for both England and the West Indies through today and tomorrow to work on their tactics, as Broad is in again, and that is played with an angle bat by Chase past a diving Burns to get through for a single. So it goes backward a square on the offside and is picked up and thrown back in for 1 more, and Chase with that is off the mark. 62 for 4.
Something that I've seen from the West Indies batsmen, they're just staying on top of the crease. As soon as the ball decks back and they beat them for pace or misjudge the amount of deviation, they're trapped on the pad or bowled down. And they showed Pope earlier or in his innings getting right out, and neither getting right forward or right back. They're just standing on the crease. I don't think that's lack of intent, but it may be something technical to look out for.
Here is Broad, and Blackwood plays again from the crease, back of the length ball, pushed up to Wokes. There's no run. We've been talking about this a bit during this Test series, about the bowlers targeting the ball that jags back in. Batsmen struggling with that line of attack.
Yeah, and you find, I guess the best example of it was when Pope got struck and he was just outside of off stump because he was forward, as opposed to sitting back and allowing the ball to then jog back and hit you within the stumps where you can be LBW.
Brought in, and that's defended again. A bit more resolutely this time on the front foot by Blackwood into the offside. There's no run. At the end of the over, I'm going to let Andy unleash the incredible amount of research that I set him a very cruel and brutal and unfortunate task before this test match. And he's found us some quite interesting data on angles of attack. I mean, today hasn't helped entirely because there have been a few more slip catches today than normal. We've seen a couple in this West Indies innings, and nicks behind the ball that goes away, but quite a lot in this series. We've seen bowls and LBW brought into play as he comes broad to complete the over, and Blackwood again covers up the defence. There are oohs and ahs from an energised England. End of the over, 62 for 4. Just the one run from that over. Chase has 1 from 18. Blackwood has 2 from 12. The clouds have lifted slightly. I was a bit concerned during tea because the clouds came down, and when the umpires took the players off yesterday, it didn't feel that dark to me, and I was worried that we might be moving into that level of darkness.
The dangerous precedent has been set.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Because then if we it's what time is it now? 4:25. If you find a situation where light is similar, you can play, but by law you actually can't, because the reading yesterday would have been worse than it is today.
That's the kind of it sort of hamstrings itself, doesn't it, the game in that respect?
You can see why they do it. So on one day your eyes don't fail you, and then another team is.
Anderson starts a new over from his own end, and outside the off stump, left alone, quite close to that off stump, left alone by Chase. Goes through.
Yeah, you see why they do it, because you could easily find a situation where England come off yesterday and West Indies in a spot of bother. They argue that the light is as bad or is it worse, and then the umpires don't think so. They continue, and then West Indies moan and say, "Well, we had to bat in poor light," all that sort of stuff. The light meter gives it a central thing,
doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Anderson is in, right arm over, bowls with an angle back by Chase, but safely into the sort of cover point region. And there's once more no run. Andy.
So we were looking at the CricViz ball tracking data, and this is right arm. This is pace bowlers to right-handed batsmen in tests in England, specifically England's bowlers, and how effective they've been with the ball moving back into the batsman over the last couple of years.
Anderson comes in. He's at the top of his mark. Chase is waiting for him. 3 slips in a gully. He's in, and Chase lets that one go by again, and that was perilously close to the off stump. Maybe left it on length as it bounced just over the top of off stump.
So far this year, balls moving back into right-handed batsmen, 13 wickets, and average 10 from all the balls bowled that have moved into the batsman. Last year, averaging 13. The previous year, also 13 with balls moving back into the right-hander. Previous year, 14. Before that, 21, 24, 21. So still quite effective, but there's been a significant reduction in the bowling average.
That is a big significant reduction, though, isn't it? As Anderson is in, and Chase lets it go by again. He's forcing Anderson to get straighter and straighter to him, and Anderson's just sticking to that line around 4th and 5th stump.
And the ball moving away from the right-handed batsman from England's seamers. This year, 5 wickets averaged 41. Last year, 11 wickets averaged 46. But in previous years, those balls averaged 23, 21, 18, 23, 22. So over the last summer and this summer, the ball moving away to right-handers from England seamers has been less effective. But over the last 4 summers, the ball moving in has been considerably more effective.
Now, it is a conundrum. It's Anderson bowls, and Chase just works this to mid-wicket. There's no run. Carlos, can you imagine why that would be the case? It's quite a marked difference, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about doubling the average for the ball moving away and halving for the ball moving back in.
I'm trying to think of who would have toured in those summers, because traditionally Asian teams are very good with the ball coming back, and as a result I would expect the average to be a lot higher with the balls coming back to them, you almost want to starve them and then nick off. Whereas with the West Indies, with Australia, you probably want to challenge the stumps a bit more.
Anderson in once more, and Chase defends this last ball of the 30th over into the covers. Wokes does the fielding, and that is the end of the over. 62 for 4, Chase 1, Blackwood 2. I think in 2018 would have been India, wouldn't it? So I absolutely take your point. I wonder.
Test my theory without stats. So you see,
it's tricky.
Last summer was Australia and home.
Yeah, well, Ireland for one test. So it was 5 tests against Australia, 1 against Ireland, and then before that was 5 against India, and 2 against
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
I think so. I mean, I did one of them, but I can't remember.
1-all series. Pakistan won.
That's right.
They won the second test.
That's right. So I just wonder if batsmen were countering the away swinger by standing further over onto off stump as Broad starts a new over from the Statham end. Blackwood defends, ball that does jag back in, plays it into the mid-wicket region, there's no run. In order to sort of cover the away swinger, because then you're in line, you know what you can leave.
That is a good shout as well. As I say, it could be the culture of the teams that would have toured in the summers, but it could also be that shift. As whenever someone in international cricket has success, you find it start to be a trend. Steve Smith was shuffling way across the off stump. He obviously got quite a few runs, and the West Indies have done it as well.
Broad into Blackwood, who drives wildly, suddenly out of nowhere, a full ball outside the off stump. He threw his hands at that, and Broad is standing looking at him with some bewilderment as it flew through to the keeper. That can't have been far away from his outside edge, and it was a shot that just came out of nowhere. That did hold up, go away a bit. Maybe he thought it was coming on with the angle and it was there for the drive, but didn't move a huge amount, but Blackwood was enticed.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to be playing that shot to this ball.
Yeah, I mean, for him to get in, until he gets settled, you will see 1 or 2 of those. And if he gets past it and gets settled, then be looking to caress that ball through cover.
Broad in, and Blackwood drives firmly, a full ball straight back at Broad, fumbles it, picks up, and there's no run. Yeah, so I suppose you've got this business where a lot of other batsmen are copying that shift onto off stump, and then that entices the bowler to jag back in with the head over here to get the LBW as you're sort of slightly off balance, or your eye line is compromised.
Yes, and Butler's the perfect example. Climbs into a cover drive, but when the ball touches down on 4 stump and nips back, it can be caught.
Broad in, defended comfortably by Blackwood, despite the oohs and ahs, up to mid-on.
Yeah,
no
Butler
run.
can be caught off balance, and I think if you come over to off stump, you're basically backing your ability to hit the ball straight. So the ball that is now on off stump, you have to hit to mid-off and mid-on. The ball that is on middle stump, you hit to mid-on. If you're batting on middle stump, you can sometimes feel that ball slightly. You can clip it nicely through mid-wicket. You're less inclined to do that if you're over to off stump. So it probably also promotes more straight back shots as well.
Blackwood to the next ball, works this into the onside. Thinks about single. It's not there though, as it's neatly picked up by Dominic Bess at mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's such a marked shift in the way we see English cricket, because I think, I started this conversation with Andy because I sort of had in my mind's eye watching English cricket throughout this decade, 2010 to 2016, 17, was a sort of wickets tended to be the away swinger called it slip, was it nick off, yeah. And now we're seeing this target of the stumps and LBW. Broad in, and that's defended again comfortably and well by Blackwood, firmly up to mid-on. Wokes does the fielding, end of the 31st over, 62 for 4. Chase has 1 from 24, Blackwood 2 from 18. What was the score at tea, Andy?
It was 59 for 3, and the last 10 overs are the 4 before tea and the 6 after tea, just 7 runs and 2 wickets.
Yeah, West Indies are not going anywhere at the moment, but they are trying to rebuild their innings. Remember that they are in the hunt, not just to retain the Wisden Trophy, which they'll do if they don't lose this game, but also something we haven't talked a lot about, I don't think, is the World Test Championship. There are points up for grabs, 40 points per match, basically. Winner takes 40, draws 20 each. And at the moment, Australia and India are well ahead at the top of that table. But both these sides would like to get into the hunt if they can, by winning matches and accruing points as Anderson starts a new over. To Roston Chase, 3 slips in a gully, and Chase gets one of his pads which just dribbles out to the onside, and Butler trots away to his left to field. Now get a precious leg by, 63 for 4 as Carlos leaves us, and Phil Tufnell will join us just to fill him in on the conversation we've been having. He may not have heard on his way from where he was to here, but he can't hear because he's got his headphones in, but now he can probably hear. We're talking about what we've been talking about off air, about the sudden change. Andy was talking about the averages, the ball that comes back in being as low as 10, 11, 12, and the ball going away moving up to 50 from the mid-20s as Anderson bowls, driven nicely, firmly, but straight to mid-off. By Blackwood, there's no run. And I know you have another part of the reason for why this is happening. Another reason for why we might be seeing balls jagging back in to the batsman more, and it being that much more effective a ball than it was 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, well, the wobble seam.
The wobble seam.
That's right. Of which these two fellas know how to do it, especially Stuart Broad, beautiful at it.
Maybe after this ball you can explain exactly what a wobble seam is. As Anderson is in, flipped away nicely by Blackwood. He'll pick up a run as that goes through square leg, and there's only one fielder anywhere near that who can run to his right and collect. 64 for 4, Blackwood to 3.
Yeah, the wobble seam. I mean, you know, Jimmy Anderson with that beautifully presented seam with the away swinger, the seam, the wrist behind the back of the ball, and the seam going down beautifully and landing on it. With the wobble seam, they put different pressure on the middle finger and also what's that called? Index finger. Yes, index finger, which then makes the seam wobble, and then the seam hit on the edge of the seam instead of on the middle of the seam.
Anderson in, short, pulled round the corner.
Anyone there?
It's going to go down to Archer at long leg.
Did you understand that?
Well, I understood what you meant. Let's just fill it in for listeners at home. So if it hits the outside of the seam,
Correct.
then it'll jag back in.
Yeah. Then if it hits that middle bit, that leathery bit on the middle of the seam, it might deviate, but it might just sort of skid on and go straight. But when the seam is going down, sort of oscillating, yes. You've got more of a chance of hitting that sort of sharper bit of the seam, which then can make it jag.
So when you were playing, which wasn't that long ago.
No wobble seam.
No one wobbled it.
No, we had sort of cutters more.
Anderson into Blackwood, who plays this slightly away from his body, but back up the wicket, the back of a length ball. And Anderson fields of his own bowling, no run.
They were sort of like, like genuine cutters where people would run the fingers across and the actual ball was almost sort of spinning down the wicket, like an off cutter and a leg cutter.
Fast off break.
Yes, a little bit like that. But no, everyone was sort of like, seam right in, beautifully cocked wrist and trying to hit it, to get swing. And so I think seam movement has perhaps come into the game a little bit more because of it.
Intriguing. Anderson to complete the over, and Blackwood is in all sorts of bother here. A bit of a tangle as he stays stuck on the crease. The ball that does come back into him and ends up with one hand off the bat, but the ball just rolls back up the wicket. Anderson fields of his own bowling. End of the over, the 32nd of the innings, 65 for 4. So a positive flurry of runs in that over with the leg by and the pull for a single. Chase has 2. Blackwood has 3.
Sorry, just tapped on the perspex there. Also, I think that bowlers now, I mean, it used to be sort of like, you're going to pitch up and swing the ball away, wasn't it? And getting people caught in the slips.
Well, that's the thing. That was a classic delivery.
Yes, but then that's kind of only one mode of dismissal, isn't it? When you if you're then sort of jagging things back, you can still get the outside edge, but it brings in